Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live. It is not hump day. Bobby Belt, worry about your ibuprofen that you're getting ready to take. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, that's our Cowboys insider. We have Jacob Ray in for Pepe and Aiden, usually the first one. Well, I guess he'd be the second one in after Peyton or Jacob. Running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Why do you need ibuprofen?
My back is killing me. It's getting really bad. But you say normally the second one in, Aiden. That's only because you see who's in here at what time when you're here. When you're not here, Aiden will probably be the first one in.
Oh, yeah. Peyton, you mean like when I'm not doing the show?
Yeah.
Peyton will come in after Aiden?
It's not that close. I'm exaggerating, but it's close enough. Peyton's car is still warm when Aiden gets here, I would bet.
Yeah.
Like, what would you say?
Aiden's shaking his head no that you're
What's the over-under on number of cuts Peyton pulls with shots out? I'll set it at 4.5, yeah.
4.5.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he just pulls what we send him, and he won't pull anything else. There'll be a Ranger highlight or something like that, but one. But if for example, nothing happened last night, but let's say there was a big game, great audio cut. No,
you can say Super Bowl. This isn't an advertisement. You don't have to say big game.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's the Super Bowl's on, and you missed Super Bowl Monday. We'll just get the final call. Nance.
And what does he say when you call him on it or ask him?
He goes, it'll be something. If we call him on it, we'll call him on it on Monday. He'll have a snarky answer to it. He'll be like, well, I pull what's sent to me, or something. He'll do something like that.
That's why Aiden will be getting his nice little bonus today once he confirms his Venmo name with me. We made it to a Friday. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. You're home for Rangers baseball. They are going to be back in action on the radio for sure. As to the TV side, Bobby went and undertook the buzzer test yesterday because if it's going to be complicated and difficult for Bobby, I'm guessing you and I would have no chance. No. Fortunately, we have DirecTV. And if it's difficult for Bobby, then I would envision a lot of other people getting very frustrated and saying, screw this. How did it go?
I can't get it on my TV. So I can get it
on your phone?
Projected onto my TV. If I've got I can do HDMI cable out of my laptop and hook that up to the TV, or I can, like Choppy was saying yesterday, I can screencast, which I'm not screencasting my phone to watch a game. That's just too much of a pain.
Why?
Because then you can't do anything else with your phone. Yeah, it's literally that's for the TV, and if you get out of it and try to do something else, you see your whole phone. It's not even you're watching the game up there. So it would have to be, if I wanted it on the TV, my laptop hooked up to the TV, or just watching it on my laptop.
So you can't get this buzzer app on your TV? Just go into the app section?
Not on the Roku TV yet. They don't have an app. They don't have an app. I don't have a Fire Stick, but they don't have an app for the Roku TV yet.
And your TV is older, so you need a Roku?
No. My TV is a Roku TV.
Oh.
And it's 2 years old.
Well, that doesn't...
You can get it, okay, so you can get it on Apple TV. That's what it looks like. Can you get it on Fire Stick? It says, yes, you can get it on Fire Stick. So,
what I read yesterday was Roku TV is the biggest provider that does not have it right now.
I put out a poll question with about 520 responses, and I think this is a pretty good indicator of the divide. The Rangers' new TV drama for you is a pain, and you're not watching. Will not affect you at all. Is a pain, but I'm still going to watch. And we're at 30s. Yep. Across the board. 32% is a pain, won't watch. 30% is a pain, still watching. 37% will not affect me at all.
Yeah, you and I fall
these days, and we get that. That's beautiful.
And you and I fall in the 37%. It won't affect us because we have DirecTV, so we just watch it on 677 or whatever it is.
Yep.
And I assume the 31% of the people that says is a pain and I won't watch may not have been tuning in every night anyway. And then you get your other percentage that are just, they watch every game or they try to watch every game and they'll jump through hoops and they would like to watch every game anyway. And that's your other. So It's probably not surprising, and it's definitely a pain in the butt. It's definitely going to be a pain in the butt for a lot of people if you don't have the DirecTV ability to just turn it to the channel. Which, you know what? I find anytime I have to watch any sporting event on an app to be a pain in the butt, period. When I have to watch the NFL games on Netflix or Amazon Prime, I find that to be a pain in the butt.
You hate it because you can't do the channel flip.
Right. I find anytime it's on a stream, that's a pain.
6:15 first pitch tonight, 5:30 pregame, the Rangers in Atlanta. And keep us informed on how it goes for you tonight, whether they've installed the technology in time for you to find it, watch it, and just let us know so we can give the reaction on Monday. Surprises and disappointments, though, for the first half of the Rangers season. Let's try to go 3-3 on the Franklin Franco fan text at 877-881-1053. Surprises and disappointments.
Yeah, so this is something that they were talking about over at, it was SI. They had blogged about this, the idea of, who have been the biggest surprises and disappointments for the Rangers in the first half. And it's, I'm not a huge fan. To me, there's three extremely obvious names that you can throw out for biggest surprises, and they cover just about all of them. They covered Josh Young as one, Jacob Latz, which I guess Latz is just sort of a surprise only in that he stepped up again, not that he's actually been good.
Yeah.
And their biggest disappointment of the first half is surprise Corey Seager. So when I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about no, who actually legitimately surprised me that maybe we're not talking enough about, then I start thinking of other people that don't get discussed nearly as often, or somebody who turned it on a little late. So I think if we want to go around, I'll go. You want me to go first, or you guys want to go?
You go first.
Okay. On the surprise column, I've got three. I'm not going to take all of them. I'll just take one then. Zeke Duran. I thought Zeke Duran was cooked. I genuinely did not think that Ezekiel Duran was going to be able to do anything of any sort of substance for the Rangers moving forward. Yesterday, there was a note from Fangraphs. They had released their leaders at each position in terms of defensive runs saved. And at the infield position, just all infielders, not just, specific positions, all infielders, Zeke Duran is fifth in Major League Baseball defensively this year. And he's hitting at the plate. Now, I know he's had those cold stretches at times, but, man, he's been so valuable to keeping them afloat when they've had guys out, whether it be Seager or whoever, that Zeke Duran to me is a massive surprise.
Ralph?
I had Zeke too, so because it's already been taken, I'll use Diaz, a catcher. This team has not had. He's had some decent at bats. He hasn't been up here obviously the entire time, but the catching on this team is serviceable, but it's certainly it's open.
Yeah.
Right, it's open, so they could find somebody that could hit a little bit better than Higgy or Jansen, and I like Higgy anyway.
Higgy, I'll give Higgy credit for this. Higgy seems to come up with massive hits.
He really does.
Big moments.
But in about Diaz played about 30 games, and he's hit pretty well. So I kind of like him.
I'll go with Jock Peterson. Rowdy Tellez 2.0. That's what I thought we were getting. Someone who was irritating after that Rowdy interview, even though G-Bag kind of deserved it. The whole weight factor, make all your jokes. Last year, an absolute bum. Just waiting for him to leave. A matter of when, not if. And Jock Peterson sitting there with 15 home runs. He got 15 home runs and 34 runs batted in. Now he's hitting at the top of the lineup, so there's your explanation for that. 235 average, but I thought it was over and done with for Jock Peterson, and he's proven me wrong for a half.
And I won't. I didn't want to just list three and then take everybody's. So the only one I had left that y'all didn't name was Tyler Alexander as a relief. I thought Tyler Alexander was going to be a 6 ERA. He's been really solid for them. It's just pretty much a straight changeup pitcher. On disappointment, obviously.
I'll have another surprise.
Okay. Hit me.
Maybe it's not a surprise. Corey Majors would say it's not a surprise. Jake Berger.
No, I think Berger's been a surprise. It's maybe not.
Has Berger been more of a surprise than Jock?
No. Jock, I thought Jock was cooked. I thought Jock was going to get DFA'd.
Berger, 16 home runs with a 240 average, 58 runs batted in.
I was thinking about him too. I thought he was.
Was he just kind of good enough to these numbers are not that surprising to you?
Yeah, there was time last year where it's man, this guy's not even a major leaguer right now.
That's the whole lineup.
That was the whole lineup. True. I'll give you another one, and he has not been a surprise throughout the season because there's been times where he's been very disappointing. I was surprised that Mackenzie Gore took the ball in 3 days rest. That surprised the hell out of me. Guys don't do that anymore. They don't want to do that. They're not accustomed to do that. They think it's going to put them in a bad spot.
Including him. He had never done it.
And I was pleasantly surprised that he agreed to do that.
Disappointments.
Disappointments. So obviously the blinking light's Corey Seager, and that's the one that SI names. But outside of that, there's still people who I think have been really disappointing on this front. I guess I'll go with, because there are a couple different names, and maybe it's nitpicking to stop on this one. Cole Winn has not been good. And Cole Winn was somebody who, as a lot of the bullpen has stabilized, Cole Winn was somebody who you felt like you were starting to rely on last year. And for him to go through that stretch that he's had in the last month or two, where it's every other appearance, it's minimum 2 runs that he's allowing, that's been a kick to the gut for them in a couple different games. So Cole Winn's been a big disappointment to me.
Guys, it's for me, Jack Leiter.
I thought about him. The only reason why he got a pass is because he's hurt. That's it. But I mean, that's not even a great excuse.
It's his first inning stinks. His second inning's great. His third inning stinks. His fourth inning stinks, and his fifth inning stinks. If you can find a way to get to the 6th inning, he's nails.
Do an opener for 5. Right. 5-inning opener.
His ERA is in the 5s. I like him as a player. I think that he eventually, could be a really good pitcher. Middle of the rotation, not top. I don't think he'll ever be. I think Sandler and I would disagree. I think Sandler thinks he could be a 2. I think his ceiling is. On a playoff team, I think his ceiling is maybe a 3.
Sandler thinks he is Cy Young.
Yeah, maybe a 3. I think his ceiling is more likely a 4. So I think he can still be a good enough pitcher, but right now I'm pretty disappointed in where he is.
3 Rangers surprises, 3 disappointments on the Franklin and Franco fan text at 877-881-1053. Evan Carter. 188 in 223 at-bats. He has 7 home runs on the season. He's got 11 stolen bases. The WAR is a 1.7, which on this team is actually 5th best. He's got the 5th best WAR on the team, hitting 188. Tells you kind of the state of Major League Baseball today and the numbers that you can put up. But it's Evan Carter. And this offseason, and maybe in the second half, we're just going to start to ask the questions on how much more rope he should get as that still young prospect.
Yeah, he is. If he were to flame out, if this were to not work out, that he would feel so much like this team's version of like RG3 or something, where it's like, man, he popped and you were just like, this is just the beginning, and then you find out at 20 years old it was the peak. That would be pretty devastating to handle for this organization, especially after we mentioned a guy like Cole Winn, who was a first-round pick, and Rocker and Leiter are first-round picks, and we're waiting on them to kind of settle in. I think one more name that deserves,
and he's played 78 games.
Yeah. My one hold on that is he is still just 23.
Yeah,
and I can't remember who I can't remember who said this, but they said it was one of the analysts on Fox, and they were like, if you're a young kid and you're struggling in the minor and you're still in the minor leagues, like nobody sees your struggles, but the major league level, we all see it, and all these players at that same age are going to go through these struggles. I almost wonder if the Rangers should just put them back down and let them just figure things out for the rest of the year almost.
I mean, it took Josh Young like 2 or 3 games to be sent down, figure it out somehow.
Yeah, and like because. At 23, it's if you love the talent, it's way too young to just move on from it.
Yeah, I mean, well, so you loved you loved what he had,
right.
Like you loved his tools.
That his body's broke, then his body's broke.
He also was kind of a jack of all trades, though. Still, So like, I mean, what you loved was that he could kind of do a little bit of everything. He was not like necessarily
elite at anything. Yeah.
He had a great eye at the plate and everything, but he was never thought of as like, oh, he's going to be a 30 homer guy, and he's got a big strong arm in the outfield. He doesn't have those things.
Yeah, and if his body breaks down and if his body is broken, and broken down, then you have to make a different decision.
So there it is, your surprises and disappointments before the second half kicks off tonight in Atlanta against the very good Braves. Not one window, but two windows have closed for George Pickens. And what about that trade value now? We take you inside the Star Friday edition. Glad you're waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Much to RJ Choppy's disgust, the window to sign George Pickens to an extension closed on Wednesday at 3 o'clock our time. And Mike Florio, former friend, Pro Football Talk, ProFootballTalk.com, adds on his website that the practical window has closed as well. The practical window for what? Well, the practical window for dealing him. It's not impossible, but who would do it? If Pickens were traded, the new team would step into the Cowboys' shoes. There could be no long-term deal until the end of the regular season. The new team would be trading for a one-year, $27 million contract and the ability to sign him after Week 18 or tag him again at a price tag of $32 and change. Of course, the 2-year payout of $60 million could be attractive, given that the market has moved to beyond 40 per, but it's not ideal to the relationship to acquire Pickens with the intention to tag him again, even if the Cowboys intend to do so. The Cowboys would have wanted too much for George to justify a guaranteed return of 1 or maybe 2 years, and now the can gets kicked into January. And don't be shocked if the Cowboys try to drag their feet again, given that next year's tag will still be $10 million below the current bar set by JSN. At some point, and no later than March 28, the Cowboys will have to decide whether to make a much more significant financial commitment to Pickens, which means that they'll likely have to choose between keeping George or CeeDee Lamb. Mike Florio on another window that he says is closed.
I don't like that George, I think it's too restrictive for the player, that George can't be traded right now, or let's say middle of the season at the deadline, and that new team can't immediately sign him to an extension. I don't think that's pro-player at all. I don't think that's doing right by the players. I think that once you get traded from your current situation, like that rule of you can't sign him to an extension of the tag should be wiped clean.
In just a franchise tag individual separate vote, Bobby, do you think players would vote to keep the tag, get rid of the tag, keep the tag, and get rid of the second tag? Like, obviously the CBA is all the issues together, but when it comes to the franchise tag alone, do you think players would get rid of it?
Yeah, I think if they had their way, I think they would maybe not totally get rid of it. I would guess it would lean, people would want to get rid of it, but there'd be a lot of people arguing for change how it's applied, like how they set the number for the franchise tag, and then you can only do it once. Yeah. You can only tag a player once, not just
because your first round contract is really a 7-year deal.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could tag him a third time if you want.
Yeah.
It's just super expensive.
Yeah.
7-year, that's not right. That's not fair. Now they'll come back and say, "Well, you're going to average, top 5 salary in year 6 and 7." That's what they come back and argue.
If you get it right, like somebody who gets tagged. Remember, there's that whole issue for a long time there about linebackers versus defensive end. Like, what were you tagging somebody as? And so if you tagged somebody and it's like, well, I tagged Micah as a defensive end, and that's actually less than what the linebacker number is, because the linebackers, quote unquote, are like TJ Watt and guys like this, and so you end up getting paid less. So there are certain stipulations and rules that I think they'd like to change. I think it makes sense from just is this what's best for the game, and is this what's best for the players and everything else? I think it makes sense to just say you can only tag a player one time, and it's only at the end of their rookie contract. You cannot tag a veteran who's been 10 years in the league or whatever. Okay. You can't tag somebody, not just 2 years in a row. You can't tag them twice ever. If a player, and not even just a team, if a player has been tagged once, that's it. Even if he goes to a new team, that new team can't tag him. But I think it's just I understand the can't trade him or can't get a new deal done even if you trade him. Because the idea would be, if you wanted him, the league would say, if you wanted him, you could have given up picks for him in the summer, and you didn't. So we're not going to let you trade now and get the deal. If you wanted the deal done, you should have given up the picks in the summer.
Well, Bobby's favorite, Bill Barnwell, did a little exercise.
Man, he's awesome.
And yesterday, while listening to the Kansas City Masterpiece do this on the way home, I was asking myself, why is he doing this now? What is the point and purpose of
content?
Bill,
He's got to pump out 6 articles a day or whatever.
Yeah,
it
but
is.
content for trade compensation now, after we just said George Pickens basically, now that's for Pickens' individual case, but no one's trading for anyone right now. But still, this will apply to the topic we just did, so it serves our purposes of trade compensation.
Yeah, and this is hilarious. This is a hilarious article in a number of respects. But basically, the way that Bill Barnwell breaks this down, or tries to, is that you've got he'll basically list how much somebody is worth. It's not even necessarily that they will go for this much, but like this is what their real value is.
This will turn you. This will finally turn you on Barnwell.
I almost wrote yesterday in this when I put this in my prep. I almost wrote that this is the end of our relationship, but it's not. It's I came to my senses.
So the list here, because he'll list several draft picks and he's got different categories within each team, and he lists every team's player. 1 first-round pick and more for the Cowboys. These are guys who are not. When he says and more, that does not mean 2 picks. That means or 2 first-rounders. That means a first-rounder and some other pick that's not in the first round.
Could be 2 twos.
Yep, could be a player.
Seventh.
Could be a first and a player or something, but it's not 2 first-round picks. When he says a first and more, it just means something extra. Tyler Booker, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Tyler Smith, Quinnen Williams. Would you like to say anything about that before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I mean, Dak Prescott would be traded for 2 first-round picks.
Yes, that's absurd to think that he goes for, and it doesn't even matter how much the contract is. He goes for 2 firsts to any team.
I do think he undervalued a couple of the quarterbacks.
He said Purdy goes for a flat first and not more.
Like no more.
A single first-round pick, no extra compensation.
Yeah, I think he undercut a couple of the QBs, Dak being one of them. I think Dak.
Meanwhile, Josh Allen went for 7 first-round picks.
And Mahomes did 7.
Mahomes, God!
Mahomes went for 7. Caleb went for 4. We had a lot. I mean, you had a lot of guys out there.
You have Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from the Dolphins, who was not that good last year.
Drake May went for 6 first-round picks.
He says Kenneth Grant goes for a first-round pick next year.
Who is that?
Exactly. Defensive tackle from Michigan, who did not have a good year for the Miami Dolphins.
Are you surprised that Tyler Booker got put on here, that he'd be worth a first?
Yeah, because guards generally don't. I mean, if it was a single first, I could maybe argue that. A first and more, guards don't typically get traded for that.
Tyler Smith, you agree with?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Booker, I was a little bit surprised, but yeah.
Booker and Smith having the same compensation seems odd.
He undercut Dak.
He undercut Dak. He undercut Purdy.
He undercut CD. CD would go for 2 firsts.
What did Waddle get?
Like 2 firsts and a third or something?
CD would go for 2 firsts.
Next up, a single first-round pick. Malachi Lawrence and Caleb Downs, the guys you just drafted.
That makes sense. I mean, they would have to go for at least a first.
It does not make sense. A first, yes, minimum. But, it's a first and more for Downs, 100%. It's a first and more for any player. Any player who is considered because think about what a team's giving
I always
up.
wonder that right after the draft, it's like driving the car off the lot. Does the first-round pick immediately go down in value or go up? You're saying it immediately goes up.
Think about it from this terms. If Dallas was sitting there at 11, where they picked with Miami, and somebody wanted to come up and trade for Caleb Downs, then what Barnwell's saying is just give them your first-round pick. That's what he's worth. You guys just trade spots.
Yeah, no additional comp.
No, that's not what that's worth. Every team, when they trade away their pick, gets something else in return. What he's saying is that teams would reasonably expect that you could go, here, first-round pick. Now I'm going to have you lose the first-round pick you made for this entire year. You're going to get nothing in return for this year, and you have no idea where the roulette wheel's going to spin and give you next year. There's no team, any player who's a first-rounder right now, if you gave up your first, it would take minimum first and a conditional 7th or something. Mm-hmm. You're not getting just equal value for what you just spent a couple months ago and then not getting the player.
He was pretty. I went through he was pretty standard on that with rookies.
Yeah, he's pretty standardly dumb.
Now he wasn't with Mendoza because quarterback overall number 1, he got 3 firsts. but for non-quarterback, Thieneman was a single first. Now we know it was a singular first. Who did Washington take? Styles. He went for a singular first.
It's just wrong, though. It doesn't make sense. There's no team that would expect that. There's no team that would ask for that. No, like every team would know I'm paying more than a first. And then finally, missing out, Brandon Aubrey and George M.F. Pickens.
Man, I have been. Well, this is just an opinion piece, but I was 1 for 3 on Pickens this offseason. I thought that he and Mulligetta would make it much uglier. I was wrong there. I was wrong about what teams would trade for him. This could be the first dent in my cock master title.
I hate when there's a dent in that.
As the king of compensation. I did say in a perfect world, I would like him just to be tagged and wait and see. So the Cowboys are executing that approach, but George Pickens wouldn't be traded for a 1, according to Barnwell.
He said if they would have been,
this is the one he's right about.
He said if somebody was willing to deal a first for him, he'd probably already be on a different team.
I think Dallas would have taken a first for him this offseason.
Man,
they just don't like talent.
But
that's what it is.
Everything else he said was ridiculous. That's why you're the king of compensation. He's the value assessment joke.
Value assessment joke.
Oh, yes.
You got it.
All right. There you go. But come on now. I still don't agree.
With the Pickens thing?
Yeah.
I don't agree with it either.
Although everyone would say, well, no one gave up a first for him this offseason.
I mean, sooner or later, like the market has decided on him.
Yeah.
And we disagree with the market.
I don't know that the market's decided on him. I think that's the whole point.
They're undecided.
The market is not certain
undecided.
of him.
Yeah. So here, my whole thing with George, and I understand the off the field stuff, or some of it's even on the field, like in the Detroit game, right? I just push back on the. This is the only year he had a quarterback. He had an elite, great football season, and then the other ones, people are saying, well, he didn't do this at Pittsburgh, and I just look at it like, of course he didn't. He didn't have a quarterback. So that's how I approach it.
But aside from the stats, you have to acknowledge
he's a wild card.
When they dealt for him, he was known as the biggest cancer in the league.
1,000%.
So now we're saying, let's say it out loud.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it as a group. For 3 years, everyone thought he was a pain in the ass. Then he goes to Dallas. Yes, he gets a quarterback. He puts up the stats. Yeah. Is this a case of be on your best behavior? So we're just going to flush the 3 years. We're going to get rid of all that. All the talking and all the headache, and Mike Tomlin can control him. We're just going to ignore the 3 years and say, oh, yeah, we got the 1 year, fresh new place. Here's $35 million.
I would say that, you say it was a cancer. I say we always had a cure for it, and we just hit it the whole time.
Oh, man.
But they would
talk about last night's speech, too, while doing politics.
Is there a speech?
They would,
according to Spittle, there was.
They would also say Amari Cooper performed without quarterbacks throughout his career. Justin Jefferson performed without quarterbacks throughout his career. So to them, that's not a good enough excuse. They're like, if I'm going to pay you at the top, you haven't shown that you can perform outside of a structure.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading Spittle's email.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Thanks for joining us inside the Star on your home of the Cowboys. Choppy with a round 2 British Open update. And don't get excited, Bobby, but the Wings were canceled.
No!
Oh, no. Oh, gosh.
Next.
After
you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Pepe, who was shirtless out on a boat yesterday, enjoying his time on the water in Alabama.
He looks happy. I would be too if I had 12 weeks of vacation that I'd taken this year.
The other day in our sales meeting, huge tolos, by the way, over at Dealer Auction. They love Bobby's AI bits.
Hell yeah!
And they're going back to the Live 105 days. And they were they were talking about the station, and Blumenthal, the sales associate in there, is like, well, you get They go, does it drive you crazy when G-Bag doesn't have to work for Ranger games? And I said, yes, it does.
Oh, the lockout will be so funny.
Yeah, that will be hilarious. And then Stephanie goes, well, don't you guys get unlimited vacation? And I was like, well, Chicoline gets unlimited vacation.
We don't get unlimited vacation.
We may get unlimited vacation, but I still try to keep it to like 15 days a year, probably like a dummy, when we could be stretching it out much more.
You're actually undercutting, because when they went to this unlimited, we were already at 4 weeks. We were already at 20 days, you and I. So.
And then she goes, well, you take paternity. And I was like, have a kid, and you'll know it's not a freaking vacation.
Get a date.
DealerAuction.com. Stephanie, in case you want to throw me any more ads.
We should play the Magic Johnson bit if G-Bag won't.
No.
Please, it's so good.
No. British Open update round 2.
All right, so overnight, now in the 13th hole, Lucas Herbert was even par. He is 8 under today through 13 holes.
Always said Herbert was underrated.
I do not know him. I think he's an Aussie. I do not know much about him, though. Morikawa is in third place. He's 3 back. He's 5 under par. Patrick Reed right there as well. Sungjae Im, Corey Connors. You got Molinari, who's a champion. Bryson DeChambeau is at 300. DeChambeau gets going around 9 o'clock this morning. You had a really good leaderboard overnight. And then as these guys have taken the course today, or a lot of these guys in their early days, or early part of the day today, I assume it's not very windy there if you got a guy 800 through 13. So that's probably what has gone on. So if the winds pick up, you might see this whole tournament get flipped on its head, because a lot of the guys like Scheffler and, some of these other players have afternoon tee times. And if they got afternoon tee times there, wind picks up, it's got some teeth.
Bryson DeChambeau with a very nice first round, sitting at -3. And yesterday we played the audio of Nick Faldo, the golf legend, basically calling Bryson a golf dummy. Not very strategic whatsoever. And apparently that got back to Bryson after his round.
You know, I think you've got to be a lot more strategic out on the golf course, and I feel like I did a really good job today of being incredibly strategic and focused super hard and placing it in the right places. Besides 18, I placed the ball in some good areas, but just need to get more fairways. Other than that, I felt like my strategy was nice today.
I like it.
Well done. Golf clap.
It's good.
Very nice. Bravo. Sir Nick came at him, and Lord Bryson is coming back.
So the Dallas Wings Liberty game got canceled because
Cancel Liberty
because of New York's flight chart plane situation, charter situation. They had some troubles with weather in New York. Obviously, we've had some troubles with weather in DFW. So Wings Liberty got canceled because of travel.
Yeah, air traffic issues, charter flight issues. You know, a lot of times it could be not having enough pilots for the charter flight, or
I thought Caitlin fixed this.
Broken plane. That is true. I thought she did fix it, but anytime you're dealing with New York City and there were air traffic problems,
They were sitting on the tarmac for 10 hours.
that's a problem.
Oh.
That's a problem. Are they allowed to deplane? Because they have the FAA law says you got to be able to deplane for like 2 hours.
DFW had over 900 storm-related delays and a 1-hour FAA-mandated ground stoppage, causing chaos at DFW Airport, according to this CBS Sports article.
It was bad. It was bad. It was yesterday, the day before, last 2 days really. there's been like a wicked storm that's pop up out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yesterday it was sunny and bright the whole day. I hear thunderstorms.
Yeah.
I fall asleep. I wake up. There's rain on the ground.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
And then at night, like 6:37, boom, got hit.
Yeah. Got hit again. It's like, where did this come? This wasn't on the radar.
Last time that a WNBA game was postponed, 2023, because of air quality issues in Brooklyn.
Oh, that's happening now too? My buddy lives in Michigan. He said all the smoke's coming down.
So my boy in D.C. is texting me right now. He goes, my Wild Fork beef rib cook, yes, they delivered to D.C., has been canceled because we have smog and air issues in our neighborhood. And he goes, and I don't want to be insensitive to it. And then 2 minutes later...
Insensitive to the beef rib?
Insensitive to, it's like we have...
I don't want to contribute to this.
Yeah, it's like, where's this extra smoke coming from? And it's hints of pecan wood or cherry. But then this a-hole writes back 3 minutes later, and he goes, and he'd be mad at me if I read this about whatever. He's in D.C. He's like, I also think it could contribute to the taste of the beef rib. I don't want the... So I was like, oh, people are asking you, why do you cook today? It's not the insensitivity. It's, I think my flavor profile will be affected by this.
It's bad. Like they had a baseball game last night.
Chicago. I think he works for our company now. My old boss in Kansas City, Ryan McGuire, took a picture of the Chicago sky, and he's like, not great air quality. I'm like, how many places is this hitting and affecting?
The whole north. My buddy, like I said, my buddy's in Michigan. He's like sending photos from his backyard. You can't even see the neighbors. There was a baseball game last night. There was a delay, and they showed a shot like through the left field wall, and over left field, like into the horizon. And I'm like, oh man, it's smoggy up there. What the heck's going on? And then I saw all these wildfires that are popping up in Canada that are just awful. And that's people are losing their homes.
I'm not doing it for the planet. I'm doing it so I don't have to hear complaining from neighbors or have my beef ribs taste like plastic. So there he is. Way to go, Nick.
Why was it? Oh, name drop too. Why was it? Why was a game canceled in 2023 for air quality if that's outside and you're in an arena?
Flights, travel, wildfires in Canada. So,
No. I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about the 2023 one, the one in Brooklyn.
I'm telling you about that. Air quality issues in Brooklyn caused by wildfires in Canada.
Oh, I think of air quality issues as being like, there's too much pollution in the air, guys. Go in to save your lungs.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar nominated by some for worst take after he went at Caitlin Clark also.
Yeah, he said it's an insult to call Caitlin Clark the face of the WNBA.
There we go, Lou.
Oh, God.
He says, don't get me wrong, she's very good, possibly even a great player. But calling any one player this is where I think it was a little bit misleading of the headline because he did go into detail. Calling any one player the face of a league, absent sort of on-court and cross-platform dominance of a Michael Jordan or LeBron is an insult to an awful lot of great players, starting with A'ja Wilson, who's won 3 titles and 4 MVP awards in her first 7 years in the league. I would say, I do agree. Like, the face of the league doesn't always have to be the best player in the league. That's happened plenty of times.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark is literally what he described there. She is cross-platform.
Yeah.
Like, that's what she is. I mean, there's no charter flights without Caitlin Clark.
I think back to league takeovers, and you can go back and watch The Last Dance and do the history on the NBA. But the two instances there where I don't remember players speaking up and trying to get in the way of it. Rodman did. Magic and Larry taking over. How much jealousy? How much were people trying to tear down the Golden Goose? And Rodman, I think it was Rodman, and then Isaiah ended up agreeing that, if Larry Bird wasn't white, he'd be just a regular old player. So that was a little shot at Larry. And then Michael's takeover, I don't remember people speaking up. Now, when he was drafted, you had, I think, Mark Eaton and other big men saying, this is a big man league.
Yeah.
You're not going to come in here and one player isn't going to win it. And people were saying that, a scoring champion and someone like Mike isn't going to win titles. But I don't remember people being dumb enough to get in the way of the Golden Goose. The problem and issue for the rest of these WNBA players, whoever has this issue, I won't speak for all of them, you're so much of you're cutting off your nose to spite your face.
They're insecure, man.
That's what you're doing. Shut up. You could take your cheap shots on the floor with her, get out of the way, be quiet, and stop overvaluating the delusional overvalue of themselves and what they actually are without her causing all these headlines is so dumb and it's so counterproductive. And it doesn't stop.
I want them
Take aside whether she's overrated. Bobby throws out all the stats all the time. It does not matter.
Doesn't matter.
We know she's the most polarizing person. We know that. We talk about it only really because of her. That's it.
That's it.
And for the rest of these players to be so damn stubborn is so damn dumb.
It's so dumb. I just want them to go.
Let my finger roll speak for itself.
And go Google Phil Mickelson, not the stuff that's out there now. Google Phil Mickelson back in like 1997.
Did he hate on Tiger?
No, not really.
Did the rest of golf, besides Fuzzy?
I was going to say Fuzzy Zeller did.
But Phil, in these interviews, says, this guy made me so much money. You have to embrace it. Whether you think she's great, whether you think she sucks, she's the only reason that anyone talks about your league.
She's also an irritant. She never stops talking. She's in people's face. She's clapping. She's an irritant.
But she also has advocated for like the other players and don't make it about me. Like she didn't ask for it, obviously. She's doing commercials, but I still think that's a little bit irrelevant. Like she can be an irritant, get your revenge on the floor, beat her up, do what you got to do. But like, why are you? It's like if Howard. Well, I won't use Howard Stern nowadays.
I just don't know.
A rock star came into this building. And the rest of the community, it's like if we went and got Kid Craddock and three other legendary names around here throughout Dallas radio, brought them in. Everyone in the community started listening and hops on board to this bandwagon of this 100,000 watt blowtorch. And we're sitting there publicly discrediting them and crapping on them when everyone gets more additional advertisements, reads, and bonuses. It's the same thing. You're being dumb. You're stupid.
And I can feel that way. Like I would understand that. But also then if Howard Stern was here, whoever, and they were like the entire show, like drawing me off sides, eventually I'd just be like, I don't care how much money you regulate. I hate you. And there's a little bit of that. By the way, she is 4th in 3-point percentage.
There we go. Irrelevant.
4th.
All this is irrelevant.
On her own team. She's 36th in the WNBA, and she's first by a full turnover per game in most turnovers.
All of it is irrelevant.
A full turnover!
Doesn't matter.
None of it matters.
She's the only reason the league matters.
She's the only reason that
the league doesn't matter.
Talked about, and it just, my gosh.
Unrivaled, baby.
Tony
Unrivaled.
Kukoc with the ponytail.
Unrivaled.
877-881. She's unrivaled? Oh, the league unrivaled.
The league unrivaled.
877-881-1053. Maybe Peyton Russell was already being messy in Alabama. Maybe he should be McGregor as well. Full refunds for everyone and our final Daughtry ticket giveaway after this. And this is
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rebound secured by KO. De La Rey upstairs!
Colecchio Semele?
What?
Colecchio Semele?
What is that?
KO.
Bobby,
Yeah.
let me do the show.
I didn't know my mic was on, to be honest, when I said it.
There you go. There was the highlight last night from Mavs Summer League. Aiden getting his laugh in the hallway. It's a Friday edition. As that moment right there just told us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. NBA Summer League winners and losers. I love this write-up, except I don't, from CBSSports.com. Braden Berries looks like the key piece as the Bucks enter new era.
Man, they had a couple of guys go for 20-something.
This was my guy. You sat there and took Burries right there with Merez Johnson from Michigan. The number 10 overall pick out of Arizona has showcased why he can make an immediate impact for a rebuilding Milwaukee roster during his first 2 games in Sin City. Top of the draft class, as good as advertised. The top 4 picks all had encouraging performances. We saw Cam Boozer against the Mavericks. Darren Peterson has been balling out. DeBonsa is already shutting it down. But I think the number 1 clear winner is Caleb Wilson. I already knew from my 5-minute YouTube study, he was the best athlete, the most freak athlete in the draft. He scored 35 in his debut. At North Carolina, he hit 7 threes in his career. He hit 7 threes in his first Summer League game. If this cat starts hitting a jumper or a 3, it could be over. So Caleb Wilson blowing everyone away already. Braden Berries contending for MVP. He's been fantastic in his first 3 games, finished with 23, 8, and 6 while shooting 8 of 15 from the floor. Now, again, you could take plenty of Summer League stat lines over the years and box scores, and it means absolutely nothing. But look for traits. 2 positives from his Summer League. He's playing good defense and is stretching the floor, and Berries appears poised to play a significant role as they start the post-Giannis era. Their other first-round pick, Choppy, Nate Ament, will be a work in progress. He's yet to eclipse double-digit points in the first 3 games. Speaking of...
He said 23 last night.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
I got this article yesterday or 2 days ago. Speaking of post-Giannis real quick, Pat Riley at the Giannis press conference said, we landed the plane, we still have 1 more. So people are like, okay, is LeBron going? I threw down my money on underdog for LeBron to Miami, and Rich Paul was apparently seen in San Antonio yesterday for some reason.
Oh, there's not a whole lot of reasons to go to San Antonio.
I was like, how many other clients does he have there? Is De'Aaron Fox a client of his as they're trying to work out where to get rid of him? Loser. Summer League recap. Fans hoping to see top talent play more than 2 games as the Wizards announced that AJ is shutting it down. De'Aaron is?
Fox is one of his guys.
Fox is one of his guys.
Yeah, so AJ played his 2 games and then he was gone. And each team has their own plan for every player. I think Cooper played 2 games and he was done.
Merez played 2. I don't think he's played since.
Because his initial plan was 5.
Now, Sergio De La Rey played yesterday. You didn't even mention his 14 assists.
Why would have without your stupid little off-mic comment? Yeah, he didn't have any points.
Well, what would have 8 shooting? That's why we're not talking about
He
it.
had all the assists.
So the initial plan with Merez was 5 games. They were gonna alter that minimum 5. They were gonna alter that as it went along. But he has gotten himself into some foul trouble. And they don't do a normal. They give 10 fouls for this. It's just fouls as many as you want.
Oh,
yeah. I think it's it's a lot.
It's a lot.
They let you work it out.
He's got 14 fouls in 2 games.
And are they experimenting with that new free throw?
Yes.
Rule? Did you guys talk about that while I was out?
No, we didn't.
Oh, explain it.
So it's basically 1 free throw now. They're experimenting with this at least. I think they did this in the G League, but instead of shooting 2 free throws,
yep.
You get 1, and if you make it, you get no points. I'm sorry, if you make it, you get 2 points. If you miss it, you get none.
I love it. I've been calling for this because of pace of play. I think that the free throw stop down is the biggest pump the brakes in all of sports. I hate it. I look for something else to do, even with the 2 shots being attempted, unless it's in a clutch moment. What I don't like about this is if you're shooting a 3 and you get fouled, one make should not count for 3 points.
1,000%.
That's a problem.
I still think you should shoot all 3.
We'll cut down on fouling. People are going to back off.
For sure.
Well, people are going to argue that this will increase injuries because there'll be no stop down time. You won't get that rest. You won't get that blow.
Right. That's true.
Stoppage time.
I don't know, man. I feel like...
But I hate free throws.
I hate them too, but I also feel like you got to earn, like, I would never want them to do this in a playoff. Ever. Free throws are some of the most tense moments.
Yeah. True.
Right? And then it's
how much would Shaq love this rule?
Yeah, knowing you've got to make 2 free throws, down 2 to tie the game, versus I only need to make 1 to tie the game, and I'm getting the 2 points.
Does that increase the value if they do this full time of a Mitchell Robinson who goes to the Celtics? Or you think about that, someone's
terrible free throw shooter.
Yeah, I mean it does cut both ways though, because if you just have the off chance that you miss. It's a guy who would normally split free throws. If he just misses 1, he's out on both of them.
Other Summer League winners and losers, the Acuff versus Mikael Brown matchup. Acuff finished with 26 points, 5 assists. Brown had 16 points and 5 assists in a blowout win. So that's a little recap of the Summer League, courtesy of CBSSports.com. Had a lot of sports, a lot of different types of sports. Let's figure out how the ratings have been doing.
All right, so Conor McGregor and his fight that he had, air quotes, against Max Holloway, this got some pretty good numbers. Nearly 16 million people viewed this on Paramount Plus.
For 16 seconds.
Are
they taking it from the start of the bout or the whole card?
My assumption is it's the start of the bout. It says the event. It just says the event.
By the way, Conor trying to win one over with the people, and this was Peyton Russell's idea. Conor says should be a full money refund for everyone who bet on him, myself included. He said it should be overturned to a no contest, thereby entitling bettors to a refund.
And if I'm Vegas, I say, you paying that, Conor?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. So it had 8 million concurrent streams, which is I guess... all at the same time. I don't know how they factor that in, but that's for the live average minute audience for the main card was 6.5 million. So right at the time of the main card, so 16 million people in total tuned in at some point during the evening. Next one is some of these World Cup ones. The Argentina-England game got nearly 26 million viewers on both Fox, at 15 million on Fox, 11 million on Telemundo. That's pretty big. For reference, the final in 2022 in the USA got only 22 million.
Whoa.
So that was the final a couple years ago, got 22 million. So that's a decent uptick. England and Norway got 22 million this year. Holland, obviously, and England.
And people want to adopt Holland even more. After yesterday, he was hitting golf balls off a boat, listening to Ella Langley, who's coming to Dickies.
Yeah, he loves golf. I've seen some videos of him. He was playing golf, the week in Miami, leading up to their game against England. He was playing some golf.
Augusta says he has the look for it.
Fox has seen a 10% increase year to year on Major League Baseball games, get about 2.6 million per broadcast.
Wow.
I'm stunned the All-Star Selection Show got 6 million viewers on Fox. But then I noticed that they put it between 2 World Cup games. So they sandwiched it in there. So you're going to get a built-in audience. That was kind of manufacturing. And I know you had something on the Home Run Derby.
Yeah, the Derby numbers were down. Lowest numbers in a long time, 5.3 million viewers, smallest audience since 2003. Well, I think it's it's a little bit dishonest not to include the fact that this was on Netflix
first time,
versus ESPN.
Yeah, and I don't know how many people knew it was on Netflix versus...
Yeah.
ESPN's got a great promotional arm. I've always said all these leagues should take less money from their television partners to get on ESPN.
Yep. So lowest viewership in more than 2 decades, but it was on Netflix.
It was on Netflix.
So they say, I was just looking this up, Netflix has apparently 90 million domestic subscribers, whereas ESPN reaches about 60 million households.
Yeah, but like,
Whoa.
Which I would have been certain ESPN had more.
But I go to ESPN every day.
Right,
I don't
but
go to Netflix
access
every day.
is there.
But there's more.
There's more.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
well,
more.
then maybe
But
this
now-
number does
But
mean.
I think the number still is important. 'Cause
buzzer.
There's a lot of people who don't. There's a lot of people who don't know, like, didn't know it had moved or didn't know where to get it, or so the thing is still relevant. I think because it's everybody knows.
Yeah.
Turn to ESPN, something will be there.
Does Netflix, they're not running commercials on network TV, right?
what
So
they-
it's not like you're going to see the commercials and the ads and the promos for it
Right.
while watching the World Cup.
You would have to turn Netflix on, and then it would be right there front page.
I think it gets a read. I think it got a read in some baseball games or something, like tune into the Home Run Derby on Netflix. Like I think it got some of those, but that'd be it.
All right. Conor McGregor's trying to fight for people who lost money on that joke of a bout. People are trying to fight for FIFA prices. We're trying to get this thrown to the courts because of the ticket prices.
Germany is handling things for us, is what we found out. So a court in Germany has ordered FIFA to change their World Cup ticketing prices ahead of the final. Like, this is an immediate injunction. And apparently FIFA is going to face, it says the preliminary injunction was issued under a threat of a fine of up to €250,000 or $287,000 per violation, or, quote, imprisonment for up to 6 months, leveled against FIFA president Gianni Infantino, as well as Secretary General, not even going to try and pronounce that name. But FIFA getting threatened right now that they say they need to have more transparency about their ticketing prices and how they're setting prices and what's actually being surged and what's due to availability.
That's my next soccer documentary. It's going to be the FIFA one on Netflix.
there is one.
Oh, the Beckham one was amazing. It was so good. I'm trying to watch the Ronaldinho one. The problem is they're speaking over it in English, and I never take like the voiceover person seriously. Oh, yeah. It's just something always off with that to me. And speaking of other countries, this was a group of London fans recapping what they liked and thought about Texas while the World Cup was in Arlington.
We live northeast of London in the UK. Stands out more than anything else being in Texas is everyone is so friendly. They're so prepared to take the time to help you, to talk to you, to be interested in why you're here. It's amazing.
There's two things that probably shocked me about America and Texas. First of all, is how big the portion sizes are. Everything is definitely bigger in Texas. And secondly, how kind everyone is.
I love America, but I couldn't live it.
Why?
There's nothing beats home.
What was that last part?
Nothing beats home.
Okay. Where was that from?
I think
Send
it was,
that to Peyton?
I thought it sent to Peyton. I think it was from CBS.
Peyton May.
Yeah.
Probably. Did she ever DM you back, Jacob? And Jacob's girlfriend, he was DMing Peyton May on behalf of Bobby.
Oh, business matters only. Yeah. Business matters only. No, I haven't heard a peep yet. So.
Oh, she didn't write back?
She didn't write back.
Wow.
That's the biggest bummer about the World Cup ending. Her live shots.
Oh, my gosh. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel fan text. Fox 4 going to be cut off in your home like Netflix.
Oh, Carter already made sure of that.
Very, very sweet. All right, you recovered nicely from the beginning of the segment. Commercial free next with our final Daughtry ticket giveaway. And let's throw in a Friday college kegger.
Oh, baby.
The Longhorns are not a contender, and is there a Texas Tech money trail? We'll ask Jacob Ray about it as well. Commercial free in the Expressway, along with the junk drawer next.
On RJ right here on 105 through the Fan. It's the Expressway on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Do we have a money trail in Lubbock?
Uh-oh, Jacob Ray.
Turn that mic on, Jacob.
It's always something, man.
It is always something. Cody Campbell, he is the co-founder and CEO of Double Eagle Energy Holdings. It's an oil and gas company. I'm sure you've heard of him before.
Former offensive lineman.
We have talked about him many the time on this show. He was a 4-year letterman under Mike Leach. He is the biggest name, the biggest threat to the establishment, if you will. He is one of the power brokers, if not the power broker, in collegiate athletics right now. He is Mr. NIL. He gives them all the money. Well,
he is the most important person who is not a coach or athlete in college football.
And he's you either love him or hate him. And even if you don't like Texas Tech, you might still love him because of what he's doing. But, so he's a mega donor. And as you remember, during the whole Brendan Sorsby situation, he was going to, and the big, he had obviously sued to get back and being able to play again. He won. The Big 12 said they were going to potentially sue, and that they were going to try and say, you know what, we're not doing it. We're going to ban them. Or some of the league's members were saying we're not going to play them. Whatever. Well, Ken Paxton, who is running as a Republican in the Senate race, and who had beat Cornyn recently, he decided to say, if you do this, I will sue you. Okay?
I thought you were reading Spittle's email earlier.
Just giving the facts here. However, the day before Ken Paxton said this, it is revealed that he received a $274,300 donation from Cody Campbell.
Coincidence.
The day before, $275K.
The day before.
Yeah.
The day before.
Now, Cody Campbell has given to Ken Paxton in the past, but I believe it was in the range of like $30,000.
Like 30 grand.
Yeah.
30 grand. 274,000. I mean, that's big boy change.
Yeah.
That's big boy change.
That's a lot. Look, I say, okay, what's the next story to this? This is how politics.
This is how politics works.
This is how things work, right? This is why contributions exist.
Yeah.
If I was giving $275,000, unless it was to a relative who was running for office, it would not just be out of the kindness of my heart. I would expect something back. So I don't know necessarily what rules this breaks. I don't very much care about this as some smoking gun to catch Cody Campbell and Texas Tech. Yeah. This is the way.
And this was June?
Yeah, I think it was in June.
He made $300,000 in other donations in June as well. To Greg Abbott, Beau French, and Christy Craddock.
Yeah, you're right. This is how politics works. They all take money.
Yep.
They all do this. There's PACs and corporate PACs and APACs and small individual donations of $200 or less, and then large. They all do it, and it's kind of stinks because the rich people just buy up what they want.
Yeah.
But that's the way of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you can also get all the donations you want. That doesn't. Never mind. I'm gonna start getting into Citizens United stuff. Anyway, so go ahead.
But that's now people are saying like, hey, look, this is the paper trail. This is
paper trail to what?
To why?
What's the violation?
It looks like a form of a bribe.
Yeah, there's not really necessarily like a NCAA violation that's part of this.
Yeah,
it's just by the way, this is kind of how this whole thing happened.
Yeah, it speaks to, in the minds of a lot of people now, I think he's, regardless of what decisions being made, knowing Cody Campbell's donation history, I think he's probably making the donation anyway. It's just now, if anything, it maybe opens up more questions of why did you choose to send the letter. That less about Cody Campbell, I think it opens up more questions on the other side.
Jake, do you and Red Raider fans love Cody Campbell? Like, do you feel like he's a player in the game that gives you guys a shot?
I think so. I think he's transformed the school. What's really interesting to me is the way he's choosing to spend his money. Like Texas Tech right now, they have the number one commit next year. His name's Jalen Brewster. He's a defensive tackle out of Cedar Hill. He is like days away from flipping to LSU. And apparently Texas Tech is not willing to match the bidding price for him. which is very strange to me because you're going and you're donating this money. You don't want to pay for your players. And then yesterday, Texas Tech announced that they're changing the name of their football stadium. Now, right now,
Jones Family Stadium?
Right now, it's Jones AT&T Stadium, and it's Cody Campbell Field. So I don't know what that's going to change to.
Wait, the name of the stadium is Jones AT&T?
Yeah, it's called the Jones AT&T Stadium.
The Jones AT&T Stadium?
Yeah.
Yeah, some Jones guy. I don't know.
I think it's Edward Jones. I think it is.
The financial dude, Edward Jones?
So.
What is it called? The Jones?
Yeah.
It's named after Clifford B. and Audrey Jones.
Just kidding, not Edward Jones.
Not Edward Jones.
It is Texas Tech's third president.
The Jones. I don't know if I've ever heard a dumber name of the Jones.
Maybe because it's both of them, Clifford and Audrey, so it's the Joneses.
All right, Jones, and then that apostrophe thing that's very
Jones is AT&T,
tough to keep in mind for plural.
Yeah.
But still, the Jones AT&T. Okay.
I mean, it is in Lubbock.
I bet if you asked
Easy, Tom Brady.
I bet if you asked Texas Tech fans, 100 out of 100 of them would say they'd get, like, if it was like you got to pick Joey McGuire or Cody Campbell. Like most of it, and I don't think there's another program where you pick the donor over the head coach.
That they would pick Cody.
They would pick Cody 100 times out of 100.
Okay.
I'd take Joey in a heartbeat. I shook his hand though, so I'd take Joey in a heartbeat.
Was he Sinatra? You shook his hand, and that means you got to. Yeah, I'm taking the donor. I mean, Jimmy Haslam is
well, especially at Tech, where
Joey,
now you're a factor.
Joey didn't make you a contender. Cody Campbell did.
Right. Well, and that's the case at even at schools that
are they a contender?
Yeah, I think so.
Even at schools like Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Oregon, doesn't matter where, Michigan. No one's going there for free, right? You got to get the money. The donor is the one that matters.
College football kegger here on Sean and RJ, commercial free in the Expressway on the Fan.
All right, so CBS has because we are inside of 50 days. We are inside of 50 days before the start of the college football season.
Coming up quick.
And CBS has the playoff contending tiers. Did we miss something? Did Texas go? I thought they were the preseason going to be number 1 or number 2 team in the nation. Am I wrong on this?
I thought so too.
No.
I thought so. The clear frontrunners: Ohio State, Oregon, Miami, Georgia, Notre Dame.
Man.
That's the tier 1.
Say it again.
The clear frontrunners. These 5 programs are the clear national championship frontrunners, no matter who you ask inside the sport, in no particular order. Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oregon, Miami, Georgia.
Okay.
Next one, program leadership should prevail. Excellent coaching. They would waltz into the CFP if their schedules were easier. So Texas does have a very difficult schedule. I think I saw it was number 1. It was the most difficult schedule in the nation.
If Ohio State's number 1, you got to play Ohio State right out of the gate. Second week.
And I think Ohio State is the second toughest schedule in the country. And part of that is they have to play Texas.
We get Tennessee, though, so that's
part of it. Indiana and Texas. And the write-up is they check every championship caliber box. The horns of elite talent at the most important positions, enviable depth, built to withstand the inevitable bumps of a playoff run, expectations sky high, because they should be. Sark has assembled one of the most deep rosters in the sport. Anything short of a trip to the Final Four would be a disappointment. Is that your bar?
Yeah. I think, personally, I think Sark could be in some trouble if they fall short.
So if they get to the Final Four and lose?
No, if they're not in the Final Four. Like, if they're short of the Final Four is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Final Four is because, one fumble, those teams are going to be all just about even at that point. One bad play here or there can screw the whole thing up.
Yeah, or a whole bad season for March.
They belong firmly in the title conversation. If the schedule weren't one of the nation's toughest, they'd move up a tier in these rankings. Another 3-loss season, however, even with the schedule loaded with ranked opponents, would not guarantee a berth. So, I mean, that's... Look, I think it's very difficult to put Texas on any tier other than tier 1 this year. That is a loaded team. And there's no excuse for Arch Manning. None.
They do play Ohio State. They go on the road to Neyland. They play Ole Miss. They play LSU on the road against Missouri. on the road against A&M. Like they've got
tough schedule.
They've got a lot of teams they got to play.
Rosters with a second look. You got LSU, Texas Tech on there. And the write-up on Tech is Cody Campbell's ensured last year's title run in the Big 12 and CFP appearance with no fluke. Built from the line of scrimmage out too deep that dwarfs most others in the conference in terms of upside. After another aggressive, talent-rich transfer portal haul, Joey McGuire knows he has a team with legitimate playoff aspirations. Much like another wealthy program in the Lone Star State, the expectation has shifted from winning the conference to competing for a title. If the offensive line holds, the defense delivers another banner season, they have the balance to challenge anyone. USC, Alabama, Oklahoma on there. A healthy John Mateer changes everything. It's a local program, Bobby, so I'm going to give them some love. Venables has the experienced, dynamic quarterback capable of maximizing an offense that showed flashes of explosiveness before injuries got in his way. And, of course, one of the stingiest defenses. They also have A&M. Now, they point out they lost Colin Klein to Kansas State. He was their OC. He was fantastic. He did a great job, but it shouldn't derail their trajectory. Mike Elko, he's built them around the traits that travel in the postseason, which is elite defensive play, physicality at the line of scrimmage, and one of the deepest rosters. Then SMU is on schedule assistance looms large. So they're going to have an easier schedule. They don't have to survive a weekly gauntlet seen in the Big Ten or the SEC, so it allows them to enter December fresh and confident. So that's some of the locals.
And then Bobby mentioned Sark. We have a list of hot seats for the coaches.
Yeah, there's CBS Sports, who we've loved their lists this week, relating to Tom Landry and others. They have their 2026 hot seat rankings for college head coaches, and they break these up into tiers, basically. So they've got a rating here of a rating scale. 5 means win or be fired. 4 to 4.99 means starting to improve now. 3 to 3.99 means pressure is mounting, so on and so forth. And they're going to keep this running throughout the year. So the America's hottest seats, the guys who are win or you're out, you're done. Mike Norvell, Florida State. Dave Aranda at Baylor. And then Luke Fickell at Wisconsin. The guys who it's hot seat, now or never. The higher 4 ratings. Mike Loxley from Maryland. Shane Beamer at South Carolina, Bill Belichick at North Carolina. I don't know, I don't know that they'd get rid of Belichick after what he did last year. Like that they didn't move him then. I would think they're just going to run that contract out until he's ready to go. And then getting warmer, Lincoln Riley at USC. You've got Derek Mason at Middle Tennessee, Scott Satterfield at Cincinnati, and Bill O'Brien at Boston College. And I do think it's interesting that there's not even a getting warmer thing. And maybe it's just not there yet, but it will be by the end of the season on Sark. Because if they've waited so long for Arch, everybody has waited. It feels like this is the longest buildup, I feel like, to somebody's college football career that I can remember, like from what their breakout is supposed to be. And
are you looking at this as his last year, like he's not going to come back for a senior year?
He can't. He can't.
Why?
Because if he tears it up, he's going. I know they said he could, but he's going. Because I don't think
what if he doesn't tear it up?
If he doesn't tear it up, he's not welcome back at Texas, I don't think.
Okay.
I think we're just looking at right now, it'd be like, okay, this is 2.5 years where this has not worked. And at that point, I think people are looking at Sark like, what's going on? Like you were lauded for your ability.
Good and overhyped.
That's what Sark centered everything around. That's still a misevaluation from Sark.
But what if because we've seen
and they chased Quinn out of there. They chased Quinn out of there to get to Arch.
I think both of his uncles went back for their senior year. I know Peyton did. I think Eli did. Would it not just kind of be, that's kind of what the family does?
I'm thinking about that.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I think he can have a great year. I think he could be a finalist for the Heisman and still come back.
He's a redshirt junior. I mean, he'll be 23 and a half by the time he plays his first NFL game if he goes back.
Oh.
So, I mean, he'd be old. He'll be 23 by the next year's NFL draft. So you're talking about the draft after that, he's 24 by the time he hits the NFL.
College football kegger, commercial free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Jacob Ray in for Pepe and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's hook you up for the final time this week for turning it on, leaving it on, then the junk drawer.
Alrighty, Tolos. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Daughtry at Majestic Theater in Dallas on Saturday, November 14th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, the promo department, for getting us the tickets to hook you up with, for checking us out on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Let's clean up the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Jerry Rice, who I think is the most approachable, likable, in-person legend that there is. Someone on Jerry Rice's status, like, he'll do more interviews than most. He says what's up to people more than most. Dirk is up there as well, but like Jerry Rice is probably on a little higher all-time GOAT status than Dirk. And the other day, while playing golf, someone decided to heckle Jerry Rice, and Jerry was not having it. That wasn't Jerry. Hey. He's running.
Oh, go get him, Jerry. Go get him, Jerry.
It's a 4-7 guy. He can't catch him.
So Jerry Rice turns around. Who was that? A guy takes off. He goes, who was it? They're like, white hat. And then Jerry Rice takes off down the course and then comes back to approach his second shot. So that was pretty badass from Jerry. I love Jerry.
What do you think you're gonna? You think you're gonna outrun Jerry Rice?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I do.
Let me tell you something.
Or that Jerry was going to move on.
Right.
Like Jerry turned around and ran the opposite way of where he was hitting.
Yeah. Golf guy who goes to the golf tournament wearing his FootJoy spikes, his spikeless spikes, soft spikes. The guy who's wearing those shoes, because that's what these idiots wear at these golf tournaments.
They wear spikes?
The amount of guys.
Sent me wearing cleats to go watch the World Cup.
The amount of guys who go and show up at these golf tournaments wearing their golf shoes.
Is there a reason for it? Like the course, like I need the spikes to no.
Right.
That's walking around regular grass, right?
You're walking on regular grass. I have one caveat to this. When I went to Augusta, it was very hilly.
You don't even get a well for that.
Oh, I thought you were going to say hoodie.
No, well, yes, that too. But very hilly. It would have been a good idea on those hills when it's wet to have my spikes.
Yeah.
It would have.
What if you're going to the Byron?
If you're going to Byron Nelson,
do they call it a hill?
Huh?
Do they call it a hill? They don't call it like God's Mound or something. They don't have a rule for what you need to call it.
When it's wet, if you're an older person, like you don't want to fall.
Yeah.
I get it. But
a lot of them do go dressed up like they're playing 18.
Yeah, I saw a guy bring a sand wedge once. What are you doing with that? What are you gonna tag? You get tagged in? What are you doing?
Jerry Rice was like borderline OCD. I don't think he was ever diagnosed with it, but I mean, when you listen to him talk, like he gave interview. Kevin Smith had told us this. So Kevin Smith used to get in his head worse than any other corner in the NFL. And he said that he read a magazine article, like an SI interview or something, where Jerry talked about how he has to mow his lawn in a certain direction and everything's got. And so he knew how OCD was. So every time he said he'd pull his towel after every play, and Jerry Rice would get so freaking mad about it.
David Beckham is crazy OCD as well. The way he's sitting there organizing.
I bet you have to be a little bit, like almost at the level of it. Because I mean, like I bet that obsession is part of what gives you margins.
Yeah, but Hagelin's OCD.
That's true.
He's not in that kind.
And we're better, so.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go to Florida. One of the great...
That's your test to see if you're listening today, Kevin.
Yeah. Let's go to Florida. One of the great license plates in all of America. One of the most recognizable plates. It's a fantastic plate. It's been there forever. Same one. It's got the two oranges in the middle of it. It's a wonderful...
Sounds erotic.
It's a wonderful... I'm a plate snob. This is one of the nerd things I have. I'm a license plate nerd.
How so?
I love seeing what the different ones are like. I can tell you which ones are the good ones.
You've never
what
wanted
they look like.
Oh, in terms of the state look.
Yeah,
you're not talking about personalized.
No, the state look. Like Colorado. No, you don't like it?
What's your top three and worst three?
California is really good, man. I hate California, but it's really good.
RJ
the old school cursive California. It's very classic. I think it looks wonderful on a convertible.
On a convertible.
From a non-traditional plate, The black Texas plate, I think, is really sharp.
Okay.
Just the straight black one. I love the Florida plate. I love the Georgia plate with the peach in the middle.
All right, theme
All right, it looks very good.
Got to bring that one back. Got to bring that Texas license plate back.
That's a really good one.
I'm so mad they switched to just the black and white one.
And what is the one you're showing to the radio audience?
This is the one that was it's the what was this? This was like
2000s.
Yeah, it's this blue one. It had like the space shuttle taken off. It had the state of Texas with the Texas flag in it,
and it shows
beautiful.
all the aspects. It's got the mountains, it's got the oil, it's got the prairie, right? So I love a good license plate. But the 76-year-old woman named Nancy Delastrito got a license plate in the mail. Now, the reason she did is because her car was over 10 years old. And over 10-year-old cars, they would send you a new license plate, because your tags are expired. Well, she got one that she found was a bit R-rated.
When Nancy Delastrito went to collect her mail, she got quite the surprise, a new license plate with her vehicle registration renewal.
And I looked at it, and I said, I don't think so.
The plate reads SQZ-A55, but from a distance, those 55s can be read as S's. Well, you get the picture. Squeeze blank.
I don't think a woman that lives in a senior community that's going to be 77 years old next month will be driving around with what this plate has to say.
The plates become the talk around her retirement community, especially the men. We were with her when she showed it to one of her 89-year-old neighbors.
And this is what I received from the DMV for my new license plate. That's good for 10 years. Good?
Yeah.
And the guy, did you see the photo of the guy that was, look at this guy. This guy slays in this community.
Oh,
This guy slays in this community, man. Like, you could tell he is the 89-year-old player.
What a mustache.
Get him a test.
And those glasses.
Yeah, right. The stash, the glass, the chain, the hair. I mean, he's got great hair for 89 years old.
The DMV released last year in Texas, they released all of the vanity plates they rejected. So it's like a list of all of them. And a lot of them had to do with the number 69. People just want to put that in there. But one of them I don't like. They banned MOVEE space MF. Move MFer. They wouldn't allow that, which I don't see what's so bad with that. MF is fine, but they said they had to ban a lot of AFs too, whatever AF, and they had to ban those. So if you're an Air Force member, I guess the DMV is against you. All right, junk drawer here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go ahead and go over to another DMV issue, and this is a California DMV issue. I have never heard of a state doing something like this. California has sent out apparently over 10,000 notices to various drivers in the state, letting them know you've got a certain date to retake your test because we found through an AI scan that you cheated on your driver's test the last time we asked you to take it.
Oh.
And we are now going to make you retake the written test. This is the written test, I guess, this portion of it. So now 10,000 drivers have to retake the written test. If they don't take it by a certain date, their license is apparently suspended in the state of California. So California's cracking down. There's a lot of people who are wondering, it's super vague on what they're saying. All they say is there's an inconsistency in their driver's test. And there's a bunch of people who have submitted them online and said, I have no idea what they're talking about. And I have no idea what I would have done wrong.
I would assume, I'm a pretty conservative, I think pretty good driver.
Definitely conservative. Granny out there.
If I haven't gotten pulled over or in trouble for anything in a long time, but I'm assuming I would fail today's written test. So how do I reconcile that with the person who just passed it? And would they be a better driver than me, technically, because they can pass the test versus me, who's 44 years old, would probably fail the written part with experience versus, on the paper knowledge?
I mean,
and should we be having to retake? Do they make at any point in life? Like, people are like, you should make 80-year-olds retake.
I think you should make 80-year-olds retake the driving portion of the test. Maybe not the written. You got to. I think you absolutely
like a registration.
Absolutely should get your vision checked.
Yeah.
Mental. My dad, the state should have taken his license away, not put me in charge of doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they should.
Bobby, give like 2 or 3 sample. Look up 2 or 3 sample.
I was just looking that up here.
Questions. Go ahead, John.
But I'll tell you this. A 44-year-old, 46-year-old, 35-year-old, you have been in literally every driving condition.
There it is.
That's it.
Yep.
That's your test. A 16-year-old, my kid still has not.
I'm petrified. Like, I think about your boy a lot in terms of learning to drive here and being in these conditions. I'm petrified.
Because you and I learned on back roads.
Yeah.
We lived in the country.
I would never want to learn in a city. I'm going to be petrified 10 years from now when Ollie gets a license.
But, when he first got his license, he was starting to drive to baseball practice. And his baseball practice is in Fort Worth. So for him to drive, we made, the first couple of months, we're like, all right, you're going to take side streets, back roads. And then, after we got through the winter and we got into spring, it was like, all right, fine, just hit the highways now.
And he's comfortable. Fine.
Fine. Yeah, he's fine.
Wow.
So, first question here. When driving at night using high beams, dim your lights when you get within blank feet behind a vehicle traveling in your direction. Is it 300 feet, 200 feet, or 100 feet?
300.
When you're driving, okay, so
someone's coming towards you. When do you lower the high beam?
I would say at least 300 feet.
300.
300 is correct. You should never attempt to pass a car on a 2-lane road. True or false?
You should never attempt to pass a car on a 2-lane road?
True or false?
I would say false.
On a 2-lane road.
Like, is there a double yellow line?
I'll say true.
False.
Okay.
It is false. The minimum age to obtain an instruction permit in Texas is 14, 15, or 16.
Why is that on a test?
I don't know.
I would
think 15, but I'll say 14.
I would think 15 unless there's like a hardship.
It's 15. You must turn on your headlights blank minutes after sunset and leave them on until blank minutes before sunrise. Is it 60, 30, or 15?
Blank minutes before sunset? I would say 15 before
30.
sunset.
It's 30. 30 minutes. Sean is correct. So now you guys are what? You're at like 66% or something like that. And now the test is frozen on me.
I was just trying to think of, given the safest answer, like, the corporate things we used to do here.
But you know what? That question, do you have auto? I mean, if you have auto headlights, I mean.
Right, it kicks on.
Right, I don't even know. I never turn mine on.
I talked about Rich Paul being spotted in San Antonio as everyone's on LeBron watch. I can't believe that Adam Silver actually said this.
I can't either.
I didn't believe it was a real quote until multiple people sent it to me. Adam Silver said next season's schedule is on hold until LeBron James makes his decision.
Oh, come on.
Quote, we have to finish up the schedule, and where LeBron plays affects the schedule opening week, Christmas, so I need him to make a call on it. Wow.
This
One,
is absurd.
Two.
This is absurd.
2.5.
Does this make sense, or it's Luda?
It does make sense.
So then why is it Luda?
You want to put LeBron James on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Don't ever say it. Even if it makes sense, don't say it.
Yeah, you don't say it.
He is such a. This is the whole pandering. Like he is just terrified of players.
So also, this is where MLB and NBA differ, and I think the NFL differs from all three. NBA is about the player.
Yeah.
MLB just wants the teams.
And so does football.
Right, so does football. They're like, all right, we want the brand.
Yeah.
So the Yankees, the Dodgers, they want them. And in the NBA, it's like, no, we want the superstar.
But the Yankees and Dodgers are also highlighted because of players.
They got players.
Yeah.
But they always,
Judge and Shohei.
Yeah. But,
the early 90s Yankees were not super desirable.
They were not, but they would still be, I'm sure, I don't remember what they were doing, but I'm sure they were put on national TV.
So Tyrese Halliburton has tried to recruit LeBron. The Philadelphia 76ers, Pat Riley yesterday, I think referencing him in the Giannis presser. This is Luke Cornett off of the Spurs trying to recruit LeBron with a voicemail.
Hey, LeBron, Mr. James, LeBron. It's Luke Cornett, number 7 of the San Antonio Spurs. You yelled at me a little bit last week, or last year. Anywho, I just wanted to, kind of extend the invitation to come over here to San Antonio. We got a great thing going, a lot of young talent, It's an easy place to live, tax-free, that's always something. You can play alongside, a generational player, and Victor too. Anyways, SeaWorld, La Panaderia, if it's bussin'.
So,
Dude, you
that
can't
was pretty
fool me.
funny.
That's Tim McMahon. Howdy, partners. That's what that sounds like.
I could tell why Luke is like good, the locker room guy. That's funny.
That's funny.
That's awkward,
Yeah,
funny.
Very good. Junk
Recognizing how like where his standing is in the NBA. I liked it.
Junk drawer continuing right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, do you want Hinge, serial killer elephant, or a snake?
Hinge.
All right. The founder of Hinge is releasing an AI dating app that doesn't let you swipe or view profiles. It automatically matches who AI says you're compatible with.
Isn't this
is India.
eHarmony?
Oh.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Is this eHarmony with a robot doing it?
Did eHarmony match
I don't know.
for you?
eHarmony was they were a matchmaking service.
So it didn't you didn't have a choice of.
I think you could tell them certain things you like, but I don't think you made the selection. I think they suggested it and gave it. And you could obviously say if you wanted to go on the date or not.
Yeah,
but
it's called Overtone. It's a modern matchmaking company from the creator of Hinge, and it's coming soon. I actually think this is not that bad of an idea. Like most people,
You would never do it, and I would never do it. You want to be in control. You want to sit there and pick and choose.
I'm also extremely superficial.
Yeah.
Right, that's it.
Same.
Yeah, but if I was but that's also am I serious about dating long term?
Maybe if you're in your 40s or 50s.
Yeah. Or am I just looking for a night?
I'm going to do this with you during a break. I'm going to have.
I'm not participating.
No. I'm not going to date him. I'm going to create 4 fake female profiles or whatever, and then I'm going to have you answer some questions, and I'm going to throw it through one of these AI things and be like, which of these 4 profiles would you pick for him? And then I'm going to see if it matches with what AI would do, or if you would pick somebody else.
Because you already dominated the psycho test while you were out.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Psychopath. It was a clean.
We did the
almost
psychopath test. It was
I'm a psychopath?
It was 10 questions. Yeah, you were 8 out of 10 of them.
Yeah, I mean you dominated that way more
There's
than
a lot
the
of
spectrum
Wolchuk too.
test.
There's a lot of Wolchuk too. But
More
you still
so-
beat me on the spectrum test.
More psycho than spectrum.
Okay. I think I'd.
Oh,
Which one I'd rather be?
I think I'd prefer spectrum.
I don't know, man. Psychopaths are like Elon.
He is a psychopath. That tells you right there.
Do you think Elon's a?
I think in order to be a billionaire, you got to be a psychopath. Of some
Okay, I
kind.
thought you were going to say Elon Spectrum.
They said they did say
he might be both.
They were clear in the article. Psychopath. It does not mean murderer. They said even though a lot of people think that, it's not a trait of a murderer.
Yeah,
Or
okay.
it's not a.
You'd never be able to
trait.
murder someone.
No, God,
Except for dreams and hopes. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin fan text. That was the commercial-free expressway. Ride it on out with us into the weekend with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. They are back tonight, a second-half preview, and the Rangers' dream is getting the bad boy of baseball, Diamond Cavs, after this. This...
and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about starting a playoff run tonight? 6:15 first pitch right here, 105 through The Fan.
Great
against. It was very what?
Great hype.
Great hype. Thank you very much.
And Buzzer just followed me on Twitter, which I'm very happy about. I'm going to follow them back because I don't think RSN ever followed me. So I can't say screw them because they're still doing the broadcast. But BZZR, as Bobby tried to get it working on his
follow me too.
TV yesterday. Yeah. Whoever's over there at Buzzer, very, very smart.
Man.
Social media work already.
Yeah. To me last week.
Victory Plus never followed me. Let me unfollow them right now. You're bankrupt. Bye-bye. See you later.
By the way, Jared Sandler says tonight's game will be on CW33. If you want to watch it there, locally.
Was that like pre-planned? Or?
I don't know. I just saw him tweet. Reminder, tonight's game is available on CW33.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, if that's what they say, that's what they say. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Mentioned,
not they.
Mentioned that the game's at 6:15 tonight. I guess they're going with an opener?
Are they?
Cal Quantrill.
Quantrill has started and thrown like starter innings the last couple times. Like he went like 6 innings the last time he went out there.
Most teams, if you go around the sport and you look at who the starting pitcher is today, like the Braves are throwing Chris Sale. Roki Sasaki is pitching for the Dodgers. Garrett Cole for the Yankees. Those two teams are playing tonight. You've got like bigger name players, like Seth Lugo is one of the Royals' better pitchers. Michael King's one of the Padres' better pitchers. These guys are going. This is the first day after the All-Star break. You don't need rest. We just had a week off.
Quantrill, maybe he's a Latz scenario. So Quantrill has started. His last 4 appearances have all been starts. The first one was just as an opener in Miami. And then against Toronto, he went 4 innings. But the last 2 times he's gone out, they've had him pitch 5 and 6 innings. The last 3 starts, he's got a 1.80 ERA in 15 innings pitched. So, I mean, he's going on average about 5 innings, and he's holding guys to like a run. That's not bad.
And, he's another one, and we saw this during the draft. A lot of children of former big leaguers, Cal, his dad Paul was a long-time Major League pitcher. We saw Jim Thomey's kid get drafted this year. A couple of other players getting drafted, sons of Major League Baseball players. So let's preview the second half here.
How about the Braves? Start with them.
With
their season, the opponent that you're facing.
Yeah, I mean they've really kind of, I don't want to say overachieved, but weren't they one of the teams that you said had a pretty big win total change? Yesterday, they had a pretty big win total change in Vegas.
Well, last year was just thought to be the aberration, because the Braves were supposed to be totally back for a while.
Right.
And then they got off to the horrific start. Right. You talk about Acuna availability. Last year, they were 4th in the division. They finished 10 games under, and then you go ahead and talk about them rolling this season. Now they're leading the East by 2.5 games. They're 15 games over, and they have a plus 92 run differential, which is 3rd best in the National League.
Yeah, you don't normally see teams below 10 games below 500 like Atlanta was last year with a minus 10 run differential. You're usually not that bad.
They'd have the best run differential in the entire American League by a run.
They really needed the All-Star break. They were 48-27 on June 20th. Get your math. Get your pencil out, Bobby.
Okay.
48-27 on June 20th. At the All-Star break, they are 55-40. So they were 7-13?
Yep.
Down the stretch. They really needed the break. They split a series with the Mets. They lost 2 of 3 to the Cardinals. They lost 2 of 3 to the Giants. They lost 2 of 3 to the Cardinals again. They got swept by San Diego. They lost 4 straight at one point. They lost 7 of 8 at one point. They lost 8 of 10 at one point. They struggled down the stretch, and we'll see what happens with them as they move forward. Now, second half preview. Jeff Passan has the deadline additions for top contenders, and the Rangers are on this list. They are 46. They were at the time when he first put this out. They were just at 500, and then he added to it. But he said the dream match for the Rangers to get is a guy by the name of Dalton Rushing. Now he's a catcher for the Dodgers.
You don't have to do too much typing to do homework on this guy. I went down a Dalton Rushing rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And I could argue, not from a skill standpoint, but from a controversy standpoint, this guy could be the most polarizing dude in the entire sport.
He got into it with Shohei. There was a video a couple of weeks back of, Shohei wanted to challenge a pitch, and he said, no. And you could tell he had gotten fooled on the pitch. Either
he thought it was down.
Yeah, it also looked like he was calling for something else in the way it came in, but he thought the pitch was low. And he told Shohei no, and Shohei's like, no, I want to challenge it. And Shohei challenged it anyway, and he was right.
Yeah.
And
dude, there's like 4 different viral videos. He showed up a teammate. He was getting consoled by the entire dugout, including the team psychologist.
Yes, in the middle of a game.
He's got a slide that's only legal like 15 years ago where he tried to take a dude out. He's a trash talker. He's an irritant.
And then when he got into it with Shohei, you could see like he goes to the mound, and it's hard to do. I can't read lips like John Boy can.
Yeah.
But basically, Shohei you could tell he was talking to him like, bro. Just if I want to challenge this pitch, let me challenge this pitch.
So he doesn't need to pay.
Maybe not. But then you see Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, and like you said, the team psychologist all consoling him. And then he said in the post game that day, "I'm embarrassed. I'm a grown man. I shouldn't need other people to keep my head in the game." So
why would we want him? And is he even available since Jeff Passan threw it out there?
Yeah. Well. I mean, he is an 800-plus OPS guy, right? That's good. He's a 250-something hitter.
What's the OPS? Do you know specifically?
812.
Okay, so he'd almost be the team's leader in OPS if he got here.
Overall, not just catcher, overall. He's got 10 homers, and then it's about, you can never have enough catching. That's the old adage, right? But the thing is, and
his age.
At his age, he's 25 years old.
Yeah.
So he's going to have team control. Higgy's had big hits. We talked about Diaz. I mean, he's batting almost 280 in, only 30 games. But he's become kind of I don't want to say a fan favorite, but people like him.
Yeah, I like him.
What are you going to give up for him? What are you going to give up to get Dalton Rushing? You just had the draft. And this ought to show you where the Rangers farm system is. We just had the Major League Baseball draft, and their first pick is already number 2 in the organization. He's a high school kid.
Kylie McDaniel had him third behind...
was it third?
Yeah, had him third behind Walcott, who homered yesterday, by the way. Walcott's back in rehab, rookie league. He homered yesterday. And then Caden Scarborough, the pitcher.
So, but imagine that. Like, you draft a kid, not a kid from Vanderbilt or Alabama or UCLA this year, not one of them. A high school kid is already a top 3 player in your farm system.
Yeah.
Not the high school kid. This isn't Bobby Witt Jr., who was selected number 1 or 2. This isn't Grady Emerson over at Fort Worth Christian, who was drafted number 2. This is a kid who was a middle of the first round guy who is already the top 3 player in your system.
And what was the compilation of position amongst their top 10 prospects?
All but one, I think, of their top 10 prospects is either a pitcher or a shortstop.
All but one.
That's their entire top 10.
You know what?
Load up on the pitching.
I don't have a problem with that. Those are premium positions, right? I mean,
I have a problem with it. I have a problem that they don't have anybody except shortstop, which is their highest paid player, and the guy who maybe has played the best for you, Zeke Duran, so far this season.
Well, but
how far away are they?
Yeah, how far away are they? And
Walcott's the future.
Yeah. But
anybody behind him that's a shortstop, it's like, all right, position change, or you're going to be. In reality, I think it's like 3 position players too that they have. So it's 7 pitchers that are not good enough to pass up a high schooler that they just drafted.
By the way, Tolo Braden Very good tweet. The game was already scheduled to be on CW33 prior to all the victory mess. They'll be on CW33 every Friday for the next 6 weeks, I believe. Thank you so much, Braden. That helps them with the timing to get this buzzer stuff straight since Bobby couldn't easily access it yesterday.
Speaking of pitching, the bullpen's been pretty good. I think we would all say that, right?
Thought so.
It's had some issues the last few weeks, but yeah.
But the Athletic has who's each team that's going to make a trade's biggest target type. It could be offense, could be pitching, whatever, relievers. For the Rangers, it says relievers. And here's the write-up. This is either the worst or third worst bullpen among playoff hopefuls by projections.
Ooh.
The urgency to improve the relief squad is tied most closely to the team's place in the standings because the need is obvious. The park helps keep the ERA down. Exactly why a dome would suppress offense is an open mystery. Like, why does the ball not travel in a dome? But the Rangers bullpen has been 24th in strikeout rate. Beyond the great find of a closer in Jacob Latz, they've been searching for the right combo. Beeks, Garcia have been hurt. Maybe they'll go get a southpaw the next couple of weeks. But someone who can strike out batters is the most important thing. So they're saying that because they don't strike out anybody, and the very, very low strikeout rate, that they're getting lucky in the bullpen. And the bullpen is good ERA-wise, but it doesn't project to be good over the next 2-3 months of the season and the postseason.
One, do we agree on the need? And two, this kind of lines up with what Bobby thinks will be the only thing they can afford, especially with this TV chaos.
Yeah. I mean, the bullpens, you're waiting for it to come back down to earth a little bit, I think. But also, they've battled to this point and been fine. So it comes down to, like, all right, how much do you just believe they're going to keep going? Because right now they've given you no reason, other than the last couple weeks, some blow-ups from Cole winning some guys. They've given you no reason to think that they're pitching poorly, other than the strikeout numbers. But yeah, all they're going to be able to afford right now, I think, is probably in terms of where you can really strengthen, is probably reliever.
Here's where I stand on this. And look, I love the analytics, I love stats, but
you used to.
I still do. But I got a problem. Let's say you have a kid who's pitching college baseball. All right, he's in the SEC. Everybody knows everybody is agreed upon. It is without question the best college baseball conference.
Yes, but even as Vasek has pointed out, it's still not even to the level of like A-ball.
Not even to the level. But let's say you got a pitcher in the SEC, and he's the most dominant pitcher in the conference. He doesn't throw hard. He throws 88 miles an hour, but nobody hits him. Yeah. He doesn't give up hits. He doesn't give up runs. Sooner or later, like, the guy's ability to get outs has to matter and has to outweigh velocity and has to outweigh his strikeout numbers. Like, sooner or later, if the guy doesn't strike anybody out, but all the guy does is get weak contact and outs, like, how much of a sample size do you need before you say, okay, this guy just is different? Outliers do exist, and we have to embrace them, not run from them. And if the Rangers bullpen is getting outs, regardless of the amount of strikeouts they're getting, like, at some point you have to say, all right, these guys just know how to pitch.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got a bullpen full of them, I think is what's concerning.
Right. I get that. I understand. I'm just saying, like, sooner or later, like, we got to stop with, well, he doesn't strike enough guys out. Like,
so
okay,
you don't think the Ranger bullpen is a major concern? You're going to go away from the power
in a postseason series. When they're facing, the Dodgers or whoever, right? Obviously the World Series, but let's say they're facing, let's say Aaron Judge is up. Like, yes, I want a strikeout guy. I don't want to let him make contact. But short of that, like, let me get to the playoffs first. I'll worry about that later.
All right.
I was just going to say, if you rank every team by their leading OPS hitter, Texas is 26th out of 30. Their biggest problem is still offense.
Am I making a mistake in betting against the greatest of all time? World Cup pick and preview next on Sean and RJ.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's us against the world, bro. Just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is stop page time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let Chop nutmeg all over you.
We have reached.
Peyton didn't leave that? How was that not in the World Cup intro?
Bobby and I were sitting back here for 5 minutes trying to find it.
All right.
I have no idea what he did with that.
Keep a running total to bust his balls for Monday if he's even back or he has another month of vacation over the things he did not leave for Jacob. Unless you think he's going to take it out on Jacob Ray. I'll say you ratted me out.
He would too.
Yeah.
He would be like a jerk about it, I think.
We have reached the finals. Now, we still have a consolation game to get through.
Ooh. They're not happy about playing that.
No, they are not. They don't want to play that. They shouldn't play. That's stupid. Get rid of it.
Third place game.
Get rid of it. Get rid of that game. You lost. You want to go home. Although maybe they don't want to go home because they have to go home to their other countries with no air conditioning.
Oh, here we go.
We have air conditioning. We have a great country here, and they have. They got France. They have Paris. They have London. Terrible cities.
And healthy immune systems because they don't have air conditioning.
Right, that's right, Erling Holland.
And healthy air because they don't have this air.
That's true. They don't have. They don't.
The Liberty wish they could be there right now.
Yeah, I can't hear what you said over my freedoms. But now I am scared for Argentina, and in that I am scared for you, Sean Sharif.
Yeah, I have decided to go all in against the GOAT. I have ended up on the winning side of my 50-plus World Cup wagers through Underdog. And what will normally happen is, and this happened for the NBA Finals for me, I lose all the battles, but I do win the war. Whereas I'm trying to have fun playing 3 or 4 different things. I don't like to, bet one thing. It doesn't bring a lot of payoff. I like to combine it, and then I like to, be forced to watch 3 or 4 different players to educate myself, and it makes the game more fun for me. So in the build-up to the quarters, I had lost the majority of my smaller plays, and then I was like, screw it. I'm throwing down 300 on this, and I hit a big combo bet. And one brought back $800, so I was in the net positive. Mm-hmm. And then the semifinals happened, and I'm on a bad streak, losing both semifinal games, doubling down, not working, and I have decided no more player props, no more small time in it and little combo platters, none of that crap. I'm going to bet $500
Whoa.
on Spain outright. I just need to decide how to divvy it up. I think what I'm going to do is bet $300 or $350 on them winning no matter what. Because if I bet Spain to win in regulation and they go into extra time after the stoppage time, the overtime, the 2 15-minute periods, and Spain wins there, I lose my bet. So you get much better value if you bet them to win in regulation. So I'm going to take about $200
and win in regulation.
Because that really pays so much better than Spain. And then my safer play is them to just win outright. Won't bring back as much, but for the second major sporting event, I'm looking to end by winning the war and losing and winning some battles.
Yeah.
But I got to recover from the semis, and I'm betting against the GOAT. I'm going against Messi. Tired of this.
I think it's smart, and I'll tell you why.
Tired of these crappy comebacks.
My neighbor is an Argentina fan. I've never met a fan of an individual sports team bigger than what he is with Argentina.
Really?
I've never met a Cowboy fan who's a bigger Cowboy fan than he is an Argentina fan.
You and the Vols, softball.
Me and the Vols, just right there.
Softball.
It doesn't matter what
a Ranger game for softball.
He texted something to me that just threw me for a loop. They're done. Argentina is done.
Why?
This is the text. Whatever happens, happens. Just beating England was our big game. Everything from here is house money.
Oh. What a loser
cooked.
mentality.
They are cooked. The amount of mental toughness that you have to beat the best defense in 20 years in this sport, since probably 06 Italy, to do that, you've got to be so mentally tough. You cannot have we just won our biggest game.
Yeah. Is he trying to be like
maybe
fake?
Maybe.
Coy?
I don't see him as fake.
Yeah.
He's not a fake guy.
Yamal, though, someone's sending me that Yamal missed practice yesterday. Now, that's raising injury concerns.
He had to go to Walmart.
So He had
to go to Walmart.
Was he in there?
Remember that was the photo, the video of him in Walmart with all these.
Oh, that was him.
When they first came over, he was like, "I could go out into the wild. Nobody knows who I am."
So you think I should take the emotions of your Argentinian neighbor, and basically cash it?
I think you should cash in.
No,
I think you should cash in. Oh, unless you think he's just, trying
Is
to.
he just setting his own emotions up?
Maybe.
Where it's like, hey, this is what really counts, moral victory.
You think they're going to let Messi lose? You know who they are. They're not going to let him lose.
Well, you better not let him get to a penalty kick, because apparently he can't make them.
Oh, my God. Did you see the water bottle thing?
Oh, it did, yes.
I don't know why you'd bet against those assists, though. That's just like that dude, like the way he passes the ball.
Hey, this is amazing.
This really is.
I think, was it the Norway keeper?
No, it was the England one.
The England keeper, they found his water bottle. And after Argentina wins, they're studying and reading this water bottle on the field. Well, it's like someone leaving their playbook behind, because on their water bottle was the notes that the goalkeeper had for everyone's penalty shot habits.
Right. So he would say, some of them would be like, for this guy, fake right and dive left.
Yeah.
Because the goalies they just dive. They don't react to the ball. They just dive.
A lot of people take a dive against Messi.
And if you happen to guess right, you guess right. If you don't guess right, then that's all. That's the only chance you have.
I thought it was awesome.
I thought it was great.
That's cool. No, that's good. It does feel just like everybody tailors this game to him, though.
Are you rooting? Like, I know you don't care, and I know you're not going to watch, but do you want him to lose? If you had to choose, or you not have any emotion whatsoever? Obviously, you don't. It's taking this long to answer.
I want him to lose so that you can win your money.
Okay, take the money out of it.
I absolutely want Argentina. Yeah,
to what?
To win. Yeah,
I want him to lose because I don't want to hear people lose their minds about, God, he's the greatest. Like, I can't again. After we gave him, like, my God, look at the Ricky Rubio performance and like how it's messy magic because he made a pass.
Such an idiot. I love it though. All right, World Cup update here on Sean and RJ 105. You mentioned England. In case you were wondering how...
I was thinking, you know what we did talk about earlier with Sergio De La Rey and his 14 assists, so there's a reason for that.
In case you were wondering how British Sports Radio was handling the loss.
This is pretty good.
This is Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport London. So they did a live stream. I don't know if their rules are the same. We're here. We can't do live play-by-play. Like we can't watch the Open Championship and say, oh, there's Sam Burns, and he just did a 7-iron, and it was within 3 feet. We can't do that, right?
Right.
But I don't know if their rules are different or if this is a podcast or not, but this is the moment where Argentina took the 2-1 lead. He was on a live stream.
Oh, my God. We're out. We're out. We're out. It's the worst decision ever. It's a sackable offense. Argentina have won it in the 92nd minute. It's a shocking decision. Thomas Tuchel, you should be embarrassed. Sack him. Sack him. Sack him. Sack him now. Embarrassing. We're out. How can he make that decision? How can you make that decision with 25 minutes to go? He's all over the place. He's absolutely bottled it. And we're out of the World Cup because of Thomas Tuchel.
So sack him is fire him?
Sack him's fire him. We should do like a show about where we got to ask like
He's been sacked.
shoddy questions in with English slang.
He watches footy. He probably
does watch footy.
He probably would know it.
So that's in the moment. In the moment, that's pretty good. That's pretty good like ability to break down a game while you're watching it. And then he has his post-game show, and he kept the passion.
Thomas Tuchel's cost us the World Cup. He cost us the World Cup. We're 1-0 up. Played well first half. All right, cagey affair. We go 1-0 up. Be brave. Be brave, Thomas. This is what we brought you in for. We brought you in for this moment. We got rid of Southgate because he bottled it, because he weren't brave. We brought you in for now to make that decision. We're 1-0 up. in a World Cup semi-final. Bring on Rashford. Bring on Saka. And if they score, they score. But at least we're going to go down fighting. At least we're going to go down with some pride. We fell out of the World Cup in disgrace because of him. Because of him. And we brought him in for this job. This is what we brought him in for. To get us over this line. And it's the same old England. Same old crap. Same old guff. I have to watch every tournament that we're in. And it's the manager's tucked us up again. Tucked us up. We're dead on our feet. Got Morgan Rogers playing right wing. Jude Bellingham on the left. Brings on Nico O'Reilly. We can't get out. Harry Kane's done nothing. He's dead. Nothing. Got nothing left. I can't believe it, Jace.
Well, no.
Jace, I can't believe it.
No,
it's a disgrace. It should be sacked.
Be brave.
Be brave.
Be brave.
He guffed us up again.
He didn't do it.
Tucked, whatever that word is.
It was a mistake, isn't it?
London Sports Talk Radio. England Sports Talk Radio.
London, yeah.
By the way,
Sport London.
Aiden, get this picture up, please, on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is all you're going to see all weekend long.
Oh, yeah.
And in the lead-up Sunday, Bobby already has his insults for it. This is the photo of Yamal as a baby in a photo shoot with Lionel Messi. Messi once held a baby Yamal for a charity photo shoot. You're looking at it right now on the Fan Cam. 19 years later, the two will play against each other in a World Cup.
Wow.
That's
very cool.
It's crazy. So
was he with Barcelona, I assume, at that point?
Yes. The backstory is in 2007, this newspaper partnered with UNICEF, and they produced a calendar for 2008. So they were trying to get kids from the Barcelona area. They held a contest in the neighborhood. Yamal's parents entered it, won it. Bam, there is the photo.
What are the odds? What are the odds?
Yeah, what are they? What are the odds?
and
Seems
now
rather impossible, doesn't it?
Oh, are you calling?
You think it's fake? You think it's AI?
I don't know what to think about it. I think it's weird. I think it's a weird photo.
Well, he's sitting in
I think it's a weird photo. I think it's too weird of a coincidence for me not to think that either that's, I don't know. I'm going to get too tinfoil hat here.
Yeah.
It's the most conspiracy-minded I've ever been was looking at this photo.
I mean, why can't it just be a crazy happenstance? Why can't it just be...
That's a good one. It's a happenstance.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Yeah. Why have to be so miserable, Bobby?
I unloaded in the text when I sent it initially. I told you guys. I now think that it's all true. The Bilderberg Group, whatever else, it's all real based on this one photo of Messi, oddly washing the next as a baby on a charity lottery from UNICEF.
I don't know why they had to put him in a little bathtub with the water and
the
stuff.
bassinet. The little bassinet.
Is he baptizing them? Is that what he's doing?
I think I think he is.
Yeah. You're now goated. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Do you think Argentina's going to win? What's the pick? I'm going to pick Spain, obviously.
I think Spain is probably going to win. I'm rooting for Argentina. I think Spain is probably going to win.
The blue team. I don't know.
I don't think either one of them. Well, I guess Argentina will be wearing white and blue.
Come on,
yeah.
your light has been blue. Your house has been in blue lights for the past week. You forgot that they were blue.
So Jellyfish doesn't have the soccer. I had to use the Buffalo College lights, University of Buffalo lights to get the right color.
You can get university lighting.
Yeah, so you get colors. You got any college color.
Which Cowboys might be on the chopping block ahead of the regular season? That's next in Below, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Let's cut all the day 2 picks. What the hell? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Joe Hoyt over at the Dallas Morning News, who does a very good job, is a big listener to the station, always texting in his thoughts about things we're saying or things I'm doing on the air that he thinks are wildly aggressive.
I can't wait for Worst Take at 9 o'clock.
Oh, gosh. Because Kevin Hagelin's going to get dragged is what's going to happen here.
Or praised.
Yeah, that's true. Hagee actually sent me a Worst Take nominee yesterday. He said, would you please work this in? And so he texted me something, so I'll have that at 9 o'clock too. All right, so Joe Hoyt had an article up looking at the guys who are on the bubble who entering training camp who you might not naturally think of. Guys who may be at risk of getting cut here. And I don't know if I agree with all these, but I at least think, okay, you're not just throwing me out whoever the number 5 corner is and somebody who we don't really know or haven't heard of. You're actually giving me some names here. So these are the top 3 names he thinks could be on the chopping block. And before I read them, I assume everybody here has names that they're thinking of that are like, yeah, Luke Schoonmaker, I don't necessarily need you around. Jonathan Mingo, do you really need to be here at this point? Right. Mingo's one who, man, when I saw him out at mini camp, he was doing some rehab stuff, I guess, but just like when he would pop out on the field, did not look like a dude who wanted to be there. Just was kind of like, he may be dejected because he's hurt, but did not look like he wanted to be out there at that moment. All right, the 3 names to watch here as the Cowboys enter training camp. The first one, the obvious one that I just mentioned, Luke Schoonmaker. He says only 2 players remain from the Cowboys 2023 draft class. Linebacker DeMarvion Overshown and 3rd-round pick in that draft, Luke Schoonmaker. That's brutal. The Cowboys have quietly signaled that as a possibility they could dwindle the tight end number down by the time the offseason is over. The Cowboys didn't acquire a veteran tight end this offseason. They also didn't select a tight end in the 26th draft, but they did sign 2 undrafted free agents in Michael Trigg from Baylor and DJ Rogers from TCU. Conveniently, they also spent the most money among their crop of undrafted free agents on those 2. The undrafted free agents that the Cowboys signed to the biggest deal often have a better chance at making the team than others. It's funny, we were, I can't remember which one of you was out for it, when we were talking about that Nate Tice had talked about extensively when he was talking about Dallas and some of the stuff. He talked a lot about Brevin Spann-Ford, which was kind of odd to me, but he was really high on him and thought, yeah, that's got to be your number 2 tight end if you're there in Dallas. And so Luke Schoonmaker is a 2nd-round pick. That's, when you talk about guys they've picked that I've been excited about, that's one of the bigger swings and misses in recent years.
I can't tell you one highlight of his. I can't tell you one thing he's done that jumps into my mind as a Cowboy memory.
There was a preseason game a couple years ago that
should end it.
Yeah, I thought you pretty decent.
And I mean, look, we love Lunda Wells, Cowboys tight end coach, who's a listener.
Hello.
He was wanting to hype him up when we talked to him in Indy. Yeah. And I was like, did he take a step forward last year? Maybe that was practice habits and some of that stuff, but Shoddy talked him up at times this year, and it's like, all right, this isn't like participation trophy or blue ribbon time, though. Like, you got to see some performance as a 2nd rounder.
8 catches, 27 catches, 14 catches.
27. Would have never guessed he had that many in a season.
Yeah.
It feels like he's got 12 his whole career.
Yep.
All right, next one on the list, Marist Liufau. Now, Liufau's another guy who's gotten talked up a little bit. We played the audio from Ross Winshee, the Cowboys national scout, who had jumped on with Brian and Vach. And one of the things that he said was he thought the coaching staff change gave Marist new life on the roster because of the way he fits and the way that they plan on using him, which is as a part-time edge, somebody who can play some linebacker, rushing off the edge, doing whatever. Marist Liufau's already, he also was, Shoddy talked him up a ton, thinking that the edge play, when we were in Indy, playing edge rusher, he thought that the length especially was going to be a big advantage for him as somebody screaming off the edge there. He's one of their better special teams players. He plays hair on fire to the point that he over pursues. It causes some issues for him. But he writes up, Joe Hoyt does, he said, the Cowboys decided early this offseason that Leah Fowle, former third-round pick out of Notre Dame, would be switching from inside to outside linebacker in Christian Parker's new scheme. It could be looked at as an opportunity to use Leah Fowle's abilities better. The Cowboys have said that's the reasoning, adding that Leah Fowle could play multiple roles with them, but with a thin inside linebacker group already, it also could be looked at more cynically from the outside. Leah Fowle now finds himself in a position with a lot of competition, and after playing in only 18% of defensive snaps a year ago, the Cowboys could rethink their investment if he doesn't carve out a role at outside linebacker. I would be very surprised if they let him go, just because to me, I think anybody in their linebacker group who's got pro experience, they're like, let's keep bodies. And he'll play special teams, and those are big check marks for him.
And how about any form of athleticism? Which
athleticism helps.
He has a lot of athleticism.
Yeah, he's explosive, and he's a lot of fun to watch. He played so many different positions at Notre Dame. One of the things people liked about him coming out was because of all the different things he was asked to do, they felt like he had a better understanding of all three levels of the defense than most people did coming out. And so that was supposed to be a big positive for them. He's just got to play under control is a big thing for him. And then the third name of the names that could be on the chopping block, according to Joe Hoyt, somebody that got a new contract this offseason. And not a big contract. It was a re-signing, but Sam Williams, who I will still forever, my favorite all-time stat as it stands now is Sam Williams has as many 15-yard penalties as he does sacks in his career as a second-round pick. That's never the stat that you want. 9-9. He said Williams entered last season with aspirations of securing a long-term contract. That didn't happen after a season where he finished with 1 sack in 17 games. He did, however, do enough for the Cowboys to bring him back on a one-year deal worth $3 million. That's significant enough to give Williams a little bit of momentum in the roster battle for edge rushers, but it's not enough to completely secure a spot. Williams, now almost 2 years removed from his ACL, will have to return to the trajectory he had before if he wants to make the team. And then they threw out there as the final one, kind of just a generalized one. Any receiver not named CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Ryan Flanoy, or Kevontae Turpin. Anybody behind that who's competing, you're on the block. So that's Mingo, that's Marquez, Valdez, Scantling, Anthony Smith, the 7th-round pick out of East Carolina, which I got a tip.
Well,
hopefully they're not listening, Cansey. I got a tip. Somebody had said that he'd be good to talk to.
How firm is the tip?
I mean, as firm as you want it, but it just depends on your own trust level. Mm-hmm. But Anthony Smith, I heard he's a really bright guy and somebody that's fun to talk to. I had not seen him before the draft. After they did the picks and I got a chance to go back and kind of watch him and some of the undrafted free agents that I wasn't aware of, I liked him a lot. Like I thought he was somebody that after kind of watching him, I would have thought, all right, I would have been comfortable with him 5th round or something like that. So I think he can stick. I think he's a better option for you than Jonathan Mingo, which you kind of already have. All right. Below the belt here on 105.3 The Fan, Jerry Jones did the unthinkable at FIFA over the last month, or at the World Cup. He gave up that precious owner suite of his, which if you've ever read any profiles on Jerry's game day experience or read anything about AT&T Stadium and the setup, that suite that he has is so precious to him in terms of access and who goes in there. And there's I'm trying to think if it's, there are certain rules that they have in place. I remember New York Times or somebody had done a profile piece on him a couple years ago where they said that there's like a single elevator up to the suite. There are certain moments where everybody knows nobody else is allowed in here but Jerry because it's like too intense of a moment. You guys got to get out of here. So he's very protective over that suite. And FIFA, the all-world, all-knowing, all-powerful, wanted to make it hurt when they got the 18. Not only do we want to cover up your big stadium and all your logos in there, Jerry, you need to give us that little suite of yours. It's the best possible suite.
Would you rather fly in Jerry's helicopter over to a game with him or sit in the suite?
Like with him watch the game?
Yeah.
Sit in the suite 100%.
I will never get on the helicopter.
Maybe we can convince or bribe Tad for a preseason game.
Oh yeah.
Or Jerry. We go to Oxnard and we say, let us sit in there for a preseason game.
I'm imagining we'd have to lean into him being the gambler. We'd have to come up with some sort of a wager for him. Like, I don't know what it would be, but we'd have to be like, all right, if you're right.
He should just let us do it anyway. We've been doing this for 15 years, creating Radio Gold together. Like, we've never gotten a bottle sent over. We've never had a dinner. We've never had a lunch. Like we have more lunches with Schottenheimer, more sit-down time with him face-to-face. We never get him in Oxnard.
Jerry doesn't even know who we are.
He kind of owes it, I believe.
I believe he does.
Just like with Shotty, I'll see what I can hook up for you guys.
Oh,
okay? Yeah. So
they
write
write coffee like you told you last
they
time.
write that Gianni Infantino, World Soccer governing FIFA president, was in Jones's suite.
Stop doing that reference.
We only got a couple more days of it.
Doing that reference.
Was in Jones's suite for a lot of the World Cup semifinal.
I just got it. I'm like, no one else gets it. Nobody. Text if you get the
Text if
reference,
you get that.
please.
So the Cowboys, the favorite perch is that 50-yard line, Jerry Sweet. So FIFA had said, yeah, that's got to be included in your pitch. We got to be able to have that for our VVIPs, our very, very important people. And
Dang.
so we need access to that suite, and you can't have it.
So where did he didn't sit in the
He went
regular
to one game.
crowd, did he?
He went to one game, and I think he sat in either it was definitely a box. I don't know if it was just a separate one or if he was allowed into his own suite.
Game?
He was only at one game.
Jerry was.
Yeah.
I gotta say this about Johnny Infantino. This guy is at every game.
Yes. Whoever has his flight travel logger or his itinerary.
How many pilots does he have? Like he has to have a pilot, like because these pilots have like hours and rules over how much they can fly. Like his ability to get to every freaking game.
Yes.
Does he not even get a hotel? Like is he repacking his suitcase every night?
Right.
Given their
Or does he
power.
just send 10 suitcases to 10 hotels, and he just keeps all these hotels active for him, so when he comes into town, like the guy was in Seattle 3 times, New York, how many times a year? Like, does he just keep the hotel? He checks in once, keeps the hotel for the entire month,
right?
And then just says, oh, I'm just going to leave a suitcase here. How is this guy doing this? That's the interview. I want to know how this guy's doing this.
I think he kicks people out of their homes probably like he does with the World Cup and other things, and probably
Does he just change on the plane, just keeps the suitcase on the airplane?
When U.S. stadiums agreed to host the World Cup for 2026, they all signed contracts that gave near total control of their venues to FIFA, which organizes and runs the tournament. FIFA had the right to transform each venue to rebrand them, rename them, and mold hospitality spaces to others' liking. Stadium operators such as the Cowboys were part of the transformation process, but rarely had final say on most matters. In many cases, they had to cede to FIFA's demands, and one of those made years ago was for Jones's suite. Chad Estes, their business head, had said they came into our stadium and they walked into Jerry's suite and they said, well, this is just perfect for the VVIP suite. And they said that this is what we want. A lot of teams were resistant to give up their top suites. Like, you can't even give us access to our own suites.
Dang.
Something that Jones has typically protected very closely. But Chad Estes said, nope, in the end, Jerry wanted it because it's the pomp and circumstance. It's a big global event. That's what he's all for. But he said, he acknowledged that there was a lot of people within the Cowboys operation who was like, we're just giving them full control over what to do to our state. This is nuts. And he's like, oh, we got to do this. And he said they would probably do it again. But he said Jerry's suite, that was the hardest thing probably for him to let go of, was letting go of that suite access.
I mean, look, if you want the game there, these are the rules. And I'll tell you what.
Because someone that's close to them, very, very close, couldn't even bring the amount of people you would expect that individual to be able to bring with him to the game.
Could not bring a plus one, his wife.
Spouse.
Couldn't bring his wife. It was that locked in.
It's a joke of an organization.
And this is, this is somebody that
pretty
is
well.
as close to him.
No, they're powerful. They're a joke still.
Someone as close to him as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
And could I bring anybody with him? But it's great for the city. The city got the amount of money that was brought in by having this, and I didn't notice the traffic uptick. So I was fine with it, but I didn't go down that way.
Yeah, you didn't go.
On purpose.
B-Lo, every day at this time, it's a Football Friday in this segment, and 9:20 with the Red Zone after your Biggest Losers. We need the nominees for Worst Take. 877-881-1053. Is it Mike Tyson? Is it Kareem? Or is it Kevin Hagelin? Worst Take is next.
After
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
It is time for Worst Take here on 105.3 The Fan, where we take every Friday the worst opinions, decisions, tweets, whatever you want to say, and we nominate them for you guys. And you guys tell us which one was the worst one as we kick them around the studio here as well. And we got so many this week. A lot. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit everything in here, but I think we should start off with Kevin Hageland. Or do you want to finish with Hagee? Which would you rather do, Sean?
Go ahead and start off, because I'd like people to vote twice. Vote on the ultimate loser of Worst Take, but vote on this first.
Okay.
Because I think this will help me in my own contract negotiations due at the end of the year.
Did you hear this conversation while you were driving? It was like right off the top of the show, so you may not have even been to your car yet.
I did not.
Okay, so this is Kevin Hageland and Corey Majors yesterday, and I was screwing with them right before I left. Like right before they went on the air. I was messing with them.
Yep.
And Hagee was like, I said, don't worry. I know you got your back turned, so you can roll your eyes all you want, Hagee, after he rolled his eyes down the hall a couple weeks ago. And he goes, oh, I'll look right at you to roll my eyes. So then he gets on the air, and he was set up with a question that, to me, is personally very hurtful, knowing Hagee's previous experiences.
Who has the potential to be the most exhausting? Is it Mike or Bobby when you like sit down and look at the whole picture of things?
It's Bobby for sure.
Because there's no place that he won't go to.
See, I think that's it, but he also won't leave. Mike will just leave and be like,
he's ready to leave.
You're stupid, and just walk off. Bobby will be like, no, I need you to understand why you're stupid, and only then will I depart once you have accepted your stupidity.
Yeah, because Mike's very willing to leave.
Now, is that accurate? Yeah.
During the show, to get a breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
During segments.
Wonder how he would have done it at this building, though. We're not really next to...
Well, the cafe. You just go downstairs and eat in the cafe.
I do it every day. No problem. Just go down the elevator. You're back up before the commercial break ends.
So how are we phrasing it? Most exhausting to work with?
Which is, I guess that's what he means. It's sort of broad when he just says most exhausting. But
a beating?
I know that.
Most impossible, most difficult?
I know Mike was, Mike at times could be intentionally difficult for Hagee. And I definitely can do that too. I don't think his description is wrong. Mike will walk away if he thinks you're dumb. He'll just be like, "You're stupid. I'm not."
Or
arguing
he'll
with
get
you."
in your face and try to fight.
Oh yeah,
That's
shut
fair.
up to Brian.
And I got into it with Mike once.
I can't. It's part of my spectrum behavior. I think I can't just leave knowing you're wrong. You have to understand you're wrong.
So who'd be a bigger beating to work with, Bobby or Mike? I guarantee on this Franklin Franco fan text, they will vote Bobby. Bigger beating. 877-881-1053. We'll go around the room. How much did you work with Bassick, Jake?
Not at all. He got here. I got here right before he left.
Did you listen at all?
I think my first KNC show, my first time working that show was a week after he left, so I never worked with him.
But did you listen?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And who do you think would be more of a beating, more exhausting?
I love Bobby. I'll go Bassick.
Okay.
But see, Bassick is going to be a beating for somebody in a way that
we don't need to hear. We don't need to hear from you.
I love him.
I want to hear from Choppy. We don't need to hear from you. You don't need to present your case. Listeners listen. They know.
That's it.
That's my point.
Just shut up.
You're gaming this.
The answer.
I'm not gaming it. People have ears. They've listened to KNC. We don't need your spin on it. I just want everyone's vote. Then you can speak at the end of it.
I love him to death. He's one of my favorite people in the world. The answer is Bobby.
Oh.
He's more annoying to work with, I would think.
Really?
Because for one reason.
Annoying or beating?
Beating. And I'll give you one reason.
We're going to carry this over to Red Zone, worst take, so don't feel like you need to cram everything in.
I feel like I could talk, and I know Bobby loves the sport, but I could talk baseball with Mike all day, and he doesn't want to talk football.
Yeah, but you don't want to talk basketball, and he also wanted to talk basketball.
Right, I could just fall asleep, though. I could fall asleep, though.
The answer, and it's not even close, Mike Bassick is the bigger beating to work with. I would never be able to host a show with Mike. We'd murder each other.
You would murder each other.
I wanted Mike gone in his last week or two. And this broke the hearts of dealerauction.com, who's coming on Monday to start advertising. I was like, they're like, oh my God, Bassick. I love Bassick. I was like, yeah, you love Bassick in a certain sort of way. But I wanted Mike out of here his final week or two when he just decided to be as difficult as possible, messing up every segment. And outside of that, just Mike's moods. Like Bobby's a little moody. Mike's very moody. And Mike's gonna do it. I mean, as he called himself the TO of radio.
He was, yes. He was.
Now, Mike can deliver gold. When Mike's locked in on sports topics, and he was very creative too. I love commercial break segments with Mike, but there's no way from a mood standpoint I could ever work with Bassick over Bobby, ever.
Very moody.
There's been 2 or 3 times where I told myself I'm never speaking to Mike Bassick again, and he'll text and call me and be like, "Are you still mad? Are you still mad at me?" But it's not even close. It's Bassick as the bigger beating.
I love Bassick. I'm very sad I never got to host for 4 hours with Bassick
one time.
That
would be chaos.
It would be so much fun to shoot the wheels off with him. I think that if you asked all the hosts around here.
And it's not a coincidence that Bassick was management's biggest headache, and then it probably went right to Bobby.
Yes.
Like Spittle hated Bobby, even though he should have been credited as his hire. And helping, seeing where the ratings are and everything. But Spittle detested Bobby's presence.
I would think so.
Yeah,
but
I would think he did.
Yeah,
I'm like fungus. I grew on it. I'm like a mole.
So
that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I think if you asked all the hosts around here, I think the lead hosts would all say Mike, and everyone else would say me. Because I think if you lead the show, Mike would be more difficult.
He's a disruptor.
He's a disruptor, and he'll just be like, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Sorry, I forgot to tell everybody. I'm just not going to be here, though.
Yeah.
And whereas with me, I would be maybe less irritated because I'll give a bunch of extra stuff that help if you're leading. But if you're one of the others, contributing stuff like that, you're going to feel like I'm more just disruptive.
What's the fan text saying? More of a beating.
Mike always bogged the show down, was wrong a lot, but Bobby is smugly arrogant.
Yeah.
I would take Mike over Bobby 11 out of 10 times. Bassick is endearing, is in his annoying. Bobby's not.
Yep.
I want to shoot Bobby with one bullet.
Well, we didn't have to read that.
God.
Just one?
Didn't have to read that.
They're both.
That sounds like a passion crime, at least. Not premeditated if it's one.
AH's Bobby. Mike is a national treasure.
All right, so Bassick's winning. Less annoying. Less of a beating.
Beating, which is such a broad term, I don't even know what it's supposed to mean exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, is that we're supposed to separate that out.
So this would then remove Kevin Hagelin as a nominee for worst take because listeners are disagreeing with him. They're agreeing with him. So he's out of the running for worst take.
So no Kevin Hagelin. Next up here, let's do, what was your Tyson one?
Oh, I have the winner. Every week when I decide I'm going to win this, I win. And I'll win again on the Franklin Franco fan text. This is at the ESPYs. Shohei wins the award. He's not there. Did you see this, Choppy?
I did. I said it.
Jake Paul is up there presenting with Mike Tyson. Listen to Tyson at the end.
Shohei could not be here tonight. He sends his gratitude and appreciation to ESPN and everyone who voted for him.
Shohei's a guy.
Shohei's a guy.
Tyson at the end. Shohei's a guy.
That can't win. That's just funny.
Shohei's a guy.
Just give me the Tyson drop of it, Jake.
Shohei's a guy.
Shohei's a guy.
He's asking Jake Paul. He goes, Shohei's a guy. And Jake is up there like a big brother, like, yeah, Mike, yeah.
Yes,
he's a guy. So Tyson has no idea who the hell Shohei Ohtani is.
Man, that's
got to be a nominee for worst take.
It really is. How far has baseball fallen? Mike Tyson doesn't know Shohei Ohtani.
Tyson is on shrooms 24/7.
Because I don't know. I don't care if you're a baseball fan or not. Everybody knows who Shohei Ohtani is. In the world.
Apparently not.
In the world.
I mean, clearly not, because Tyson didn't know. Although Tyson's, you could argue, is not in this world.
That's right. So that's my nominee for worst take.
I got one.
Hit me.
Wander Franco. He wants to play in the Central American and Caribbean games, which are later this month.
I got 13 reasons why he can't.
Wow. So now, if you don't know who he is, he, of course, was found guilty of sexual abuse of a minor, but was given no prison time. Why, Sean? Because the judge said he was both the victim and the defendant.
Crazy.
And because the mother of the girl was trying to extort him. So because he is a victim,
Cody Campbell must have paid this judge too.
It's just the Dominican law, apparently. So in the law,
which the mom, to be fair, is also awful.
She got 10 years.
But she was willing to have this be quiet. What happened to her daughter in exchange for just getting some money from him?
So she got 10 years in prison. But because he was extorted, according to Dominican law, you cannot be punished for a crime you cannot be the victim and a defendant at the same time. So if you are, they cancel each other out. So he's got no jail time. But he wants to play in this game. And I would just, you might want to just take a year off, man. Like, this.
He already did.
Yeah, yes, he already did. This thing will be coming around next year. Why don't you play next July? Or maybe 4 Julys from now.
Let it settle.
But not right now. Not right now. Not a few months when you're released from prison. Like, it might be a smarter thing. Just, if you're charged with a sex crime, found guilty.
So you're kind of rigging this too. Like, you're throwing Franco in this. It's going to be hard to when you throw in these
I get
allegations and crimes. It's going to be difficult to go against.
When you're charged with a sex crime and you're found guilty and then you're released on a technicality, just disappear for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just disappear and thank God that you're not in jail getting acquainted with a guy bigger than you. Just be thankful.
That's right.
All right, so then we got Wander Franco as a nominee. Next up on this one is the top button on Chris Sims' shirt that cut off the blood circulation to his brain and rendered him temporarily insane. As he basically said, yeah, I would take Scott Mitchell over Tom Brady. Like, he's awesome.
I don't think it was Scott Mitchell.
In their prime, quarterbacks in their prime, Chris Sims said he would take Tom Brady ninth.
Tom Brady had the 9th best quarterback prime of all time, behind guys like Brett Favre, Elway, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, and Peyton Manning.
Yes.
I say guys like it's an insult, but those are the names ahead. 9th best prime.
Some of those guys are insulting. I think it's insulting to say that Tom Brady's prime is worse than Josh Allen's.
You cannot get him out of the top 3.
I totally agree. I don't think you can. If you want to put some
and he didn't include Montana on the whole list.
Right. Well, that was smart. He shouldn't have. Roger was 10th, by the way. If you want to put him behind, and I think Bobby said, Rodgers' prime was great, and if you want to put him behind Rodgers and Manning, I think that's fair. I think that's fair at their peak of their powers, but you cannot get him below anybody else. I can't get him below Marino or Elway or even Mahomes. Mahomes' regular seasons, what he's had like one superhuman one.
Yeah, in terms of like the big 50 touchdown type season, he's had, I think, 1. But I mean, he's had other seasons where he put up gaudy numbers and big time statistics.
Let's finish up the list of nominees. Let's vote on the biggest loser and worst take as part of the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. Next on Sean and RJ, your football fix and worst take after this. Score big in retirement.
In a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. Start off your morning and your weekend with Just Love in Grand Prairie or Arlington. Pick up the Sean and RJ coffee bag. Proceeds going to the Sandlot Children's Charity, and grab some of the amazing scratch-made breakfast. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt in the Red Zone. But we need to finish up Worst Take. Nominees and biggest loser on the fan text, 877-881-1053.
Yeah, so far we got Mike Tyson for not knowing who Shohei Ohtani is, Wander Franco for not just disappearing after he got his technicality, and then Chris Sims for putting Tom Brady ninth. Next up on this list, I'm going to go ahead and nominate that awful CBS Sports list we read earlier this week that said Tom Landry is not as good of a coach as Andy Reid, and that you got to have him lower than that. The children over at CBS Sports who nominated the Tom Landry position on that list.
That was a list done by people like Aiden. No offense.
I don't even think Aiden would do
legs.
that.
Someone with hairy legs.
Somebody whose testosterone's still peaking into the thousands naturally. They think the sport started in 2005.
Yep.
LeBron James was the first basketball player ever drafted.
Maybe I could throw in ESPN.com main story. Messi's the greatest male athlete the world has ever seen. Bobby would nominate that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Man, it's at least I don't think it can be outright rejected.
All right.
Right off the top. I am going to nominate The Athletic because I think this is actually the worst take of the week. And this may be too nitpicky for some, but I don't see how this is anything other than carrying water. Tyler Kepner, over at The Athletic, wrote this week about the 10 most unforgettable MLB All-Star Game moments from the last 30 years. And there are two problems with this list. Number one, he has first off, before I even say what it is, what would you say is the most memorable moment from an All-Star Game in the last 30 years, Chop?
The tie.
Sean?
I'm dealing with a mini radio crisis.
I would say the moment of the tie in Milwaukee with Bud Selig.
That's a good answer. I think that's strong. Maybe Texas bias, but I really don't think so. The fact that Gagne hadn't given up a run in like 6 years, it felt like, and then Blaylock hit the home run off of him. The Blaylock home run in Chicago, which was the first World Series, or was the first All-Star game that was going to determine home field in the World Series. Those are the two that most popped in my mind.
And then, you know what, Michael Young in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
the triple in Pittsburgh to right center.
Michael Young had that one. You can take the Torrey Hunter robbing Barry Bonds.
That was cool.
All that. That's all cool. But, the tie, the moment Bud Selig standing up there with his hands out, like, what am I supposed to do? That would be the one, right? Well, first off, the Hank Blaylock home run in Chicago, which is This Time It Counts, the branding for the first All-Star game that was for the World Series, that comes in only as number 5 behind Kyle Schwarber's swing off, the Bronx 15-inning game in 2008, which I only remember as Josh Hamilton. I don't even remember the game.
That game went 15 innings?
Yep.
They let an all-star game go 15 innings?
Had to. You learned. 2, Cal Ripken hitting the home run.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
And number 1, the send-off to Ted Williams in Boston in 99.
No.
So, not on the list. First off,
if it was Ted's frozen head that was being wheeled out here, I could get
him
down
and Disney
with that.
together.
Yeah.
Blaylock being 5th, I think, is bad. But that's not why this is nominated. This is nominated because nowhere on the list is the All-Star Game tie. The game is, because they said that's the one where Torrey Hunter went up and robbed Barry Bonds, so they include that. But this is the write-up from Tyler Kepner, who I guess is family members with Bud Selig.
Tyler is a long-time New York Times baseball writer. Long time.
And he's a shill, apparently.
Very good, but I don't like this list.
The lasting image of the 2002 All-Star Game is Commissioner Bud Selig conferring with umpires from the front row, grimacing as he literally tosses his hands in the air with both teams out of pitchers after 11 innings. What else to do but declare a 7-7 tie? Yeah, that should be number 1 on your list. He goes, that's a shame, because this game was largely about Barry Bonds. Coming off his 73 homer barrage the year before, Bonds blasted a homer in this game off Roy Halladay and had another stolen by Torrey Hunter. They had that fun moment on the infield where he picks him up and he throws him over his shoulders like a big old sack of potatoes, and he's having fun here. But that really should have been what this game was about, and we're not even going to include on this list anywhere as a memorable moment the All-Star Game tie, which is all anybody would think of, I think.
All right, so summarize. Let's finish this.
All right, the top nominees. Is it Sean's pick, Mike Tyson? I think we should vote for whatever Sean wants. Mike Tyson, Wander Franco for not disappearing, Chris Sims for disrespecting Tom Brady. Is it Tyler Kepner over at The Athletic for trying to carry water and just basically bury that a tie ever happened? Or is it CBS Sports not knowing who Tom Landry is?
Chris Sims.
Sims is bad, man. I could defend him putting Tom not number one. I can't defend putting him where he put him. That's pretty. It's unacceptable, really.
You know that word unacceptable? I have a problem with how it's used because people are like, it's unacceptable. But a lot of times people end up accepting it.
Yeah,
like,
they do accept it. Yeah.
Like, if it's unacceptable, you should be fired from it. Or, be done, be gone.
Okay.
Has he gone on PFT and, defended this? I have not seen. I haven't heard.
He did the whole podcast, apparently, with it.
I know he's not going on Football Night in America to defend it.
It's so long. His reasoning for putting Tom at 9 was 7 minutes, long.
Oh, who's your vote?
Yeah, I'll vote Sims. You just can't put Tom 9.
Jake?
It's got to be Wander Franco and the worst social awareness of all time.
That is pretty bad.
Tyler Kepner. Wander Franco's already been shown he can get away with whatever he wants in the Dominican, so there's that. And then Chris Sims, I largely cut him off because I'm like, you're trying to get people mad.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is a real take from Tyler Kepner that's just stupid to not even put the tie game in there.
What's the fan text saying? 877-881-1053. Is there a clear-cut winner on the Franco and Franco injury attorney fan text?
Let's see. A lot of people are coming in with the most memorable is the Hamilton Derby. Saw in Ted's head of the All-Star game. This list is what is winning one. The Sims list.
Sims is pretty bad.
They're calling him Phil.
Okay, so Chris Sims, there you go. Speaking of broadcasters, and this Chris Sims also had a John Gruden tie. John Gruden wants to be a play-by-play guy.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to make the transition. He told this to some media member, I think it was Ira Kaufman in Tampa, and he's like, Frank Gifford did it. I want to do play-by-play. I think he said the Monday Night Booth, but he's going to do a Buccaneers play-by-play game. So that's John Gruden. Try to get back into broadcasting a little bit.
We used to see more athletes turn into play-by-play.
Really?
Obviously, you mentioned Gifford. Phil Rizzuto became play-by-play for years. Ken, the guy in Chicago, you could put it on the board, yes.
Oh,
he was a baseball player, like a player. Jerry Coleman, who did it in San Diego.
I have no idea any of these guys.
Yeah, they were all old baseball players.
I know who Phil Rizzuto is.
Yeah. You know Hawk Harrelson, that guy.
Heard it.
Yeah. So it happens more in baseball, but baseball's a slower sport. You don't have to be traditional play-by-play, especially on TV.
Yeah.
There is zero chance Gruden could do this.
I agree.
Zero chance. I would not.
Hey, look at that down there.
Man, they're going in motion. They got splits now. What's he doing? Well, that's a nifty play he just drew up there. You want to see that real quick?
Does he get forgotten as all time may be too dramatic, but as a fantastic, great analyst?
He was a great analyst.
Yeah.
He was great.
And he did it while holding back because he didn't want to burn any bridges.
Yeah.
He was never going to 8-minute. He was never going to be as truthful and honest and blunt as Troy. And I don't think he's trying to go back in the ESPN Monday Night Booth. He just wants to do football play.
And I feel like
he saved the honest. He saved the directness for his emails.
Yeah.
And I feel like he was able to work with a bunch of different guys too and make it work. It wasn't always pretty.
Well, Tirico, who else?
Did he work with Tessitore at all?
I don't think so.
McDonough? McDonough.
Google that. I'm not sure. We have the video of the Matt Miller incident that came out, and he is the ESPN draft analyst who lost his arm.
Mm-hmm.
lost his GoFundMe as it was frozen, asking for $50,000. Maybe losing his job, may not, but this video does not help.
No, he's definitely at fault in this video. If there was any question about who was at fault for the accident, you can watch the video and see it's Matt Miller 100%. Now the question is, what was going on?
Can I ask for a GoFundMe when I caused the accident?
Yes, I think so.
I don't think so.
I think
I drift on over. I caused the head on, and I asked for a GoFundMe. I mean, I view that as in really poor taste.
I think it's and we talked about it a little bit when it happened, but I think in general, if you've lost an arm, then it's like, and then ultimately the other party really wasn't.
But 99%, you're thinking that you are the victim in it. He caused it.
Unless he intentionally swerved into, I still do think of him as the victim. Just because you're the victim of your own actions. I still think that there's if there's medical bills that need to be covered and things, I don't think it's a problem necessarily.
Okay. The other driver's more of a victim.
He was less at fault. He didn't really have anything. He was in the truck. He didn't have a big injury or anything. Apparently,
it was a semi, right?
Yeah. Now there's some
Rico and McDonough. That's what it was.
People wonder if it's okay, were you looking at your phone? What were you doing? Were you messing with your phone? Did you fall asleep at the wheel? There were some people who were speculating, was this some sort of cry for help kind of thing? Were you starting to feel the heat?
Hell
that
of
kind
a
of thing.
speculation.
It's out there. I don't think watching that video, that looks on video like the type of thing that happens when you're looking at your phone. Is what it looked like.
Yeah.
Where it's like a drift that it almost seems like he's trying to pull it back and get it back there. But the aftermath, did you see the aftermath photos of his car?
Yeah.
Brutal. Holy cow, that looked just shredded. Absolutely destroyed. And then the Missouri Attorney General, though, came out yesterday, did an interview with some TV station out there and said, he's being investigated. We're cracking down. We're taking a look at all the charities and things like that. And it doesn't look good. It absolutely does not look good right now. But you better be right. Because if they do this whole investigation, they're like, there's nothing wrong with it, and all this stuff was just internet slander, and you lead on him like this after the accident where he loses his arm, it's a little that was unnecessary, I guess. But ultimately, like I said, it doesn't look good right now, and the Missouri Attorney General says they're going to jump on it and they're going to take a look at it. But that'd be, you better be right if you're going to open that can of worms.
So there's the Matt Miller video. Let's do a little quick redraft.
All right, 2024 or 2024. I don't know why I said 2024.
We may have to save this for crosstalk.
You'll have so many questions.
What crosstalk?
Well, we may have to save it. My tease is going to put you in a bad mood. Give us an update on the British Open first.
Lucas Herbert, who was a live golfer, had a really good day. He was 9 under going into the 17th hole. He wound up bogey in 18. He's your leader at 8 under par. He shot a 62 today. That's a hell of a round. A 62. And then you got Young. I assume that's Cameron Young. I don't really know. It just says Young. And then some guy named Suber. Tied for second place. Sam Burns, Sung J M in fourth place. Bryson just tapped one in.
So Lucas Herbert came up one stroke shy of history.
Yeah, that would have been the best.
One stroke short of shooting lowest round at a men's major championship. He needed to par the final 2 holes to become the first player to post a 61 in a round.
Yeah.
Some guy yesterday who lit it up, literally, he was smoking cigarettes out there.
Was it Darren Clark?
I have no idea. I'll try to find it. But I was like, do they let you do that at the Masters? They let you smoke out there? The guy says, I'm trying to keep the nerves down and everything.
Depends what you look like.
I don't know if they let you smoke at the Masters.
There's no way they could, right?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, maybe a cigar, but not a cigar.
I don't think they'd do a cigar.
Perhaps a corncob pipe with a a robe on.
I'll say this. I do remember a photo of Chichi Rodriguez smoking a cigarette at Augusta. I've seen that photo. It's kind of more of a famous golf photo.
Yes, you can smoke at the Masters.
Dan Brown.
Okay, I don't know
Dan Brown.
Yeah, he wrote the Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons. A couple of good books.
You can smoke at the Masters?
Yep.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Of all the decorum and all the optics, they're fine with you smoking.
Well, it is very old school.
It's got to be off camera, right?
I would think so.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Why rock, paper, scissors may mess up the start of our weekends.
Oh, no.
And mess it up like I did that tease. Crosstalk Chaos. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
There is no crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece as radio chaos has broken out here at 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt. So, DJ the DJ, except he's not really a DJ. DJ the engineer, his brake line has gone kaput on him. DJ was on the way to the KNC broadcast to set them up at the card show, which you can still go and see the guys. Car troubles, they're not going to be set up on air for probably another hour. I guess Tim messages Pepe on vacation, somehow relayed to Jacob Ray, who delivers the unfortunate news to us that apparently two of us are supposed to stick around to do an extra 40 minutes of radio before the weekend.
I'm a little disappointed in DJ, the DJ who isn't a DJ. Because when your brake line fails, just use the emergency brake or just engine brake. Slow down a little bit. Like, you don't have to, you just go 20 miles an hour to get there. Like, nobody actually needs the brakes. Just use the emergency brake.
Carter Freeman cut the wrong line when he came to the parking lot. That was my car.
Number one, why wasn't Alec, why is it two of us sticking around? Why isn't it Alec and somebody else? That's my first question.
Well, it's, what was it, shoulder day for Alec. You can't lift. You can't put the whole station on his shoulders.
So why isn't it Alec and someone else? Why inconvenience two of us? And then just less radio time for KNC to do. That's annoying.
Right. They already get enough days off.
That's right.
Rangers.
Now, they do contribute, Kevin leads the way, and he's like, let me do an hour with you guys. That's why I sent them both some Wild Fork care packages. New chimichurri line is being launched, by the way. But now on to our fates. How do we decide who has to stay?
How much time is it?
It's looking like 2 segments.
Oh, baby.
45. I wasn't even getting, it was given a 45 after warning. Is it rock, paper, scissors? Is it coin flips? What's the best way to decide this fan text for who has to have the start of their weekend messed up?
It's already been decided because Kevin Hageland yesterday said I was exhausting and I don't want to pollute his airwaves.
So you're out.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't be doing it with him, but I guess during his time.
That's his home,
He doesn't even
though.
want you during
That's his
time.
home.
Yeah.
I can't infiltrate his home.
Yeah. If this was like 3 weeks ago or a month, we could do an 82-0 standoff, like sudden limit.
Do 162-0, yeah.
I cannot do that.
Are you annoyed at how I've gotten him into it?
I'm not annoyed because it's usually like the last 2 or 3 breaks of the show. I get a little annoyed when, I'm
playing it right now, by the way, while we're talking.
Yeah. That can be a little bit annoying. I thought you defeated and conquered it. I thought.
Yesterday I did.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't done it today yet.
That should be, you did. That should be enough. He finally did 162-0. So we could have done standoffs like that, but the best way to go ahead and decide this thing. Now, Jacob Ray has volunteered to do Alec's job for the first 30 minutes. So either way,
Alex coming in here.
Alex coming in here. I don't care what the bosses say about it.
Yeah.
And then we have to decide who else has to suffer. What's your suggestion, Chop?
I don't know. I mean,
see, I know the RJ. I haven't talked to RJ about this. He is about to lay out why someone has to do it instead of coming up with some type of random chance. He's about to deliver bad news to someone on why they should just do it.
No, not someone. He's about to tell me why I have to do it. Well, tenure. Tenure is a thing.
You should actually do it for Bobby for all the breakfast he's bought you.
That's
so
right.
You should be thrown into it.
I'll stay. You guys fight it out.
Oh my God.
I was planning on staying.
I was looking up.
I've got to be somewhere. I got to be in Irving at like noon, so I was planning on sticking around and doing stuff here anyway.
Okay. I was trying to look up the rock, paper, scissors cheat sheet thing.
Oh, yeah.
To like whatever the tactic is.
You don't even need a tactic. You either have the sense or you don't.
Oh, you think you're the best at it?
If you have the cheat sheet.
You think you're the best? All right, let's do 2 out of 3.
Well, how do you want to do it? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
Scissors, shoot.
Shoot? Okay, all right.
You know what the trick is?
No, I can't. I forgot.
So
but should you tell me in front of Bobby?
Yeah, because I'm sitting right here.
All right, so you guys do it. You guys do it, and I'm going to take notes to see if the trick works. I know what the trick is.
You know what the trick is?
I do. So
why don't you go against Bobby first using the trick? Because Bobby thinks he's the man with it.
Okay.
Can you execute it while thinking about it?
I'm terrible at this. Like,
yeah. All right, I'm going to do it slow. Ready? Okay. And you got to do rock, paper, scissors, shoot, the move. All right? Yo, watching Choppy try to think about that.
My brain's going to be working overdrive.
So here's all right, here we go. Ready?
Yep.
Rock.
Hey.
Does it count for the first one? Does it play into the first one? Or is it the reaction to the first one?
The reaction.
It's the reaction to the first one.
So it shouldn't matter
what are you calculating?
Yeah, what are you calculating?
Okay, I got it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Both went paper. Paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
We're both doing it.
3 for 3.
We're both doing it.
I don't even know what the tactic is.
So here's the tactic.
Well, don't say it out loud because then he's going to do it.
Yeah, let's continue.
But you're doing it.
Ready?
I'm not doing it. I'm just sensing.
He's not doing it consciously, I don't think. Ready?
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. What was that? Both scissors?
Yeah.
Okay. Rock.
Bobby, why'd you make your scissors flat?
Scissors, shoot. All right, Bobby's up 1-0.
All right, so the trick is...
You're supposed to go again. I'm up 1-0.
You win. The trick is... My hand's hurting.
I have a sick baby at home.
My hand's hurting from pounding my fist. So here's the trick. You put... So let's say Bobby throws down a scissor.
Yeah.
Okay? Typically, that person will put down next the item that beats what they just put down.
Oh, okay. So he's going to put down rock next.
So he'll put down rock next, and then...
Man, that's tough thinking. That's quick thinking.
Yeah, except I could tell based on what I was throwing that's what he started doing, and so I would not have thrown scissors
You
down.
could tell?
Yes, I could tell because he kept throwing that. I was like, and so because he was throwing that, I was like, okay, that's what he's doing.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Jake's going to run the board. Jake's going to produce with Alec, Bobby, and Chop in here to start off, and then hopefully they're on air. And DJ makes it there.
And we can just play 162-0 the entire time.
Do whatever you want.
Hell yeah.
Do whatever you want. We haven't heard anything directly from the bosses. And then the KNC punishment will be not Monday and not a Friday. It's a day that'll be more difficult radio for us, our choosing.
Yep.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think we split them into the 9 o'clock hour, so they can't just knock it out together.
Yes.
And that benefits us twice. So Kevin and Corey have to do a 9 o'clock hour by our choosing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week separately, and I think that's fair. We agree?
I think it's a good one.
Or we switch a show with them in Oxnard.
That's what we got to do.
That's really unfair to them. It's not equal, but
that's what we got to do.
That would be awesome.
We got to do one day where
opposite times, switch times.
Yeah.
Oh, the day after the Jerry party. I'll go to the Jerry party. I'll rage because right now I'm skipping it again.
I want to fight. I want them to fight. Like I've really missed that they haven't
Kevin
done that
and Corey?
yet. Yeah, and
they almost did the other day in Crosstalk.
And
Corey tried,
and that's the thing. You can't just say like fight. That's you got to fight first. So instead, like I would want them to just like write down like a list of things that like, hey, this privately bugged me. Here are a couple things that privately bugged me that I never confronted you about that still upsets me.
What does this have to do with anything we're talking about?
Because then we get to watch them fight. I think that should be part of the 9 o'clock hours that they have to tell each other. They have to
That's
confront
like
each
their
other about. They have to confront each other with the things they've never confronted each other about that they don't like.
Okay.
Because there's got to be something. They're not just happy, harmonious. They're not just swelsy over here.
Do you think there's any way we could talk them into an Oxnard switch for one day?
I think there is.
And watch, that'll be the day we get like shoddy.
Yeah.
I would still swap that in a heartbeat.
Do we know their off day? The players' off day? Like there's no practice day?
I don't. Is there?
Kevin's not. They would never agree. I mean, there's one-sided trade.
Wait. They're not out there when we're out there.
Oh, that's
At
right.
all?
No, that's right.
Well,
They should be.
Even better. Even better.
They got to stay.
They come in here so it doesn't hurt them that badly.
Right.
We get to do their show out there.
Oh, even
Am
better.
I a genius?
Let's go.
Am I a
Let's
genius?
go.
Man, they've got to.
So that way they don't have to do 3 o'clock out there. They come in here 6 to 10.
6 to 10.
We're out there starting at 8. Boom.
Thursday, July 30th, they have an 11 a.m. game, Rangers game.
Oh.
One of those Thursdays they're out there, they get an 11 a.m. game.
Oh.
They should host remotely from Oxnard from 6 to 11.
That's right. There it is. So that's Radio Chaos on a Friday. Thank you for sticking along with us here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if anyone else had any great suggestions or not. What are the chances, by the way, the DJ actually? I do not put it past. What, Bobby?
I'm one player spin away on the last one from getting 900 OPS.
Breaking trade or something, you idiot.
Oh, damn it. Okay, hold on. Wait, is there? No, there's not a 900 OPS guy for the Red Sox.
Paid 10.
Second.
And you know what I'll do?
Damn it. No, I didn't get it.
You know what I'll do?
There's not a 900 OPS at second base.
Get back in your chair. I'm going to do something for you.
154 and 8.
Since you took the bullet on this, and I feel a little bit guilty anyway. The other day I drove home, and I forgot about you guys first, but I just saw the signs, and I opened up my eyes. I have to get gas anyway. I'm going to buy both y'all's lottery tickets.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone won it.
No,
but
it's like $700 million.
Yeah, it was on both. On both. So I went and got lottery tickets. I forgot about you guys. I won $20 on one of them. Ooh. So I'll go and get the lottery tickets for the show. Just us 3. Screw Peyton. He's already living life on a vacation. And I will count you guys in. You don't have to pay me back for the lottery.
Let's go.
Now, how many tickets should I have to buy?
Hasn't our standard been, what, like 5 or 10?
It's like 20 apiece. I can't pay.
I thought we did like 10 apiece.
All right, let's do. I'll buy $30 worth.
There you go.
Is that fair?
That's fine. Yeah.
Maybe I'll throw it in. We'll see how much change I have because I have to pay in cash. You can't just swipe a card.
Very annoying. Debit. You can do debit a lot. Some places
depending on where you do it,
debit.
you're not supposed to do a debit card. But I've gone some places before, and they'll just look around. They'll be like, "Just do it real quick."
Was it? Oh, really?
Yeah, they're not supposed to.
Oh. Wasn't this an amazing negotiation session?
Yeah, it was.
You see why I'm the Donald Fair up here?
If we could negotiate against nobody every time, it would be great.
We all negotiate with each other a little bit. That's how we work things out. So, Alec, Choppy, Bobby, Jacob Ray, hell, throw Aiden up into the mix. Throw Chica Lean. Throw 1080. News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Peyton May.
Some version of the KNC Masterpiece is next. Everyone have a great weekend.
D1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece, kinda, here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. I am always here. I'm joined temporarily by RJ Choppy.
Oh, man!
And that's Bobby Belt, Jacob Ray on the ones and twos, while we deal with radio drama. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can let us know how everybody is doing out there in the radio lands. And we're going to figure this out by the seat of our pants. We're having some mechanical issues on the car side, on the engineering side, but we will go live to the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek in Allen, to chat with Kevin and Corey, hopefully sometime soon. And we'll get things underway shortly. But until then, what's up, guys? How we doing?
Dude, I am
great.
I'm in a good spot right now on this 162-0 thing.
Are you?
Yeah. Got a good team going so far. So.
Yeah, you'll think that a lot, and then you'll go, crap.
I know.
Got taken from me.
I know.
But
I got a chance to get Bob Feller.
Ooh,
that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's a great time at the Dallas Card Show. That is always, every time I try to make an appearance out there. I was not going to this time after Hagee slandered me on the air yesterday.
Yeah.
and talked down about me and said I was more of a handful than Mike even.
That was a stretch.
It was a little aggressive.
Which, by the way, Mike is going to be on the show around 1 o'clock today. From the Dallas Card Show.
Sure, yeah.
We'll see. It's a floating time with Mike, always. His sense of time is a little bit different than ours, so we'll see if that happens.
How many times did you have to dump Mike during your career with him?
Oh, that's a good question.
Maybe twice, I want to say.
How many times should you have dumped Mike?
Probably 8. There probably a lot more than I actually did. I think Peyton probably dumped him more in crosstalk than I ever had to. There's a couple instances that I can't repeat that come to mind. But yeah.
I don't think those shows exist anymore.
I don't think they do either. But that's always one of those. There's a couple of guests that we have on the show, especially Radio Road Time, that you're just hovering over the dump button as a producer because like the wrestler from AEW, MJF, we tell him numerous times, including myself, I'm like, hey, buddy, can't be doing that here. And then 30 seconds in, we get an F-bomb, and it's sometimes even directed at me. And I'm like, okay. He likes to make dead mom jokes to me.
Oh. Why does he go by the name? Is your mom dead?
Yes.
Yeah,
congratulations.
You were working here during that. Yeah.
Sean gave a beautiful eulogy while I was out and everything. I still have that saved somewhere. But yeah, that happened. I got a tattoo for it too on the bicep.
So close, no matter how far.
And then those are 2 thumbprints. It was my sister's idea. I can't take any credit for that.
Those are legitimate thumbprints? Like that would work on a...
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Chop has been sufficiently awkward here.
Yes.
So we can... Now, next thing. What was coming up on the show today? You had the rundown. They're going to be out there at the card show. It's always a great time. What time was Vasky supposed to join? 1:30?
1 o'clock for the C Block starring Corey Majors. So hopefully he does show up on time because that is going to be fun. And Bassick is a huge card collector himself. So hopefully we do have some product to rip on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. That would be awesome.
The most angry he's ever gotten with me, I think, Mike, was, he likes to troll. I like to troll. I was trolling him about the value of his Trevor Lawrence cards, and he got so mad. Like, it was not funny to him at all.
Is the value not there?
I think he just invested in a lot of them.
Yes, he did.
I just made some joke about it, and there was no smile on his face. He was looking a little uptight about it, but...
Yeah, that's a sore subject for him. I'm sure Hagee has a bunch of players and athletes like that where he just swung and absolutely missed on some of their product because it's just like the conversations we have. Everybody on sports media, us here, we thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be the second coming of football Jesus. The next step to still Andrew Luck reincarnate is still got time, sure. He's got the new deal and everything. He's going to be in Jacksonville for a minute, but everybody overinvests, and you're seeing that in the card market, especially on the basketball side right now. Ooh, boy. Basketball cards are the worst thing to try to get into right now unless you're actually ripping product.
Why?
Because, 1, it's so expensive. But 2, you have to hit the right people to get any kind of value back.
Hang on. Is ripping product slang for opening packs that are brand new?
Yeah, ripping packs.
I've never heard ripping product.
Card breaks, man. Those are things.
And that's the best way.
Clear on this one.
That's the best way is getting into breaks, honestly.
You as a degenerate, I would think, would fall in love with this, actually, Chop.
Probably.
I've got a buddy, Tolo Steve, who showed me how this whole thing works. He's like, look, watch one of these, and it's this auction that goes on a live stream, and somebody may be like, all right, I want all the cards that end in 9. I'm gonna bid to own that spot. That everything you open up that ends in a 9, that's going to me. And you buy these slots or these teams. Any card you pull from these teams, I want. And people bid on those slots, take them up, and then as he's opening them and he pulls it out, it's like, all right, that's going to you because it ends in this number. It goes to this team, and people get intense watching those. Seeing them open up and seeing what they gambled on.
And you can pick teams, you can pick divisions in some of these breaks, you can pick first letter of the first name, even in some of these.
Really?
I primarily collect pro wrestling cards, yes, Bobby.
Well,
and
is that a profession?
So, yes, it is. They get paid, independent contractors.
That's true.
So I get into those breaks and you just pick your wrestler a lot of the time. And so I bought the first one I ever bought into was for a kid that's younger than me named Javon Evans. So I'm just buying low on him, hoping that he's going to take off. And I paid like $50 for the spot. They ended up pulling an autograph card that was numbered to 10, and it's worth about like $300, $400.
Jeez.
So yeah, I got my money back a couple times on that one. So it's all about the risk. You could walk away with absolutely nothing, but that's the beauty of the Dallas Card Show. Is we were talking about it yesterday. There will be probably millions of dollars worth of cards exchanged at this show. You see people walking around with briefcases handcuffed to their wrist and stuff because they're walking around with ungodly amounts of cash. So that's the fun part, is watching other people make these deals, because I can't afford any of that high level stuff. You're seeing some of the most rare, sought after products at this one show, which is just awesome to me. I think that's incredible that you can see that here in the Metroplex.
Can you get stuff appraised there?
Oh yeah, people
like memorabilia.
People are really nice up there. Like a lot of people will run the comps for you and see what recent sales look like. They'll give you values. They'll offer on spot. There's on-site grading. There's on-site authentication. So if you have something, maybe something got handed down to you like a signed baseball, and you're like, I have no idea who signed this and if it's real, you could take it up to JSA. They'll authenticate it for you. Put a little hologram sticker on it, and then it's in their database forever.
Yeah, my buddy's got a Pittsburgh Pirates, like 1970 ball, autograph, Clemente and everything.
Sick.
And there's not many Clemente autographs out there. Exclusive. He passed away. So I don't know. But it's not authenticated because he got it when he was a kid. How do you authenticate that?
This is just you speaking of Clemente, by the way. That reminds me of something. And I'm not to steal your thunder here, Alec, or pivot your topic, but I'm curious about this. I thought this was a perfect KNC topic, actually.
Okay.
And I'm curious what the Vantex thinks about this. We've seen the explosion of the 82-0 and the 162-0 in all these games, right?
Yeah.
And maybe they'll be a fad and they won't last very long. But Chop was talking, we were like going through the break and we're looking at certain guys, and I was telling him, like, yeah, 2000s Yankees is good because you want to get Posada there. And he's like, why would you want Posada? I was like, because his OPS is 871. It's one of the higher OPSs from a catcher in a decade. And he's like, no. And then we're talking about in the 70s, there's one player with the minimum number of games played who has a 900 OPS or higher, and it's Willie Stargell. And Chop named 20 names before we got to Stargell, and he's like, holy cow, I didn't even realize that. And Choppy brought up something that I think is interesting. Do you think these games are going to change people's perception of who should and shouldn't be a Hall of Famer?
100%.
Like, they're going to start seeing some more of these stats and be like, well, I know that guy. Like, even if you never saw him play, you're going to start becoming familiar with how dominant they were in their era.
100%, because I feel like a lot of people do that just comparing generations in general. So I think stuff like this is going to skew opinions, because it even came up on the fan text yesterday when we had Tim Kirkjian on. And Hagee made a joke about, because he said Johnny Bench was the best catcher he had ever seen. And he was like, well, we're in the Metroplex, how about Pudge? And somebody on the fan text was like, Johnny Bench shouldn't even be in the Hall of Fame. And we're like, oh, okay, let's pump the brakes a little. Pump the brakes, different generations. And I know a lot of his work was done, or like a lot of his accolades happened when he was still in his early to mid-20s for Johnny Bench. But come on, we're comparing different generations and whatnot.
Insanity.
That's insanity to say that he's not a Hall of Fame.
Even still, his numbers, like if you want to come, and Pudge is the better catcher. Bench is in his name for a reason, because he's second team, all right, as the all-time catcher behind Pudge. But like, even if you look at Pudge's numbers, you take his 90s and his 2000s, Pudge's OPS never got past 812 in either of those decades. Bench's top decade, I think, was the 70s. He was like 860.
Yeah, you got to factor in defense.
Pudge is the greatest defensive catcher in the history of the game.
It's not even close.
It is not close. He's the most dominant defensive catcher you've ever seen.
So I was just making my all-time lineup, who would I put in each position? Yeah. And I put Piazza.
Okay.
Right, and the reason for that is because Piazza offensively blows everybody else away.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on what you want. Now, if you're saying
he was one of the worst defensive catchers
if you're
ever.
saying I need to see a team win 162 games, like if you're legitimate, let's say 162-0 is not a game, and it's like realistically build a team that you think could go 162-0. I don't think you're putting Piazza over Pudge. It's just like a raw numbers thing you would, but like Pudge's value as a defensive catcher,
it's unmatched.
Would be, and if you're talking about getting him in his prime, that's still a guy who won an MVP. That's a guy who looked like he might have been on his way to a second in 2000 before he broke his thumb. One of the most tragic days in the history of my sports fandom is him throwing down to second against the Angels, and Mo Vaughn has swung and missed, and he's bringing the bat back, and Pudge thumps it right on Mo Vaughn's bat, and was out for the season after that. But I mean, he was 27 home runs at like 80 games through the season that year. I mean, he was just on a tear.
You know, I found this other. You know how I love black type on the Baseball Reference page?
Is that your type?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. On the Baseball Reference page, you get the big, bold black type.
Sure.
Yeah.
BBT.
Pudge did not have a single offensive category in black type in his whole career.
Not true. 99.
I'm sorry. He grounded the most double plays.
Yep, there you go.
I'm not counting that as an offensive category. But that's unbelievable.
But you also got to think of a position. If you stack this up as where he led among catchers, it would be
crazy,
all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, his MVP year was a really good year. His OPS was second highest in his career, 914. It's a really, really good year. I was surprised to see that, though. I was like, holy cow.
So if that's the case, if like these games are like these sort of games are going to change our perspective of who we think of as Hall of Famers and who we don't, who's most getting benefited or hurt by that then? Because Posada, like for instance, to you that makes you change your perspective on Posada.
I grew up in that city. I watched a lot of those games. I never once thought of him as a
I always thought of Veritek as better.
Oh,
until the back end of the 2000s.
I'll tell you no, and I'll tell you why. He's a look at me guy, Veritek.
Ooh.
All right. You don't wear a C on your jersey in baseball. You're the captain. That's look at me. That's look at me. And by the way, get a uniform that fits. It was too baggy.
Especially for a catcher?
Get a uniform that fits.
Performative. Very performative.
It is performative.
No, I mean, honestly, I think like if you're talking about like people it benefits and like whenever we've played because Sean brought that up with the 82-0, like I had no idea. I mean, I was aware who he was and that he was a Hall of Famer, but like Elvin Hayes, like I had no idea he put up some of the numbers he did in the decades he played.
You know who it hurts? Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson's numbers are stunningly low when I look at it. I was not anticipating.
Interesting.
I was not anticipating it being as low. Honestly, like some of the stuff with Clemens,
I don't even think Reggie had an 800 OPS. It was crazy.
I was surprised Clemens. No, it was like 840. I had no idea that Clemens didn't have a single decade where he was under a 3 ERA.
I didn't know that either.
And I'll tell you what, it really impresses me more about Maddox though, because you start seeing like in raw numbers against other pitchers in his era that people were not close to Greg Maddox.
No, I mean he was the best of his era. Although, like, would we consider Randy Johnson in the same era?
Yeah, we would.
I think I would take Randy.
Maddox's ERA for the decade was like a full run lower.
Got to win one game. You're taking Maddox.
Yep.
The only reason I would take Randy, he would alter the other.
Maddox.
He would alter the other team's lineup more. He would take every lefties out of the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, look, Randy had a history of like some blow-ups in the postseason too.
Yeah, he did.
So
now I'm wondering, with these style of games, like we were talking about a second ago, which sport do you think the legacies are going to get misconstrued and whatnot? Stat watching, comparing generations.
Football, like it does not. You do not get a good representation of what a quarterback is when you look at those games.
Exactly. The style of offense, the style of defense evolved so much. Even 5 years ago, we were playing a different style. The running back renaissance that's happening now. I was thinking baseball at first just because of the pitching metrics alone, and the expectations of pitchers are so different nowadays. But the game of football evolves way too much. The safety measurements, everything, every element has changed so much that I think you're right. I think that's an interesting conversation, that these things are going to get ruined over time. These games are going to ruin people's perception, especially like the generations that are younger than me. I just turned 25. Like a lot of kids that are coming up and growing up after me, their perception of players even from the 90s are going to be way different than y'all's, because expectations and the way that the game has changed over time just so much.
I had done a standard, I think standard deviations are the best way to measure statistically era to era. When we're talking about quarterback play, that's the best way that you're going to be able to. You can't look at the raw stats. You have to look at how much they performed over their era.
Absolutely.
And that's why, like, the one who, like, when I started doing that as a metric and was playing around with it last offseason, by far, the guy who blew away everybody as just most dominant over his era was Steve Young. Steve Young statistically was so far, and you look at some of his numbers now, they look good, but you don't necessarily look at him, I think, and go like, oh, that guy's better than
he could run,
Patrick Mahomes. But his numbers were so brutally above everybody else. It was disgusting.
This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are Kevin and Corey with us? Are they not? We're going to find out. If not, we're going to start getting you ready for the proverbial second half of the Texas Rangers season. But go ahead and make your way out to the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek in Allen at the Marriott. Currently open to VIP, but general admission starts right when our show ends at 2 o'clock today. And hey, you're going to want to get tickets for this weekend because the likes of Terry Bradshaw, John Mateer signing autographs this weekend. Go ahead and go to DallasCardShow.com and get yourself set up for the weekend. But coming up next, let's get you set for this Rangers second half here on The Fan.
Been injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we are awaiting the debut of the KNC Masterpiece live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek at the Marriott. It is open to VIPs right now. General admission starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Was that hard for you to go from Marriott to Marriott?
Yes.
Is that a difficult transition?
That absolutely.
I noticed that y'all's show says that the most consistently that way.
Yeah, that absolutely rocked my world. And the reason that I found out, I know Corey found out through like some sort of panel where the executives were speaking there and they addressed that. I heard it because we were running commercials for them, I think like a year ago, and they kept on saying Marriott. And I was like, what? And I was like, it's professional copy, I guess.
I thought it was just a guy that didn't know what he was doing that kept saying that.
Yeah. What did you say that you've said? You don't get to change the way your name is said.
I know. Once it's been established, the entire by the people. The people decide once it's been established. But
that's right.
But but it's also if you've always like
Travis Achan.
Dan Gadzurek. Right? It was Gadzurek in college. He gets to the NBA, he's Gadzurich. Well, man, it's already been established. Now, but if nobody from Marriott ever established that it's Marriott or Marriott, then I guess they get a reprieve there.
Gentlemen, 162 accomplished. Just wanted to give you.
I haven't played that game in like 3 weeks, and you're still playing.
You're just like the Rangers. The Rangers haven't played in like 3 weeks.
Exactly. Thank you for the segue. We're going to get you set up for the Rangers' second half of the season, but I do want to remind you guys the final day of our Rangers ticket giveaway happening in the 12 o'clock hour to see the Rangers take on the Seattle Mariners, who are struggling. Friday, July 24th at the Globe, and the giveaway for that game is awesome. First 10,000 fans in the gates will get a Choctaw Stadium radio. An actual little radio.
Everybody's going to Choctaw.
That's right. So, but we will get you hooked up in the noon hour today. But the Rangers back in action starting tonight. You can hear that right here on 105.3 The Fan. So if you are still up in arms about the streaming situation, remember, it is always live, it is always local, and it is always 100% free right here on 105.3 The Fan. But you will be taking on the Atlanta Braves, who... heard you guys talking about them a little bit earlier this morning. The Braves have been on a bit of a resurgence after falling off the face of the earth last season, and the Rangers standing at a game and a half with a lead in the division, which makes zero sense to this point, but they were starting to heat up a little bit. They're starting to find a little bit of consistency here in the summer. Again, the expectations for this team, I have no idea what to expect other than at the trade deadline right now, I believe you're going to add. And I don't know how, and I don't know what, because I heard you mentioning a couple days ago, Bobby, you can't afford too much, but what you could get is probably some average to a slightly above average bullpen help. So I think they're going to make a run at this thing, but it starts with a bit of a gauntlet here, starting with the Braves.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to say, where can I most improve my team? Where am I most capable of improving my team? All right, well, a bat that could really help this team, you probably can't afford. Whether that's financially or just in terms of capital that you have to move. You probably can't go get whatever the big bat is on the market. You just don't have enough capital that people will be interested in that say, all right, let me jump all over that.
Unless you're willing to give up on a Evan Carter or Jack Leiter.
But I don't know.
Or Kumar Rocker, right? There are some teams that may look at them and say, hey, that's a prospect.
But it's also they're damaged.
Yep.
They are in a similar spot. I would say both of them are in similar spots to where Mackenzie Gore was. Probably worse. And Mackenzie Gore didn't go for much, relatively speaking.
I mean, he went for 4 of the top.
In a very weak farm system.
Yeah, it is a weak farm system.
So I look, the thing is that where you can make the most margins is probably you can afford to go find one of the better relievers on the market. If you can do that, then you can absolutely improve your bullpen instantly, and that would help you out, especially some of these games you've blown recently where you're up 5-1 in the 7th or something and you let everybody back in here. So you can absolutely improve your team if you go out there and get a relief pitcher. The biggest way that they're going to improve their offense is they just need guys to start hitting. And they need guys to be healthy. They need Wyatt Langford to be healthy. If Corey Seager's going to come back here and play, like, he's got to be healthy and he's got to hit better than he did. You need more consistency from Carter. You got to get Jock Peterson, and Zeke Duran has been great this year, but Zeke Duran's got to be a little less streaky. That's kind of the thing that you need here. And it's funny when you mention there, Alec, you're talking about like where they're at. You don't know where they're going or whatever else. I saw this earlier today or earlier yesterday, Chop. This was the list from, they were breaking down every Major League Baseball team by where they're at in terms of the tiers that they're on. Mm-hmm. They're saying that, all right, who all's a big contender here? So they've got the big four as tier one. Dodgers, Brewers, Rays, Braves. Great. Cool. Those are the top teams. Fine. You want to say that? Tier 2, the largest threats to the Big Four. Yankees, Cubs, Phillies, Mariners. 3, contenders in the mix. You're like, okay, this is where we'll get to Rangers. Yeah. No. Guardians, White Sox, Marlins, Pirates, Cardinals, Nationals, no Texas. Texas ends up in Tier 4, which is in it, but thanks to the muddled AL. Now, they do write up, they say that Eric Karabell says that if they manage to get healthy and slip into the playoffs in October, they can go on a run and win the American League.
They're a better team than the Marlins. I think they're better than the Nationals.
Got a better record than the Mariners. I think most people think the Mariners are a better team, and they've underperformed.
There are a couple teams that you mentioned in there that I think the Rangers. I think they're better than the White Sox. That are those contenders in the mix. I don't think the Rangers are where they are strictly because the AL stinks. I think it helps.
They are resilient. They've shown themselves to be a scrappy baseball team. Like, I'll give them credit for that. Their guys battle. Kamar, like every single person on that team does battle. Kamar Rocker battles. Jack Leiter, when he's out there, he battles it. Like we saw Mackenzie Gore right before the All-Star break, battling, coming out there on 3 days, pitching the way he is. Cal Quantrill, the guy who's supposed to go tonight, that's a guy who's battled the last few weeks and done a good job for you. So they've definitely got the resilience angle. They're tough. They are. I like the identity that Skip Schumacher's given them. Just the biggest question, I know I referenced it earlier on Sean and RJ, which you can hear weekdays 6 to 10 a.m.
No way.
I referenced this earlier. That show? We are. I referenced this earlier. Josh Young leads the team right now with an 819 or 812, I think, OPS. It
was 812 because that was no. 812 was the number of that was Dalton Rushing's OPS.
If you take every team and you rank them by their leading guy in OPS on their team, then the Rangers are 26th out of 30 teams in Major League Baseball. And that's with Josh Young playing a pretty good season so far. The reality is what they still need, to me anyway, they need Evaldi to be more consistent than he was earlier in the year. They need him to perform at a better level. They need health. They need the bullpen to keep doing what they're doing. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I still think what they need is they need guys who can slug. They need guys who can...
it would help.
Who can put the ball in the stands.
Like the only guys that I feel like consistently take Seager out of the mix because obviously he's been hurt. But... like Wyatt when he's on.
Wyatt, when he came back for those 20 games in June, was a monster.
Yeah,
if you can get that version of Wyatt Langford, we're talking now.
Jock, I feel confident come up with a big hit, like a home run. And Berger.
So we were talking about this during one of the breaks earlier. Jake Berger, if you take the 4 hits this season for the Rangers that had the highest win probability added, Jake Berger has 3 of the 4. He has been so clutch for them. And then I think the other one is Kyle Higashioka, who similarly has been big-time clutch
for them. Comes up with big hits.
He's somebody who I feel like every single one of the home runs he's hit or every single one of the extra base hits that he gets, it feels like it's always at the exact right moment. Him and Berger are both that way. No matter how much they've been struggling, when they come through, it always seems to be at a big moment.
You need that. You need guys who make contact as well in situational spots. How many times have you seen over the last 15 postseasons? Teams get a runner to third, less than 2 outs, can't get them home.
Yeah.
And forget about just being the World Series. Division, CS, doesn't matter. The amount of teams that don't make the World Series, who were, I think, overall more talented teams than the team they played, who don't advance, don't win the series because they can't get a runner home with less than 2 outs with third, it really boggles the mind. Yeah, it's bad baseball.
Well, and this has been a team that's had some issues at times getting guys into position, like getting them into runner on third less than 2 outs. They've had trouble getting there because a big problem for them I remember we had looked this up. They are consistently one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball in terms of guys making outs on the base paths, whether that's grounding into double plays, guys getting picked off, fielder's choice, thrown out on the bases like a nincompoop, tootland, as it's called.
Tootland, that's right.
Whatever it is, they've got to be better on the bases. They've got to be better about not making outs on the bases, whatever, however that looks, whether it's double plays or what have you. But if they can just consistently bring guys around and the bullpen can show you, hey, we're still going to sit here and we're going to fight and we're going to battle to the extent that we can, and to the extent that, because you mentioned it earlier on Sean and RJ, that the strikeout ability for the Rangers bullpen has a lot of people very low on them for their futures.
24th or something like that, 26th.
They're thought of as just being their prospects. They're going to come back down to earth. People just think there's going to be regression to the mean, and that's one of the reasons you got to add to the bullpen. And there's no doubt about it because it's bit them a few times. But, man, I think the other problem here is, like we said, it's the margins you're giving them offensively at times. Offense has been better than it was last year. Last year was troubling, better than it was earlier this year. They've kind of found their groove a little bit at times, but you still need it to be more consistent. You still have to slug at the end of the day because they're 12th in Major League Baseball, I think, in batting average, which is stunning to think. The Rangers are. Yeah, 12th in batting average.
How bad is the rest of the league?
I mean, pretty bad, Chop.
Yeah.
But they're 12th in batting average. I think
they're like you said, their
18th in
OPS
slugging or something.
Yeah, their slugging is very, very low.
Yeah, in fact, if I were to look at it right now, the leaders in batting average, it's the Pirates at 263, leads the major leagues. Texas is 12th at 245. 12th. And then if you switch it over to slugging, though, now Texas drops to 16th.
245 is an all-star this year. Travis Pizzana. 245
is just the difference because, like I said, 263, right, is where it's at now. If you were to go back to, let's say, 2009, 263 would have been good for 15th in Major League Baseball in 2009.
Oh,
it's just wild where the game's come. Oh. We are the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
Where?
I mean, we are. That's us right here. Kevin and Corey are getting ready at the card show right now. Alec, do we have a status update of any sort yet?
Absolutely not.
Status.
What are we going to talk about next,
status.
Alec?
We could do some baseball nuggets if you want to fire some up and get
just
some
did baseball nuggets.
That was just Rangers conversation.
Yeah, that's Rangers.
Baseball
That's different.
nuggets, there's a variety, Chop. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the world of baseball. Everybody's getting started back up, so let's talk about it next here on The Fan. is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025, we are live and waiting for Kevin and Corey to get started at the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek at the Marriott in Allen. But while we wait, let's fire up some baseball nuggets.
Let's do these baseball nuggets.
Danky.
They are danky as hell, RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy sitting in for Kevin Hageland and Corey Majors as they prepare. They were just swarmed in the parking lot, Beatles style, at the Marriott there, and they've not been able to get to set yet. Just as soon as the card collectors let them be, they will be there on the air. Until then, it's myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Alec Medford, and Aiden Butler coordinating video over there. Okay, Chop, did you see? If we have a baseball season, we will have the earliest opening day in forever.
I did see that it was going to be in like March 22nd.
March 24th for the opening day. Now, this is technically, is this totally accurate? Because they're saying this is the earliest opening day ever, but didn't they start earlier with that random one-off game that the Dodgers played a couple years ago?
Well, the Dodgers played that game in Korea, right?
Yeah, and that was an official regular season game, and that was March 20th.
Yeah, I think the issue is like, yeah, this is like they're not.
How can you not count that though? Like if you're Major League Baseball saying, well, that was an opening day. Well, you counted the games.
Yeah, I think I guess they're just counting the opening day when everyone plays.
I suppose so, because that was weird. You remember we played those 2 games. It was a 2-game series that the Dodgers played against the Padres, and then they went like teams were still doing spring training games. It was the weirdest setup. They had to make it that way, but MLB said Thursday that its 2027 season, if it starts, will start with a single game to be televised that night by Netflix. The teams have not been chosen. The opening matchups are Cleveland at Chicago, St. Louis at Cincinnati, Chicago, Detroit, Texas at Houston, and then several others. That's all we care about. Baseball's labor contract expires December 1st, and a management lockout is expected in 2022. An agreement wasn't reached until March 10th, causing opening day to be pushed from March 31st to April 7th. Chop, does the deal get done?
A deal does get done.
We will be locked out for a little bit, though, you think?
So here's my thought on this. Rob Manfred has never lost a game as commissioner. He's retiring. I don't think he wants to go. I think he's cognizant enough that his legacy is in pretty good standing right now. I don't think he wants to do that.
But if he's also never lost, don't you think he wants to? That increases the likelihood of just standing in and saying, "No, this is my last fight. I'm going to get the stuff for my legacy."
Because he's already So he's also never lost a negotiation. So he's never lost a game, right? So he's never had any games.
Yeah, he's never missed time.
Yeah,
they pushed back opening day.
Right, they've never missed time. So he's played 162 games for every year
except for
COVID. But he considers that a win. He got them to play.
Yeah.
But he also has never lost a negotiation. Something's going to give here. One of those things is happening.
I think he's standing in and saying he's going to get the last few things he wants. And which the big thing that they're fighting about is the cap. There's so many people that want a salary cap. They were doing this. The TikTok folks were going around and asking players various questions and kicking around topics. And one of the things they kept asking everybody was, are you in favor of a salary cap? Mm-hmm. And like all the guys at the All-Star game, of course, were saying no. They're on the company line. They're going, nope, doesn't help. The owners and, the front office of Major League Baseball are all on the opinion that it needs to be added. That's what this big labor fight is going to ultimately be about. Do you think this ends with a cap?
I do not think it ends with a cap. I think it ends with a floor.
Which a floor is fine to me.
I think so too. I think it's a, and I also think what the players get is they get a salary floor, but they don't get what they want in terms of a reduction of years before free agency.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to institute a floor. It's hard to do some of these things if you're not then going to give them a cap,
Right.
I think, because they would just fight you on that.
Right, they would.
All right, before we get to the Athletics new article, Ken Rosenthal has up 12 pressing questions that will define the MLB trade deadline. I mentioned the TikTok thing where people are going around interviewing players. There's an idea. They asked various players, they said, hey, I saw this yesterday, what's one rule you would institute? Because, old Kamish, he wants the golden at bat.
He does.
Okay. Jacob Latz from your Texas Rangers submitted a rule proposal that I kind of like. Latz says he thinks that after a certain number of foul balls, your at bat should be over.
Ooh.
I like this.
If you want to speed up the game, what do you say? Like if you foul off 3 2-strike pitches, it's over?
That's interesting. It's like in softball, beer league softball. Everybody starts with a 1-1 count, and you get your free foul. You get once you get to 2 strikes, you're out.
I like the idea. If you're talking about speeding up the game, and
I don't hate it.
I think that I think I could see it work. Alec, what do you think on this one?
I like this a lot. One, because I do play a lot of wiffle ball with the boys, so I'm just accustomed to this rule anyways. But like you said, Bobby, if we're aiming to speed up the game and make it a little bit more competitive, I think it puts a lot more on the hitter's plate. It changes the dynamics. And, hey, for optics, it's probably going to allow starting pitchers to go deeper into games as well. Because guys like Luis Ariz, who can foul off 14 pitches and then it ends in a single, that's not going to happen anymore. We're going to be a lot more pitching to contact, which I think is fun.
Yeah.
Man, it's it's gonna be a tough one because it's very pitcher centric. Of course, the pitcher would come up with this idea.
Yes.
The hitter never would.
Of course.
I remember talking to Banny.
Well, is this before he froze you out?
Yeah, I don't know if he froze. I'm gonna text him back. I don't know if he froze out. He was saying one of the rule changes he wanted to do was automatic. The goal. He did like the golden at bat rule, where you could substitute anybody in there.
Man, I don't. But see, I still to this day, I know everybody else loves it and gives it praise. I hate the ghost runner. I hate it. I cannot stand the fact that you're just throwing somebody on second and like, all right, yeah, here you go. We're gifting this to you.
I get it. It's but it's to me they're about saving pitchers, saving arms, saving innings, saving time. I mean, the times of these games are absurd. So they don't want to drag it out to 14, 15, 19 innings.
But you can also have that not happen if you just start, I think you can start tightening up some of that too on the front end by just saying the minimum foul balls or the maximum number of foul balls.
Yep, you
so
can do
Jacob
that.
Latz, maybe he should be commissioner once he steps away. All right, they've got some questions, 12 pressing questions over at The Athletic from Ken Rosenthal relating to the trade deadline. I'm going to throw out some of these to you guys as just a sort of, not true or false or overreaction, but just something for you guys to consider and answer. First question here. RJ Choppy and Alec Medford as we wait for the KNC Masterpiece from the Dallas Card Show at the Marriott. Will the Tigers trade Tarek Skubal?
They will.
Rosenthal notes it's going to be tough to justify moving him if the Tigers continue to climb in the standings like they have.
They will not move him.
Alec?
I don't think they're going to because they keep climbing in the standings, but I do think they also have an unreasonable belief that they can re-sign him and will re-sign him, which I don't think they will.
I don't think they will.
I think they should move him. They absolutely should, but I don't think they're going to.
Didn't they already offer him a boatload of money and he turned it down?
Yes. So now Skubal's been significantly below some of his peripherals where he's been in previous seasons. So
he's hurt, though, and he's been kind of hurt.
His fielding independent pitching, he's pitched 13 games this year. His fielding independent pitching in previous years, 2022, it was 2.96. It was 2 flat in 2023. It was 2.49 and 2.45 the last 2 years that led the majors. This year, it's up over 3, which is still not a bad one. It's 3.06. It's not bad, but he is getting dinged a little bit more on the peripherals than he has in previous years. Makes you wonder not only just the banged up angle of it, but also the issue of, his focus with what's been going on in terms of Detroit not even being competitive. Next one from Ken Rosenthal. Pressing questions before the trade deadline. Would the Mets trade Francisco Lindor? He says owner Steve Cohen told the New York Post the answer is no, saying of Lindor and frenemy Juan Soto, quote, I don't see them going anywhere. That certainly is true of Soto, who seemingly is headed for his 5th top 5 MVP finish, but speculation about Lindor will persist until he and Soto prove they can coexist and the Mets snap out of a funk that now dates back more than a year. Steve Cohen and the Mets have historically said before they're not going to do a lot of things that they end up doing.
Yeah.
So I would assume Lindor would definitely be on the chopping block if you're married to Juan Soto.
I think they absolutely would consider it. No doubt.
Would you make a move for him still? 32 years old. This year he has been way down. He is at a 210, 291, 363 slash.
I would absolutely do it. I would absolutely move on. If I had the chance to, no doubt about it. He is a...
Is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
I don't think he is either.
Let's see. Hang on. That was just off my top of my head.
1,700 career hits, 813 OPS at shortstop, 5 All-Stars, 4 Silver Sluggers, 2 Gold Gloves.
Can't do it. I can't do it.
Alec, do the Mets move Lindor?
I don't think so. I think Steve Cohen is committed to the idea that he spent all this money and they're going to make it work some way, somehow. I do think that pretty much everybody else on that team is expendable outside of their biggest free agent acquisitions. And I think Soto is going to stay. I think Lindor is going to stay. But I think pretty much everybody else is going to be on the table because they got to try to recoup and they got to try to rebuild a little bit. And it felt like they were kind of understanding that idea a couple years ago. Heck, the Max Scherzer trade to Texas. It felt like they kind of understood that you need a little bit of a youth movement. You need to stop spending all this money and hoping, Brooklyn Nets style, just hoping that you can throw money at people and it's all going to work all at the same time. It's just not.
I don't know, man. I think that in today's world, I don't know, being a shortstop, having an 813 OPS is not the worst thing in the world.
You're jumping back to the career discussion here.
Yeah, from Lindor.
Mm-hmm.
But I need more years out of it. Like, you can get...
Well, it would be assuming he plays a couple more years.
Yeah, I need more hits. Hall of Fame is an accolade. It's a counting numbers thing. That's what the Hall of Fame is, right? That's what it's for. You can't be in there with 1,700 hits. You never did anything. You never led your team anywhere. You take all this money to go to New York, and you never take it. Don't take the Mets anywhere. They actually go down. They get worse. So no.
We hear the KNC Masterpiece starring Bobby Belt and RJ Choppy and Aiden Butler and Alec Medford as we wait for the KNC Masterpiece to be done being mobbed at the Dallas Car Show, which you can go see them in Allen at the Marriott. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys news of the day. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
When 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece. I'm Bobby Belts, RJ Choppy alongside. We've got Alec Medford on the board and the microphone. We got Aiden Butler out there in the hall coordinating your video, and Kevin and Corey are mere moments away. We're your warm-up act.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. For your Cowboys news of the day. Do we have an opening for this here? Our news of the day. Do we have an opening for this, Alec, or do we just start talking?
What was that?
Cowboys news of the day. Did we just start talking, or do we have an opening for that?
We just start talking.
Okay, let's start talking then. Over at DallasCowboys.com, they've got the most pressing need for your Dallas Cowboys as they enter training camp. Every team tries to cover their bases as best they can until they get into, like ahead of training camp. They try to get as many contingencies in place as they can. But this was a little bit concerning to me reading this article.
Okay.
Just because of the reality of what you're dealing with. It really hits home what you're looking at. So before I read off what Tommy Yarsh, Patrick Walker, and Nick Eatman had to say about the most pressing need, what do you think is right now? And you can text in 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What is the most pressing need for the Dallas Cowboys at the moment, RJ Choppy?
I mean, I think it's, I would say linebacker.
Still, even after the additions of D. Winters, knowing you got Overshown back, drafting Barham.
I would still say, I mean, because I'm okay with. Well, no. I was like,
you hate corner. Bland. You hate Deron Bland.
Corner. Yeah, it's corner.
You think that he's not an NFL
and
player.
I'm not calling Caleb Downs a corner. I know you guys are, but
no, we're calling him a nickel. There's a difference.
Calling him a safety.
Calling him a nickel. There's a difference there. So I think linebackers a perfectly fine selection right now for the most concerning position the Cowboys have, because there's questions everywhere. This was the write-up over at DallasCowboys.com from the fellows over there. Tommy Yarsh selected linebacker. He said linebackers been, or selected cornerback. He said linebacker has been my answer for most of the offseason and is certainly very high on the top of my list now. However, as I've thought about it more, I think cornerback might slightly be ahead at the moment. Dallas addressed the linebacker room during the draft by adding Jayshawn Barham and trading for D. Winters, which is a step in the right direction, along with continuing to hope DeMarvion Overshown can stay healthy over the course of a season. At cornerback, I feel there are a lot more questions. The question of staying healthy over the course of the year will certainly loom over Deron Bland as he returns from foot surgery this offseason. Then their second-year corner, Savone Revel, who played during the back half of the season but never fully looked comfortable as he played for the first time in over a year after a knee injury suffered in college. Then he goes through and says Kobe Durant, Darion Kendrick, they help, but there's still questions there. Patrick Walker, what is your position of most concern? He goes, we're only a couple weeks ahead of training camp, and I'm realizing my answer to this question remains the same as it was heading into the draft and exiting it. The Cowboys still have not made any sort of splash at linebacker, though not for lack of trying. They tried to sign Nakobe Dean, didn't work out. Dallas walked away from the draft with Jayshawn Barham, who will be there as an off-ball linebacker, and they traded for D. Winters, but my answer is the same. It's linebacker. I expect DeMarvion Overshown could have a Pro Bowl season if he remains on the field, but his availability is one of several question marks that exist in the unit. Nick Eatman, what's yours? He says edge rusher. Says it's the most pressing need. And so that's the concerning thing. You're looking at all three levels of the defense there. Now, we bring in,
oh my God,
Kevin Hagelin.
No way.
And Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece. Gentlemen,
actually, I'm not ready yet, guys.
Well, no, you're not. Too bad. We are.
It's going to be a few minutes before I'm.
Can you hear us?
Run a few more segments for me real quick?
I have been here for more than 2 hours ready to do freaking radio, and it's bootleg setup, but guess what? We got it, and we're ready to go.
You sound lovely, and you sound like the swarm of fans that kept you guys from the air for the last hour have finally dissipated.
Yeah.
They've gotten all their autographs. You guys stood out there signing every piece.
It was pretty much like K-pop Demon Hunter level of excitement. So,
with the singing too?
Yeah. Just the excitement level.
I'm going up, whatever the rest of that song is.
That's good stuff there. All right, gentlemen, well, we're going to let you take over your show now, and people should
Thanks,
go
fellas.
see you at the
Thank
Marriott and Allen for the Dallas Card Show. It's always a great time. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank you very, very much.
Well, now what?
Now we do the show. Thank you very much.
Are you serious?
To Bobby, to RJ, to Jacob, and then I guess the question is to you, Alec.
Yeah, Alec, what did you do?
Do you need to be thanked as well? Because technically, well, not technically, this is your show and your time slot. So do you need to be thanked for just working in your normal time slot?
I'd say maybe like 50% of the level of RJ and Bobby and Jacob because they stayed late. I'm supposed to be here anyways, but coming up with content on the fly is definitely something. So
sure.
You know what? Accept the compliment.
Really quickly and say Alec definitely deserves credit. He was a steadying hand on our ship while you were out.
Just like Mike McCarthy was for the Cowboys.
Goodbye. Happy Friday.
Man, Bobby is not going to have a happy Friday now. All right, so since they were in the midst of Dallas Cowboys news of the day, what say we continue that on with our own Dallas Cowboys news of the day as we are live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott. So, I heard the discussion on the other side, but I wanted to ask another question for you because I thought I knew the answer, and then I think I changed my mind.
Okay.
Who has the most to prove in their contract year? Is it George Pickens or DeMarvion Overshown?
This is a good question because it's not a simple one. And I think this is
I changed my own answer.
Yeah, and they're both very complex, different situations, right? Because Overshown has to just prove he can be an NFL player at a high level. If he can prove that, I think he gets the contract that he wants. George Pickens is trying to prove that he's a top 3 receiver or or more than a top 5 receiver in the NFL because essentially he doesn't want to make top 3 money. That's what you can get on the franchise tag. He wants to make top 1 money.
Sure.
And so that's where this kind of separates and because for Overshown, this year is everything. Like, this really could be his career. He might end up going to another team and being a piece, and then he's struggling to do some things. Pickens, this is life-changing for a lot of people, especially him, because the rest of the NFL will be, salivating to add him to their roster if he does exactly what we expect him to do. And quite honestly, Kevin, I don't expect anything less from him. I'm not nervous at all, really, about what George Pickens is going to do this year.
I'm not either.
No, and I think a lot of Cowboys fans are the same way. I'm not going to speak for every Cowboys fan out there, but I think a lot of Cowboys fans are the same way. I'm going to say there's more pressure on Overshown, though, because Pickens has already proven he's an NFL player.
Yeah.
He'll live in the NFL as long as he wants to. Overshown is kind of fighting for his NFL career with this season to prove that he's got it. Now, I think that he's the kind of dude that's like, I'll go out and make the plays. If my body holds up, I'll be fine.
Yeah. So that's why I switched my answer, because my answer was George Pickens, but the line of logic that you were discussing, that is exactly the line of logic that I went ahead and followed. And I was like, all right, so if George Pickens doesn't have the year that he wants, or is he a bit of a distraction somehow, some way, I still think there's an outside shot he gets franchise tagged again. And if not, to your point, he picks up with somebody for a pretty solid amount of money for an athlete. For a human, a great amount of money. Versus DeMarvion Overshown.
Right.
People are already talking about, should you give him a contract extension? That is an insane concept to me. I wonder if he ends up getting the 1 year, $6 million, $5 million prove-it deal after that, and that's his last shot in the NFL in 2027. So I'm definitely with you on the logic, and that's how I eventually came to DeMarvion Overshown.
Had Jalen Smith not happened, do you think the Cowboys would make the Jalen Smith, I'm going to call it the mistake, again, if Overshown jumped to the front of the line and was like, hey, I'm willing to make a deal because I just kind of know?
Knowing the Cowboys the way that we do, I think they would have.
It seems like they need to learn a lesson before they know it's the right decision.
And just real quick, what's the lesson that we really think they need to learn? Is it just Jalen Smith, or is it, take a look, Jalen Smith, Terrence Steele, Osa, Deron Bland? The people that come to you, or the people who accept the number that you think is fair market, they have all kind of washed out. There is no question Terrence Steele, per the money you paid him, has been a disappointment. Deron Bland has been a massive disappointment. Obviously, Jalen Smith didn't make it, and I know they'll tell you, it has nothing to do with Osa. We just had so many other good players. Well, guess what? You had 3 of them, and you decided he was the most disposable because you were also like, we probably shouldn't have given him that contract. Now, it might be great for other teams, but here it was not great. So I will tell you, it does feel like whoever the Cowboys go to with what they deem as fair market value that agrees to that is a player that is not going to live up to that value.
Yeah, and that's why I think that, I think we're both in a line here in that that's for Overshown. There's a lot weighing on this. Somebody the other day was like, man, this dude hasn't done anything, and agreed. Like, we agree on that. We're at this point where we want to see the flash that we know he has. But as Bobby told us the other day, it really does come down to, for me, I need to see that he looks healthier than he looked when he got in the game last year. Last year when he got on the field, Kevin, you were like, is that a sign of that's just what he is now, or is he getting his body back into the right shape because it's just been a lot of time for him when it comes to football? And hopefully, Kevin, if he hits, that is a player right there. Like, that is a dude that can flash burst, explosiveness, speed on the field, and that's why they've given him as much time as they have.
Now, I want to go from that to talk about Darian Kendrick real quick. Darian Kendrick is somebody that the Cowboys picked up on March 25th, and I know that's somebody that kind of, like spotlighted, got brought up by DallasCowboys.com. And at the same time, they talked about, hey, he's more experienced. Before coming to the Cowboys, he had 47 games played. But at the same point, I wanted to throw out the other side of it. Brett Stutter from Fansided Rams pointed out that Darian Kendrick is the epitome of a hot and cold cornerback. He was a late draft pick, found himself forced into a starting role that he seemed to be growing into. He's a solid contributor, but if you count on him to fill a starter's role, buyer beware. So he could be somebody that, like, you feel good, you've got him in a backup capacity, but if you're looking to start him by any stretch of the imagination for long term, that could be problematic for the Cowboys.
Well, I mean, the Cowboys essentially right now, Kevin, where do you feel good about depth? Yeah, okay, good. Because seriously, they're
wide receiver, I guess, maybe.
Yes. You know what, Kevin? You're absolutely 100,000% correct about the one area that you would feel good about depth for this team. Because, I was listening to Bobby this morning talking about Leofau out there on the edge. Why do you think Leofau's out there? Because they want him to start, or he's going up against a lot of competition that might eventually wash him away, and special teams will be his only option. So, like, the rest of the depth on this team is all it's going to be prove it during camp kind of depth, but even still, the experience that you're hoping for, some of the starting positions we still have question marks on.
Sure,
that's why, like, this is the impact of Christian Parker and the impact of their evolution offensively is so important, because the top line talent is there. It does exist, but the depth that goes into it, if anything happens to them, you got troubles.
All right, so another point I want to go ahead and throw out for you that I thought was really interesting, as we've consistently talked about getting the defense to at least mediocre. Now, I know there's been further discussions about, hey, it could be better than mediocre, and, like, rock on. I'm here for all of that. But something that I was looking at that was really fascinating. Among the 14 playoff teams last season per ESPN, none had a lower-ranked scoring defense than 15th.
Okay.
And then the year before, the playoff team with the lowest ranked scoring defense was the Washington Commanders at 18th. So I realize there are anomalies all the time where you can break the trends and all that good stuff. But if you look back at the last 2 years, middle of the pack scoring defense-wise is pretty much the minimum needed for the playoff teams. And so that's why I want to go back yet again. And sure, if we could do better than top 10, or if we could move into the top 10, that'd be freaking amazing. But getting to average is the reason why we talk about that so much, is because that's what you have to have if you are going to make a playoff run.
Two things. One, people making the comment on Mingo. I'll address that in just a moment. Secondly, Kevin, I'm going to demand better than middle of the pack out of this defense this year.
Okay.
By the end of the season. Here's why. The Cowboys' offense against really good defenses last year struggled. And so while we feel like our offense has been pretty good and can carry this thing, right, you feel pretty confident about what the offense is. You and I both saw it.
Yeah.
We admitted it. We discussed it at length. It's not just because good defenses exist out there, but there were times when the Cowboys felt like we can't do this against a good defense. We need to kick and get the 3. Those things happen. But, Kevin, if you want to beat the best teams in the NFL, you're going to have to be better on defense, I think, than middle of the pack. So if you want to be a true contender, I'm going to demand a top 10 defense out of this thing by the end of the season. To start things off, I think you're going to be pretty good in the first 3 games. Then people are going to pick up on you a little bit, and how does Christian Parker adjust after that? Once he makes those adjustments, if they adjust well, then we can start having the discussion around Thanksgiving about where this thing stands defensively, but they need to, by the end of the year, be a top 10 defense if they want to go further in the playoffs.
Given the talent as you're familiar with it right now.
Because things get tighter.
Yes. Given the talent that you're familiar with right now, given the hopes and expectations for Christian Parker, do you think that is a viable path?
Got to go get Jordan Brooks.
Well, look, let it not be said that you have not advocated for Jordan Brooks.
I think there's one more addition that needs to be made, or somebody needs to pop that we don't know about. You know, I would love Barham to be ready, but I don't know yet. And I am hinging a lot on what this secondary incompletely is right now.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I have a lot hanging on where that stands, Kevin. So I'm not certain of it yet. Not certain of it at all. It moves in the right direction. But I'm not waiting for next year. You know, I'm not waiting for next year for this thing to fully develop. On the Mingo front, hearing Bobby this morning, Kevin, say that whenever he was watching OTAs, he looked like a man that did not want to be on the field. Concerns me a little bit about.
Even in blocking?
Yeah, about his breakout season. So I'm a little concerned there.
You
know what, though? We're the first show out at Oxnard, all right? We're the first show out at Cowboys camp. We'll get the first eyeballs on the first practice. Nobody else is going to have that kind of content for you except for our show because they trust us the most is what they told us. And so we're going to go out there and we're going to keep our eyes on Mingo. And we're going to see if he's, if the California vibes kind of spruced him up just a little bit.
Will our audience, in a non-sarcastic way, be invested in that journey? Like, I get it. I get from a sarcasm perspective. They're like, gotta know. Gotta give me that Mingo update.
Kevin,
can I say that wasn't on my Mingo card today?
I love that. I love it a lot. But you know what? I know our audience, and there's never been one drop of sarcasm come out of them. Oh, my God. All right?
I feel like our audience would not exist if not for sarcasm. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, well, that's a great question because it could be AM on the FM because Alec was ready, or it could be Forgiveness Friday. It could be the merge of the two. I'll probably leave that up to Alec. We'll figure out the outcome of it next, live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott. Now, if you've been listening and toluing, as hopefully you have all morning, you know that we had some technical difficulties. We just popped on a little bit after 11 o'clock, so shout out to Jacob Ray, Alec Medford, Bobby Bell, RJ Choppy for keeping the station rocking and rolling, and hopefully you guys enjoyed all of that content. And now we're going to do our best to catch up, cram some segments together, and give you as much content as possible. And we'll start with It's Time for This.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call. Yeah! The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. Pretty bad delay, so we will just sit on that. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I've got the horror story of the Mountain Dew bottle and the porta potty. We will get to that here in just a little bit, but first, you can always find the question of the day early on Twitter before the show even starts. You can get ahead of the game if you would like. At Alec on the radio on the Twitter worlds, where today is National Lottery Day. It is National Lottery Day, and I've heard on the way out the door to celebrate, Sean and RJ, Sean specifically, is going to be buying some lottery tickets for the morning show, because here in Texas, it is climbing up past like $600 million on the Mega Millions and the Powerball. So there's a couple opportunities to get some life-changing money. So I feel like this is a pretty good time to ask the question. The low-hanging fruit is always, what's the first thing you would buy and whatnot? I want to know, what is the most random, the most niche thing that you would buy if you won the Powerball? 877-881-1053, because everybody wants to buy the fancy car off the rip. Everybody wants to buy a house. Everybody wants to do all the normal stuff, pay off some debt and whatnot. I want to know what the most random and niche thing would be that you would buy.
Alec, I'm glad that you asked this question, and I promise on my end I'm responding the second you quit talking. I might just guess when you're going to stop talking and see if we can make that work perfectly. But it is, and I promise it's just a coincidence, but we're at the Dallas Card Show. Kyle, who runs everything here, he's the impresario of the card show. They've got their card shop in Allen, Sports Collectors Hub. One of the things that he has there that I've always wanted, and Alec, I think you'll appreciate this, is a seat from the Pontiac Silverdome, which was the site of WrestleMania 3, autographed by Hulk Hogan, where he wrote the attendance on there, and it's got like a personal, a specific inscription, and it is really cool. So if you want to talk niche, there's my niche purchase.
Hey, Kevin, is that your favorite wrestler?
No, but for
a long time, was he though?
Not necessarily, but he's always up there. I mean, you could make a really good argument that Hulk Hogan in modern wrestling is both the greatest good guy and the greatest bad guy, which that's an incredible juxtaposition. He's obviously the best long-term money drawer, and I know all of the like personal baggage and professional baggage that comes along with him for people. I'm not discounting any of that. It's just that's a very nostalgic part for me.
I'm also curious for a kid like Alec, and I say kid, but he was younger than us. Yeah. Where he picked up on the Hulk Hogan story, and where he, because I got invested in it when it was at its height, right? Like we got its peak. I probably wasn't with you where I was on the way up with him too. Right. I probably just dove in. I was a bandwagon jumper on him. But whenever you're at Alex's age, you're probably at okay, that's an old head who probably needs to retire kind of phase.
But I can give you more modern ideas. But yeah, so WrestleMania 1 and then that match in particular at WrestleMania 3 truly pushed pro wrestling all of the way into the American mainstream.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I've walked into Wild Fork, and I love to make the briskets. I love to make the steaks. They have a wild assortment of foods, dude. Like, I got some elk medallions for my brother-in-law. Ooh. That's not even the wildest thing. There's just lots of a variety of things that you can get there. But every single time I walk over and I check out and I grab a rack of beef short rib, a plate of them. All right, so a short rib plate. And this isn't the big dino ribs. The big dino ribs are awesome. I think dino ribs are amazing. So if I was to buy a niche thing, it would be to buy the entire freezer section full of the plate of the short ribs, because I love to make those. I just want a constant. I want them always in my freezer. And that would be my, if I had the ability to do something like that, I would always want them in my freezer so I could just go out to the fridge, grab those, make sure they're ready to rock, and get them on the smoker and
show me your meat.
Because Kevin, yes, exactly. And Kevin, I need to do this. They're so easy to make, I think, but I've nailed them so many times.
Nice.
That I think that if I brought them in, you guys would say, thank you for giving me your meat, Corey.
So, no to that specific phrasing. Let me ask you this. And this is based off of an episode of Atlanta where obviously things invariably eventually go wrong. What about getting a house or buying the land next to you and destroying their house and expanding your house and just having a Wild Fork as part
just
of your
going next
property?
door?
Yeah. No. Next door is too much work. No, it'll all be part of the same major.
Like Devontae Adams has the Taco Bell?
Exactly. And there'll be a Wild Fork in your house with the employees working at all times just in case you need that. I don't want to take away your joy of doing the work, though, but I wanted to throw that out.
Well, Kevin, that actually sounds like a dream, all right? That sounds like an amazing dream right there. I would love it. I just was kind of going with a small section of what they have.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to go too big. But, Kevin, if we're building a home, that would be the number one thing that I would, if I had the cash to do it, I would go ahead and just say slap one of those on the backside of me, all right?
Right.
Yeah.
I would say for me, what I would do, the most nerdy thing that I could think of, it's Derek Holland level, but a different character. I would commission the most movie-accurate Iron Man suit and put it on a mannequin.
Oh, yes.
And have it in the office where I do work and important stuff. If I'm ever on a Zoom call, you can see it behind me, and people are like, is that a actual Iron Man suit? I would say yes. And guess what? It's not totally movie accurate. You know why? Because it's fitted to me, so I can wear it when I'm bored. That's what I would do. That would be the most niche thing that I could think of, because I love the replica Iron Man masks that are motorized, so you can push a little button and it flips open and stuff, or you can use the voice commands. I love those. I think that would be the most niche thing I would buy.
Kevin, I think that this has now become my favorite idea, but I don't want him just to have it in Zoom meetings over his shoulder. I want him to do work while in it.
Yes,
I want him,
obviously.
He's sitting there typing away on his computer, and people are like, "Are you Iron Man?" And he's just like, "You'll have to figure that out,"
So, do you think in his? I'll let you wildly speculate first. Do you think in Alex's personal life he would use it more to put the fear into bad guys, or just anybody he feels has wronged him? Not necessarily good for society, but good for Mr. Medford.
How does Iron Man do with the single moms? That's the first question we need to ask, because I'm not really sure. If you're a single mom.
He's stuck with frumpy Gwyneth Paltrow in those movies.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Text in 877-881-1053 and let us know how Iron Man does with y'all. But I think that he would probably, obviously after these jokes, Kevin, he would take us out first.
Do you think then he would become Woodman? instead of Iron Man?
That was not a delay. That was me laying out on you.
and because of my house, I'm Meat Man.
Holy moly.
What?
Thank you.
You're going to get wild forked so hard.
Gross. I mean, that's
Why?
lovely.
It could be a slogan.
Dude,
That's in one of our advertisements.
I'm actually going to talk to the dude about it right now. I'm going to say, hey, slogan.
Yeah.
And what did you call it on the 4th of July? Because Corey mentioned he had some wild fork food he was going to grill. You said it's not going to be fireworks. It's going to be a meat fest at Corey's house. Like, what are you doing here, Kevin?
It was a meat explosion. That is for sure. We had tons of stuff. And you know what? I was dude, here's the thing. Kevin, I got done partying that day, and I was like, all right, there's got to be some food in the fridge. There wasn't any left over. There was no beef left. I was so sad and so happy at the same time because obviously I'd done something right.
Right.
Because they ate it all. So that made me feel good.
Guys, what doesn't feel good is this story I'm about to share for you. From the world of Kansas City at a watch party for the big soccer tournament, Corey. But this is a nightmare situation. So, as you know, all over the place, you've heard Wolchuk at Cosm doing watch parties for the FIFA World Cup and whatnot. A lot of people like us, we can't get these tickets because they are so expensive. So we go to watch parties and we have fun watching there. Well, one Kansas City man had way too much fun watching one of these at a watch party, as seems like he might have been intoxicated a little bit. But Fox 4 in Kansas City is reporting that a man dropped his bottle of Mountain Dew down a porta potty, and he tried to retrieve it, which was mistake number one. But while trying to retrieve his Mountain Dew bottle from the porta potty, he got stuck in the actual part where you do your business, and he got stuck overnight because nobody noticed he was in there. So a worker went to go clean it out the next morning, and he noticed the man was stuck. And when you see a man that is, not really moving too much inside of a porta potty, you naturally do the right thing and call the police. So they did call the police, and they had to remove him via saw. He was that stuck in the porta potty that they had to saw him out, all because he wanted to retrieve his bottle of Mountain Dew. So there are so many things that are wrong with this situation. One, don't go after the Mountain Dew that fell in the toilet. But two, once you realize this is not as big of an opening as I thought, and I'm probably going to get stuck, you don't do it. You don't do it.
I want you to mark the last thing you said. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here, on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's fire up some gridiron gravy right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Friday show will be on.
your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Fake handoff to Stevenson. May feeling the pressure. Taking a shot. He's got his man. It's Pop Douglas, and he is in. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. If you want to stop on by, the VIPs are going in right now. General admission will get going at 2 o'clock, right when our show gets off the air. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start.
Speaking of rip it,
yeah,
we're out here at the Dallas Card Show, ripping packs.
That is true. And also, if anybody has internet, wants to come by and help, that would be awesome. All right, so let's start with the question that we talked about on Wednesday on the NFC side. Today, we will go with the AFC side. Who do you think, which playoff team from 2025 do you think would be most likely to miss the playoffs this season?
I think the Steelers. I think Jacksonville. And I could totally see Houston struggling. But at the moment, I think the Steelers and Jacksonville are the two teams that I'm just like, I think the Bengals can get their defense together this year, but the Bengals are very similar to the Cowboys in that discussion.
In terms of recently we felt good about the offense, and the defense has just been a train wreck.
Yeah, and then again, just like the Rangers, can you count on the offense staying where it is?
Right.
No matter what, you can't always do that. But I think that the Jacksonville kind of popped up, and then they lost some pieces this offseason, Devin Lloyd being one of them. That being said, some people were saying they didn't love Devin Lloyd anymore the way that we did, which good luck with that.
And the rest of the league.
Yeah, and so there's some, and offensively, I'm interested to see. I think Liam Cohen can coach that offense very well. I think he's a smart dude. Check out Film Watchers sometime if you get a chance. He does a good job of breaking down some of the things that Liam Cohen does. He thinks highly of him as an offensive coordinator. But I'm interested to see how they kind of bounce back after a really good season and some losses this offseason. So, yeah, that's a question mark I have is the Steelers, Kevin. I just don't trust Aaron Rodgers' body anymore.
Sure.
And Mike McCarthy in his first year with the Cowboys, I know it was a bad year, losing Dak, having the COVID season and everything, but I don't trust anything really out of Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers this season.
Now, when we played the highlight, I was curious if anybody thought it could be the Patriots just because of the nature of their super soft schedule last year. Now, let's go to the top 10. We talked about the top 10 sporadically over the last week and a half or so. The NFL team with the most top 10 players, that would be the Detroit Lions. They had 9. The Philadelphia Eagles had 8. The Chiefs had 7. The Texans came in with 6. And then the Broncos, Ravens, Cowboys, 49ers, and Rams all had 5 players in the top 10. So if you just look at it from strictly what the league thinks about the best talent, you have the Cowboys right there tied for 5th, or 5th through 9th if you prefer, for most top 10 talents in the league, which will probably feed into what some people think about the potentially kind of top-heavy nature of this roster. But I don't know if Detroit feels that exact same way, and they are rocking and rolling. Let's go to the NFL Top 100. We'll stick with the theme of top 10 to top 100. The number 62, number 61 on the list. Number 62, best player in the league going into 2026, Trevor Lawrence. Number 61 is Kevin No, not Flournoy. And I still don't think we've seen a Cowboy on this list.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think back, and I just go check the list. But I do not believe we have seen a Cowboy yet. Now, I know, Dak will be on there, CD, Pickens, Tyler Smith, but we still have not seen it. So Kevin Byard, number 61 on the list as we continue the slog through the top 100 because the NFL is like, we will do it 2 at a time. Now, let's go to the New York Giants. Brian Burns is confident in the Giants going into the season. But one of the specific reasons that he's confident, I think, is really interesting. He was talking about their defense, and he goes, it's not going to be simple for an offense to read or understand exactly what we're doing. And that's the beauty in the defense, in my opinion. You're going to have world-class athletes of our size that can move around, do a lot of things. I just feel like it's going to be organized chaos.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
What do you think about the idea of organized chaos on the defense?
There were a lot of times, Kevin, whenever I would watch a very good Baltimore Ravens defense and think that that's what you're seeing up front. And I know Terrell Suggs, different story back when he was playing, but there were just times where they had beasts in the middle, and they had guys on the outside that could just do the job, and then you just felt like you were suffocating defensively. And I think Harbaugh loves that idea. Whether or not he can get them to do it is a different story, but I think he loves that concept. He wants that out of his defenses. He definitely wasn't getting it last year. Like, that's a definite thing. We saw that last year, and I don't know that he made the right, or they made the right hire for the defensive coordinator whenever that happened. I think Harbaugh does a good job of managing a group of a room of people whenever the best people are also doing their jobs at their highest. And I don't think that they were doing that last year, but I think what they have on that side of the ball, Kevin, good gosh, they have talent on the defensive side of the ball. And I know people lose their mind about Dexter Lawrence and everything, but I think they still have a plethora of edge linebackers and dudes that can do that in the middle as well. So whether or not they can offensively balance out what they do defensively, that's a different story. But I've always felt like the New York defense is pretty tough. Organized chaos is kind of what you want. You don't want to know where anything's coming from. I'm actually a little higher on the Giants this year than most people.
Ooh, okay. Now, actually, I don't know why I said it like that. I already knew that. Now, let me ask you this. Is this a heartwarming decision? Or is it like, hey, why wasn't this the case before? The Titans are going to induct Chris Johnson into their Ring of Honor. Unfortunately, as we talked about a few weeks ago, he was diagnosed with ALS, just a crushing disease that we are still really trying to figure out and obviously try to find any semblance of a cure. Do you think this is a nice gesture, or are you like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm glad that you got it done, but why not earlier?
I probably would have done it earlier. I do think that a lot of times they do this, how long did it take Charles Haley to get in?
Right.
How long did it take Jimmy Johnson?
Not everybody gets in straight away.
Get in, Kevin.
Well, you know why that was.
But like when it comes to a young, and I know the Titans organization is older because it's the Oilers' history. Also, they just said we're gonna steal that and take it.
Still confusing.
But I know that like they have a longer history. But he exemplifies an era of that football. You couldn't tell anybody else there was a better running back than the dude that had that guy in fantasy those 2, 3, 4 years that he just dominated. And you didn't really expect it out of him. I see what you're saying. I do kind of think it is kind of a hey, but you know what?
I'm still glad they did it.
They're jumping on it because they know right now.
For sure.
I do wonder. I'm actually getting a little emotional, Kevin, right now thinking about this. I do wonder if this is they realize he doesn't have much time and they were doing it less for themselves and more for him.
I think that's probably fair.
I hope that's the case, because if that's the case and it comes off genuine, then your fan base is going to love you forever.
That place is going to be bananas that day.
Yeah.
Like, not that an NFL game isn't inherently exciting.
It should be, and I hope that the fans pour it on, just absolutely pour it on for him and for everybody in that stadium. and for anybody that's having to deal with this too.
Now, one more quick thing for you. I thought this was interesting. Max Crosby talked about the 4 quarterbacks that he thought kind of stood out as the toughest to sack. And he says Mahomes definitely got to be up there. Lamar, he's a freak athlete. He's so quick and fast. Josh Allen is like my size playing quarterback. So, and then he said, but you've got to really effing tackle him. So I'd say those 3 are the top 3. But then he said, Baker Mayfield, he pissed me off too. I had 2 of them I should have had on him. He ducked under, got under him. I was livid. So Baker's tough.
Yeah.
And so that's just interesting because we're talking about like 3 of, it feels like mostly accepted, the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. And then also Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that Baker's been. Baker is one of those guys, he's an irritant to a lot of people.
Yeah, inside and outside football.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a real factor of on the field whenever I'm trying to make a comparison to like Romo and the J.J. Watt play. You know, everybody always refers to whenever Romo just couldn't be brought down.
Right.
But there's just guys that they rub you the wrong way. They're a little mouthy, and they keep getting things done against you, and you're like, and you're at your best. You do your best, and you still can't get the best of them sometimes, or they get the best of you one time enough to be like, I got you today. And that irritates you even more because you're like, no, I had you every time. And they're like, but not that one time that it mattered. And you're like, oh!
Yes.
And then you don't say the S word because you're on radio.
I appreciate that you did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, whether it's a particular player, the team, or the playoffs, give us your Texas Rangers second half prediction as we get ready to go tonight. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The second half of the season starts for the Rangers tonight as we are live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott. If you want to come on out, they're letting VIPs in right now. People setting up to get stuff graded, authenticated. The general admission will open at 2 o'clock. But we're going to focus in on the Rangers, whether it's about the team, particular players, the playoffs, whatever it is that you want to go after. Let's get those predictions for the second half of the Rangers season. Now, the Rangers said last night, that the probables would be Cal Quantrill again for today, Mackenzie Gore on Saturday, and still TBA on Sunday. Jacob deGrom said his next start was to be determined. He was playing catch during the break and would probably throw off the mound in Atlanta. So the idea that he wouldn't miss a start is essentially out the window.
Here's what I'm concerned about, and this is because he doesn't know kind of what it is. Like he's like, it's a hip leg thing,
right?
He doesn't know what it is, so he doesn't know how to manage it. I'm not sure they know exactly where or what it is either. And so with Jacob deGrom, I'm like, all right, so how long do you feel like you can go with discomfort versus pain? Because the discomfort means it just doesn't feel right, and maybe it's something you can play through, but you shouldn't play through pain. Like that's the real thing. If you're trying to play through the pain part of it, it's just going to get worse and make things worse for the rest of the season for you. So what I'm kind of concerned about is it's something that he doesn't really understand yet.
Yeah.
And so I guess he is getting a little more of a feel for that by throwing off the ground, throwing off the mound, and that's kind of what we were hearing the other day was it was a good sign that he was throwing out in the outfield a little bit. That's a nice thing, and maybe that just kind of helps him loosen whatever that thing is up so he can start feeling a little bit better. But man, we are patchworking some pitching right now, dude.
Now
to start the technical second half.
Yes, indeed. Which, if you go to Nimmo's, I've never really understood why they call this the second half. Now, a couple of observations, not necessarily predictions, but observations going back to the first half of the season. I have to admit, Jock Peterson has definitely been better than I thought he would, especially after that start. Wyatt Langford, particularly with the injuries, has been disappointing, but even when he wasn't injured, right when he was about to not be disappointing anymore because he was on a real heater, it just really sucks that is when he got hurt.
Did you feel like he livened up things right before the All-Star break?
Absolutely.
For the team?
Absolutely.
The walk-offs and then the being around it just felt like they were like, I don't know, Maybe he's their guy.
Sure.
Maybe he is their guy that they're all like, he's going to save us.
Yeah, and I get it, and it seemed to work to a certain extent, but then, of course, he got hurt. Like everybody else, I didn't understand why Skip kept putting Chris Martin out there, even after he told us why he kept putting Chris Martin out there. And then sometimes, and this just might be the way it is, sometimes Kumar Rocker continues to look really good. Sometimes he'll look like he'll never be a real MLB starter. There are times when I'm like, oh, yeah, he could be a number 3 eventually. But then there are other times that I'm like, I don't think he's going to make it.
Yeah, and that's why guys like deGrom and Eovaldi have the contracts they do, right? Because they have proven that enough, or they've proven that they can be that at some point, even though deGrom's injury. Like, deGrom's one of those where you're like, injury history be damned, whenever he's the best, he's the best. That was the feeling whenever you got him. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen that version of him yet, right? Like, that just hasn't happened yet. But Rocker, when did you expect him to show the consistency?
He's always a step behind Leiter, so I would have thought this year.
Yeah.
But then if you look at Leiter, we lost that sense of consistency this year. So can my answer be who the hell knows?
Yeah, I think my patience level for this season was to see the up and downs.
Yeah.
But I guess I really also didn't expect the astronomical goods whenever he's that good, and then just a complete different, a 180 from that whenever I saw that good.
Now, do you want to go to predictions? Do you want my predictions? I will warn you, Two of my primary predictions are not great.
Kevin.
I'm sorry, but I also want you to tell me if you think either one of them is wrong.
Oh. All right, let's hear them.
All right. There are 66 games remaining in the regular season. Neither Wyatt Langford nor Corey Seager will play in 50 of them.
So neither one of them
will play in 50 of the last 66 games.
You know what, Kevin? I hate that. I do.
Because you think I might be right?
It was nice and sunny outside, and then all of a sudden it started raining out of nowhere, and you just brought this down upon me, and so it makes me sad to feel that way.
I'm sorry. You're going to hate the next one, too.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think Wyatt is going to play 50 of those. But Seager, on the other hand, I got big question marks on that one.
Okay, all right. But, that would be an automatic pick-me-up, you would hope, though I guess that's a foolish thing to say because you can't just expect that Wyatt Langford would hit the ground running and just pick exactly up where he was.
Yeah.
Now,
but he does play violent. He runs violently.
He does.
Kirchen's told us that before.
Yes.
And so I feel like he expects to pick up that same way,
sure,
right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, let's not put him in center field anymore. That hopefully that's not a prediction. Dude. That's just a thing.
All right. So hold on. Okay. You know what? Let's break that down real quick.
Okay. Tell me.
Osuna is based on Wyatt a lot, right? Like whether Wyatt's up because it feels like if Evan Carter's available, they're going to play Evan Carter in center field. If Evan Carter's in center field, he actually saves Wyatt Langford in left field too.
Correct.
Because of the ground that he can cover.
Correct.
I know you're not big on having a lot of range on two sides of the field.
I definitely am. I essentially invented the shift.
That's a long joke from a long time ago where Kevin said he didn't want Beltre and Elvis at the same time because there was too much range. But then he was like, never mind, screw it, let's create the shift. And then all of baseball did it. And then all of baseball said it was too much, and Kevin did
just
something
saying.
Baseball had to outlaw.
Yeah, because it was so effective.
But so Osuna is not going to get those same opportunities because of this with Wyatt. If you're going to put Wyatt Langford in left field and not play him in center field, you're essentially putting Evan Carter out there as often as you can, even versus lefties. You're doing everything you can to get him out there because of the defensive part of not wanting to put Wyatt Langford in left field anymore, or in center field, right?
Yes, that is exactly
You're a good defensive
correct.
team when you do that.
Yes.
You're a pretty good defensive team.
At a time when you desperately need to be better defensively.
And the key there is you definitely need Evan Carter to figure it out.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And that noise is a baby crying. For people that were concerned, I was also concerned when I heard that. All right, this one I think you're going to hate too, but I'm very worried about it.
Okay.
The Rangers will burn out Jacob Latz's dominance by late August, early September. I hope I'm wrong.
They're going to have to invest in another piece.
Yeah.
Like if you want to, I think Tyler Alexander is very good, and I think Tyler Alexander is very efficient as a pitcher. But I think you're going to have to get one more arm in this thing to maximize Jacob Latz's longevity.
So you think it needs to be a leverage arm, not just a bullpen arm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you have another guy that you think can be a leverage arm, and you can
please let me know.
Yeah, exactly. And you can slide him back a little bit. Like Cole Winn just hasn't given us what we expected.
Sure.
If Cole Winn was where we thought he should be, then we could say, all right, we have Cole Winn, we have Tyler Alexander, and we're closing things down with Latz. But unfortunately, he's not there either. And that's, Kevin, again, we've had this discussion. That's what comes with prospects, right? That's what comes with hoping that you can develop guys into certain players. But yeah, that's where I am on that. I think you're right. That one stinks. I hate that prediction, too.
From the 858, why is Kevin being as negative as the weather right now? I'm sorry. I tried to warn everybody that two of my predictions
But you had three,
like.
right? You had three predictions, at least.
All right.
Hold on.
No,
doesn't that sound better?
No. With all that being said.
Okay, here we go.
I wanted an opportunity to
hold
redeem
on. I'm going to
myself.
predict Kevin's prediction.
Okay.
Rangers will win the World Series. I predict it.
Man, you set the bar too high.
Oh, no.
Because I thought you were going to be so happy that I was going to tell you somehow, some way, in this bootleg American League, they will still make the playoffs.
Okay, you know what, Kevin? That's promise.
Oh,
that's hope right there. I will accept that right there because I'm with you. when all of this, we asked the question to Kirkshin yesterday, and we were like, hey, is there a glimmer? And he was like, absolutely there is.
Yeah, you know what?
And what he kept saying, surprise, there's a surprise. It would be a huge surprise if they did it, but they're going to do it.
And long-term planning, it just makes so much sense to me to sell everything you got that's not nailed down and try to rebuild your shamble of a farm system. But you've said it, he said it, other people have said it, you can't bail when you're in the playoff race.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not just in the playoff race, they're in the playoffs. It is admittedly in a very bad American League and a terrible American League West. But right now, they are in it. And it feels weird to just be like, we're done.
Here's what I know, you love the logic of buy and sell seasons, right?
Sure.
You love the logic of this one doesn't work. Now, if you have the talent and you just had a couple of injuries and you're like, okay, we'll go to next year, we'll figure that out next year. That makes sense to but a lot of times you're like, we have a lot of veterans we could sell, and a lot of youth that could turn out good for us. Kevin, this is where I'm gonna ask you for the rest of this season.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask this of you.
Tell me.
Change your philosophy with me. I'm gonna try to do this with you. Chris Young is Gerard Butler in 300. They have made their way down into that little tunnel, and they have nowhere else to go. And on one side of it, they have the most massive army saying, you can't do it. And they're like, if we just believe in each other, somehow, some way we can. That's where I think Chris Young is we have no other option but to fight.
Do those other teams also have that 9-foot tall Persian person?
Yeah. I mean, Otani's essentially 9 feet tall.
Okay.
The Persian part, I don't know.
That kind of makes
but
sense.
the 9 foot tall part, Aaron Judge is 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
Those things do
that
exist.
kinda
And
makes
Kevin,
sense.
most likely, we are going to get smoked in the playoffs. It's a potentially likely thing because of the way it's all set up. But they have no other chance because they are Sparta or whatever it is they yell out whenever they go into and so that's where I think Chris Young's mentality. I think that's when he wakes up every morning and watches that movie. He watches 300 and goes, yeah, I'm not selling today.
Well, kind of feels like he should be working the phone lines a little bit more and watching movies. So for the Rangers, by the way, in case you were curious, plus 130 that they don't make the playoffs, but minus 160 that they do make the playoffs. So right now, the betting odds are indeed ever in the Rangers' favor to make the playoffs.
I am kind of curious. Somebody just texted this in, and I'm sorry, Kevin. What's the most updated news we have on your friend Jakob Eunice? Otherwise, you said that once, and G-Bag completely thought that was his name, and so they were saying it as if it was.
That name sounds badass.
Yeah, it does sound badass. But
or the bad guy of a Taken movie.
As far as Jacob Junis goes, he could be a high leverage arm. He needs to be healthy. So where do we stand on him right now?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to check on because I know people were worried that this at first was going to be season ending, but then it scaled back. Sound like it would not be. So I'm not sure. I'm going to have to follow up and check on that. I will tell you, people were also saying that Emiliano Teodo was called up, and I'm really excited about that. We've talked about him for multiple years. He might have the most live arm ready to go
for sure.
on this team. But the issue for him is 52 strikeouts, 35 walks at the minor league level. That ain't going to cut it. So if he can...
Not in high leverage moments, for
if
sure.
he can streamline his control, I think he could be an incredible leverage option. But if frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their ass when they hop.
That's what my dad always said.
See, he gets it.
Kevin, maybe it does come down to this. Maybe when he gets up here, he has different instruction that allows him the permission to just throw strikes instead of trying to nibble.
Yeah, no, I cannot rule that out whatsoever.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's how you do it in baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you guys asked for it. In fact, you were very aggressive about it. So coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, our brand new World Cup segment. Lucy, you got some Spaining to do. Both of those next, live from the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Opening possession at the LA 40. Snap to Prescott, throwing it deep to the left, and it's caught for a first down by Pickens at the 15-yard line.
KSU Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at the Dallas Card Show. We are the radio show at the Dallas Card Show. Make no mistake about that. 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen, and it's time. You guys demanded it.
So let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers face off against the Mariners next Friday, July 24th at Globe Life Field. First 10,000 fans in the gates will receive a Choctaw Stadium radio, perfect for Jerica, courtesy of the Texas Rangers. You can buy tickets at Rangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, would you like to do some NFL overreaction or reality?
Dude.
Because it felt like people were definitely giving me the business.
You know, there were some Tolos that I thought was nice because they were like, you know what, I like Kevin and I appreciate his time and all that stuff. And so they were kind. But the majority of the Tolos out there, they crave NFL overreaction or reality.
Okay. Then we shall.
As does Alec.
Then we shall do that. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. I'm going to explain this one out just a little bit. The Cowboys need to have fewer fourth down attempts this season. So last year, the Cowboys were 22 of 35 on fourth down. The third most conversions in the NFL, but obviously that is a really high number of conversion attempts as well. Were the conversion attempts due to just not trusting the defense, or do you just think Shoddy is aggressively or is naturally aggressive? So, overreaction or reality, the Cowboys need to have fewer fourth down attempts this season. You might have guessed this. My answer is yes, because I hope they can trust on the defense more or just do better on the first three downs.
Yeah, I think if you are some guys are just like, that's just our personality. We are like Dan Campbell is our personality is we go for it on fourth down, screw you. And I appreciate that because your team never hesitates and they already know what the play is going to be, and a lot of them are playing each down as if it is, hey, we understand we got to execute 6 yards here because we need 7, and we can get that fourth down because we have a play lined up for it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like your team starts to play that way, but you also start to be like, hey, if we don't get it on third down, we can get it on fourth down, and so you want to be efficient on third down. So you want that mindset. So I do want them to execute or to have to do less of them, but execute them whenever they're called upon at a high rate because they are prepared for what to do. And hey, I want them to be aggressive. If you're moving along and all of a sudden like something just kind of slipped up there and you're like, dadgum, that was a bad one, but you're cooking as a team,
right?
Understand what the moment is. Understand what your game, I know Mike McCarthy used it, understand what your game flow is and know the pulse of your team, because if you know the pulse of your team is we got this on fourth down and they're expecting to go for it on fourth down, you better damn sure be able to say, all right guys, I trust you to be able to do it, and them to execute.
Now, next one, NFL overreaction or reality. You are already kind of tired of the Aaron Donald might come out of retirement saga.
No, I'm not, because I told you I wouldn't believe it.
So you just have not engaged in it?
I keep seeing it. It'll pop up, and I'm excited about it because I think Aaron Donald's an absolute blast, but I just keep not believing it because I don't think that Aaron Donald will – I don't think it's going to be – he's not going to be one of those that's like, guys, let's do a press conference, and then sit down at the press conference and be like, we're going to find out if I do it or not. You know, okay. I think he's going to be one of those like, guys, I just released a workout video that shows that I'm ready, and I'm ready. So I'm not engaged. You're right. I'm not engaging in it completely with my heart because he is one of those players, Kevin, that I know he plays for another team, but I think all of us have those. That might be a good topic one day, is who are the players in the past and who are the players right now that even though they're not on your team, you love. Because Aaron Donald's one of those guys that I really love a lot because of how talented he is. So I'm not engaging with it. until I have a really good grasp that I think he's coming on.
Let's check in. Alec, do you want to participate or just say nothing if you're still on the phone?
I thought about laying out on you as a bit, but no,
that probably would have been fair. Then it goes to you. Overreaction or reality? You are tired of the Aaron Donald might come out of retirement saga.
Absolutely not overreaction because of what Corey said. There's a handful of players throughout my football fandom that I've just kind of gravitated towards because they play the game the right way, they're intriguing, they're fun to watch, what have you. Just a litany of different reasons. Aaron Donald is one of those that he's just box office to me, and he is just awesome because, like Corey always brings up, he's like, nah, I play football just to pay the bills. I want to do this so I can lift weights and have an excuse to lift more weights. So he's one of one to me. I'll never get tired of any conversation surrounding him.
Okay. All right.
Are you? How are you feeling about it?
But it's not his fault. Aaron Donald can do whatever the hell he wants. It's everyone breathlessly clutching their pearls because he put on a helmet or he put on some shoulder pads. And I'm like, you know what? Why don't you just effing relax?
Yeah, he's a dude. I mean, think about this. Think about all the cool stuff we've seen Derek Holland be able to do just because he's had that opportunity in life, right?
Yeah.
And Aaron Donald's the same way. He has an opportunity to throw a helmet on. Give him a break.
Overreaction or reality, the Commanders do not have a second outside wide receiver. So, in theory, Traylon Burks exists. He's been disappointing. McCaffrey, Brown, Jefferson, yes, are probably not up for the wide receiver 2 position. And I know they took somebody in the 3rd round, but you got to feel like it's going to take Antonio Williams a minute. So overreaction or reality, the Commanders do not have an outside wide receiver 2.
Yeah, I'm not completely scared of their offense at the moment, Kevin. I'm not completely scared of their tight ends situation.
Is that because they might not have a outside wide receiver 1? Be honest.
Kevin, you know how much I hate to admit that.
I know.
I think he's still a very talented dude, but he might be in tier 2 on that team if they had a 1. So that's kind of where I am sitting at the moment with what he is. I don't trust Luke McCaffrey completely to be that number 2. You're right about that. Antonio Williams, we'll see. But you got a really good point, dude. Like, they are offensively, they're putting a lot on Jaden Daniels to go carry that thing and say, hey, Tom Brady did it with nothing. You do it with nothing now. You turn some guys into something. I also am not completely terrified of their run game either. Their run game leaves a lot to be desired there. So they're going to have to, Dan Quinn's going to have to do a lot to change what that team was last year, and I don't think they got the talent to do it yet.
All right, Alex, so we go to you with kind of now a twofold question. The Commanders need to figure out outside wide receiver 2 and maybe be a little worried about outside wide receiver number 1.
I'll take it as far as I think they don't have anything on offense outside of a quarterback. I think
Ouch.
I think they've kind of neglected the entire offensive side of the ball. I mean, when Sonny Styles falls in your lap in the draft, I'm not mad at you for drafting him at number 7 at all. But at the same time, this feels like the Dan Quinn mold of we're going to overload on defense with whatever assets are available to me, whether it's a ton of assets or not, and then we'll kind of figure out the rest. They got lucky with Jaden Daniels. The fact that they were able to land him and keeping him on his feet is going to be really difficult when he's going to have to hold the ball for a while.
Now, I'm going to stick with wide receivers real quick.
And he likes to run.
He does.
You know, when he likes to escape pocket, and physically, that's going to beat him up again.
I promise, Alec, I'm not trying to piss you off with this prompt.
Oh, no.
Overreaction or reality, you are also maybe a little concerned about the wide receiver depth of the Saints. Now, there's a ton of potential there. Are you still thinking that Chris Olave might unfortunately be a little bit fragile? And Jordan Tyson, I get it, but will it take a little bit for him to get going, especially when you already have a super young quarterback as is? I'm not disputing the potential there whatsoever. But overreaction or reality, the Saints could run into a wide receiver depth issue.
Overreaction. I'm going to be optimistic. And
Tyson's your guy, right?
Yes, he is. And a lot of the conversation that you would hear, especially in this offseason before the draft coming out in New Orleans, was if we could just get somebody to take some of the heat off of Olave, he'll stay healthy whenever he doesn't need that level of volume. And they got a quarterback that doesn't exactly throw hospital passes every other down to him. So, yeah, I think they're in a better spot for him to just be on the field. So that in and of itself, I think, is going to lend to the depth not being too big of an issue.
Mr. Majors?
I'm actually with Alec Medford on this one. Kevin, I think Alvin Kamara is another option at receiver.
That's fair.
As much as he is a running back, he is a fantastic option at wide receiver, or one of those slot guys, a gimmick guy, all sorts of things, but he can pick up and help carry some of the load in that receiving option. I think a combination of Jordan Tyson, I know I like Olave, but I think a combination of Jordan Tyson and Kamara is pretty good if you're not asking Kamara to carry the load as just a running back. Watching Achane get out there and be a running back as well and carry some of that load, pretty big deal there. Now, here's the question. Does Corey know how to run a board so that I can get one Mike Bassick on radio here in just a minute? Because he is just looking.
See, and he's come over here and he sat down, and then he's like 2 feet away from me and just staring at me like the Atlas Shrugged cover right over here. And hi, Mike. How's it going, man? It's good to see you. I think hopefully you can just turn.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. No,
How do these things work?
Oh, my gosh. There's Mike Bassick on our radio, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think you actually might be on this box.
Really?
So you can turn that light off. Let's see what happens.
Check.
Yeah, look at that. There you go.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, wires. Got it.
You know what? If you're going to stare at me like this, I feel comfortable asking you this question. Did you avoid social media so you did not have to answer questions about buzzer?
High five.
Yeah!
Can I tell you something?
Are you sad? Are you sad?
I was as shocked as everybody else. I was like, what's going on?
Are you doing play-by-play, or are you doing the game tonight?
I am. Yep.
Wow. Hold on. You're here now.
Yeah.
What's your prep like?
I got a private jet now.
Okay.
Oh, you got finest, huh?
We brought it for
you. You said it, and we delivered.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at that.
It's
for
a
you.
fun product.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Hey, I'm not doing the game.
What?
David Murphy is. Because
Okay.
it's a zillion degrees here, but it's really not.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to go to Atlanta in mid-July. There's a few road trips I don't have to do, and I was looking at weather and then the road trip, and since we've already played almost all 81 games on the road this year, I was like,
there have been a lot of road games.
We had 3 trips already this year of over 10 days long.
Wow.
That's almost, you don't
I think
do
next
that.
year there's only one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, realistically, there's 0.
What are you saying? We're only having one road trip next year? You've already shortened the season that much?
No, I mean, there's only one that's like that long.
What has been the average temperature, you think, of the games that you've been around this year? If you were to take all the games you've done, have you been pretty well in the 80s?
It's been really good weather this
Yeah.
year. Last year it was freezing cold on most of our trips in April and through mid-May. But I'd say we've had good weather.
Nice.
We had that fake rain delay.
What did you think about the idea that not a drop had fallen and they're like, delay?
Yeah, it's stupid. But I know why they were doing it. They even admitted it.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're doing. We have a rookie pitcher tomorrow. We need, I think it was Brady Singer. I might be wrong about the player. I am wrong about it, but I can't remember. Some veteran dude. This is the only dude who can eat innings for us.
Yeah. On the flip side, were you proud that you and Dave essentially got Robbie Alstrom the win when you said, hey, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Why is Latz getting the win here?
They gave him like a kind of a shower in the shower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of like, they're really nice to the clubbies. They don't want to get all the carpet wet and they have to redo the carpet. But they gave them like, you got the win, your first ever big league win. And it's like, well, the person running upstairs who doesn't understand how baseball works somehow has a job deciding wins and losses in Major League Baseball. Think of that. If you don't know what you're doing, Hall of Fame, All-Star, like a lot of things are decided. As much as we say, oh, wins and losses don't matter,
yeah.
they still matter
For
a
some
lot.
people, yeah.
And then like, oh, yeah, you might want to figure this one out on how wins and losses work in the major leagues.
I'm glad to see that you have not changed. If people were curious
Dude,
about your opinions,
have you
and whatnot.
listened to him on his pre and post game shows and during the game? He's the same. Actually, Mike, I'm going to say this. I think you may feel more comfortable this year than you did last year just listening to you whenever I listen, man. So many people are like, do you miss working with Mike? I'm like, absolutely I do. But they're also like, he does such a good job.
Except for 10% of the time.
Talking baseball.
Think about it. You guys are number one now.
Yeah,
without
we're doing
me.
great.
Like I mean, if you want to know what changed, how did we get to number one? Bassick left.
Look, man, it was you helped us surge to that spot. All right, you helped us get there.
Thanks for lying.
But you do a great job on the TV. Like a lot of people keep telling me that I just love what he does. He talks baseball to me. I really enjoy it. We're really proud of you for it. And that's like but you sound like you're even more comfortable trying to throw some jokes out. But
or wrestling talk.
Sometimes Dave and Jared just don't know how to handle the mic.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I threw out some jokes, and they were prepared for me to do real pregame stuff. And I was like, well, if you're going to use a word that's going to mess up my brain that much, funky, and you expect me
I was still sitting in the studio when you started saying that.
Are you expecting me to concentrate on whatever you're wanting me to do if you're just going to not funky Medina me the whole time?
Now, as long as we're talking about things you said.
Yeah.
What about that thing you said about Wyatt Langford, huh?
So you guys heard that?
We heard it.
Actually,
did you regret it immediately? Or
oh, yeah. After I said it that way, I was like, you know, praying for you. But then I was like, I just got to be quiet. Like, after I said it, I was like, I just have to let this one lay there, kind of, and hope nobody noticed it. But that didn't happen. People noticed.
Yeah. We played it. Yeah, the next day we were like, hey, did y'all hear this from Mike? We need to highlight it because he would want us to.
So I would like to say his next game, he went 1 for 3 with a walk, I believe. And Dave Raymond would be the one that would tell you this. 2 times he got on base, I was on my knees.
How is
praying? Correct? Yeah, praying.
I hope. How is, as you would say, Spencer Torkelson doing?
Man, I mess up so many names. If I was intentionally doing it,
I know you're not.
That would make it. You know, like, oh, man, that's kind of his bit. But it's like, no, he just screws up names 20% of the time. And some of them aren't that hard.
You ever think, just calling him old Torquey? Just being like, hey, old Torquey.
Great news. We're done with Detroit this year.
Okay. Have you had a lot of nicknames that you've been able to trot out over the air?
No.
Okay, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, I do off the air, and then Dave and Jared go, let's not do that one.
Yeah.
Like, but it's funny, right?
Are you excited about the prospect of winning an Emmy?
Yes. You just reminded me I have to vote for stuff. I forget so many things in life. And so stuff like that is like, oh, yeah, that email.
So you don't have an Emmy yet?
Not yet.
But you're about to get one.
Not yet.
Do you have to vote for yourself? Can you vote for yourself?
I have no idea because I got the email.
He forgot he needed to vote till a minute ago.
I have time, I think.
But you're really not sure.
Yeah.
It could be tomorrow for all you know.
When could I win this? You guys can help me out on these things.
Okay.
This year's Emmys Awards.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'll be there with professional actors and actresses, I think.
I think it's a different Emmy. I think it's a regional Emmy Award.
Okay, and Matthew McConaughey's in this region.
Okay.
The attire is full uniform, too, so don't worry about a tux. You're going to be okay.
I have a tux. You've seen me wear it.
I have seen you wear that tux before.
Is that at the jewelry store, right?
Yeah, it worked.
All right, Mike.
How's it going?
Oh, it was good. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's been great, actually. This has been a kind of a chaotic day, but we made it, and everything's rocking along. Our friends from RJ Dukes came and said hello.
All right.
I went over to Worth and said hi to those fellows over there.
You want to pick out 2 packs?
2 packs?
Yeah, there's only 6 packs in here.
I'm left-handed, so I will pick out the lefties.
Okay.
And then you guys decide on the righties.
Well, I'm going to let Corey decide. He's had the hot hand. He opened a Bowman baseball box last time we were here, and he just threw a card on the table, and we're like, that was the case hit. And he was like, oh, yeah.
I heard you guys talk.
Yeah.
That was yesterday you were talking about that.
Yeah.
I went with the right-handed side, and then I split the middle one because you're both right and left-handed.
Why wouldn't you just pick the center?
Because he's making fun of me multitasking yesterday on the air. I listen.
See, Mike's still
Well, you will admit you're not the best. You don't think multitasking exists.
No, I think you have to concentrate on one thing. The other thing gets in your way, and then you have to move your brain to that thing, and then you've left the other thing that you were concentrating on.
So you do not believe somebody could use multiple parts of their brain to do
I mean, if you're talking about eating food and watching a television show, if you want to call that multitasking, I multitask.
Chewing gum and walking, yeah. People can do
really
that.
low level multitasking.
But like writing a novel and also listening to a Led
running
Zeppelin
on
album.
and well, you might be able to do that, but like running on a treadmill. So I guess it just matters what the multi-tasks are.
All right. Okay.
From Elliot in the 903, take a load off, guys. It's funny that Mike shows up at the exact right time for take a load off.
So before, can I tell a story?
Something?
I didn't bring you something. No. I would like for you guys to guess. I found this in a sanitary sock. Okay. I found this in a sanitary sock, and now it's in that. That is an autograph, and you guys get to guess the autograph. This is really great radio that there's no visual.
We have video.
But, great. On YouTube. I watch you guys on YouTube, too. You guys are doing great there.
Thanks, man.
So that autograph
are they talking about what we're talking about?
Is a Hall of Famer.
Oh, well.
And center fielder, and he's not alive anymore.
Oh, man. My guess was going to be Kevin Seitzer, but that
does kind of look like Kevin Seitzer,
He just not.
You have the first letter right of the first name. You have the first letter of his last name wrong.
Okay.
But I got this in 2001. My pitching coach gave it to me because that person was inducted into the Hall of Fame that year. And I put it in a sanitary sock. And last night, just going through stuff trying to find...
I'm so sorry. What is a sanitary sock?
So, the sock that you would put on before the, colored sock or your stirrup? Those are called sannies.
Okay.
What team did he play for?
Well, that would give it away.
Give me one team. Give me one team. Did he only play for one team?
Only one team.
Oh,
Had to retire early. Went into the Hall of Fame in 2001.
Kirby Puckett.
It is a Kirby Puckett autographed baseball.
Nice.
How about that? So I need to get it just authenticated.
That does not look like a Puckett.
Which
honestly.
you can do here at the Dallas
Right,
Card
that's
Show.
what I'm doing.
That is awesome, dude. I love Kirby Puckett, dude.
So I found this in a sock.
Wow.
Very nice. How often do you just find things
Go through your socks,
in your clothes or socks?
I do find things, and then I don't find things.
Okay.
Things that I'm like, where is this?
Do you think
All
it's because
the
of the woman conspiracy you've told us about before?
Part of it, yeah. My wife, she had to go to work. She works for a living. And
I know, we give her plenty of business.
And she was asking me, hey, where did you put my charger? Because I had to clean up the house. And I was like, it's in your green purse. I put it in the laundry room. I was cleaning up. And it was right there. If I ask, she says she doesn't touch it. But yet it's not where I left it.
But you could tell her exactly where it was.
Because they had their meeting and they told all the other women this is how we
mess with us.
Can I tell you, that's one of my favorite things you've ever said, to insinuate, if not flat out say, that your wife was sitting down with your daughter and passing along the secrets to agitate men.
Yeah, here's the knowledge to make I do need a wife and my wife specifically.
That's good.
But I would say there are things where I'm like, I feel like you're messing with me just a little bit, so I need you even more.
Okay. All right.
What do you think?
I think your wife is a great doctor.
She is. But what do you think of your wife?
I think my wife is lovely. She is the person who needs me to find things.
Oh, okay.
It's not the other way around. Hey!
I know. I'm back.
Yeah, I mean,
snap! This is a pretty good card.
Our ratings are about to drop. Then
that's true.
This guy just got a big contract. I got a numbered Chase Burns rookie card.
Oh,
yeah.
If this wasn't in the National League, if it wasn't such great pitching, he would have high consideration for Cy Young.
Ooh, all right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay, I'll set that one to the side. I also got a World's Finest Tarek Skubal USA card.
So
Team
some
USA. So that's
base rookies here. Roman Anthony, Jacob Mizorowski. I have a Tristan English autograph card. So it is possible in the 2 of the first 3 packs, we have pulled our autograph cards right
Oh, you already
there.
did? I got a dude who really dislikes catchers.
Oh, Framber Valdez? Yeah, Framber Valdez does dislike catchers. I got a Paul Skeens insert. Are you worried that Paul Skeens is on the way to Tommy John with the struggles this year and the drop in velocity and everything like that?
Yes. But that's what
happens to everybody.
You know what?
Yeah.
Jacob Mizorowski's unbelievable.
Yeah.
In the next 3 to 5 years, his arm's going to blow out, and he's going to need to miss 8 to 12 months.
Yeah.
And then he's going to come back and be awesome for a good 5+ years, and then he's going to blow out again, and then he's going to be awesome for another 5+ years, and then his career kind of comes to a close.
when Skeens, I don't know, whenever if something happens, if he comes back, he'll throw the same velocity, or is he going to have to learn how to pitch again?
No, I think he is a great pitcher.
Okay.
I do think he knows how to pitch. I think he knows how to use his stuff and everything, but I think his arm is probably at that violent velocity that he throws at, that a lot of guys do, is you just have to have your arm redone about once every 7 years.
I might have an insane question
Kevin,
for you. Yes.
You think Mike would get on his knees? We got a Wyatt Langford here.
I have maybe an insane question. If you thought you might be on the precipice of needing Tommy John, would you get it in the off season? Jacob Mizorowski finest.
Hold on, I just need to let you know that I got an autograph here. Raleigh Fingers. But I just need you.
Hey, did I just talk about? Look, the next card. 2 Jacob.
Look at that.
2 Mizes.
I just need to let you know, though, the 3 cards I picked consecutively. Wyatt Langford, who Mike made his comment about on that show. Then Francisco Lindor. I know it's a base, but you love Francisco Lindor.
That's my son's favorite player.
Is he about to get traded?
And then Bobby Witt Jr. So the 3 cards I pulled are the people that I know Mike absolutely adores.
Yes.
Do you think if you thought you might need Tommy John, you would get it at the end of the season? Because you're like, maybe I will miss less time. Because.
Well, yes and no.
I know it's a crazy.
If the doctor says, hey, you can keep pitching, like let's keep pitching until it blows out. I think that's a tough one because if you're not pitching effectively and there's pain, I think you have to just be honest with the doctor and say, man, it hurts.
Right.
Even though it's not blown out, it hurts. And then you have to go through, well, what would a person like Dr. Meister say to do in this situation? I would want to trust Dr. Meister.
Do you trust
or whoever?
How much trust do you have in Dr. Meister? Because with the Rangers, I believe his 3rd-round pick, they essentially made what felt like that. Oh, my goodness.
Hot hand keeps firing, baby.
Dude.
Hot hand keeps firing.
Did you get a headliner, Ronald Acuna?
And I pulled a numbered Junior Caminero.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is that number to?
Too many. 275.
Oh,
but
okay.
even still.
I'll tell you, you guys beat me on the finest.
And I got a rookie Jack Caglione red base card, so he hits far home runs.
If it's a base card, Mike doesn't care. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I care.
But do you put the trust in Meister? Because, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, it feels like they kind of had that in mind with the 3rd-round pick.
It is a benefit that, let's say, amateur guys or even professional guys will go to Meister for second opinions or for their surgery. So that does help you out. I'm, like an 18-year-old already with multiple surgeries. That's a big risk, and here's what I don't think we'll really know. Maybe you guys do, because you guys inside information I don't have. We won't know the exact number he signed for.
Yeah.
But just think, if you're his advisor, and he is now having a second surgery at 18 years old, I'd be like, dude, if they're giving you $500,000 at this point, I don't know. Hopefully you make $100 million. You might not make a dime playing this sport with your arm.
Yeah.
So I would take that money, get under a professional organization, and see if they can rehab you, because college isn't going to rehab you.
Yeah.
In fact, the 5 for 5, if I have this right, kids are now, let's just say you blow out your arm at the end of April, you just stop going to school. Or if you, let's say, a football player, you blow out your knee your sophomore year, you just don't go to college the next year.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The 5-for-5 rule?
Yeah.
Have you guys discussed that?
A little bit.
But yeah, so my son, who's going to be a senior in high school, he has a friend who went to McLennan, pitched well, blew out his arm. He's just taking a gap year. Because if he goes to McLennan, that counts of a year of eligibility. But if he just doesn't go to school, it's 5-for-5. You go to school for 5 years. Those 5 years are your 5 years of eligibility. But if you sit out a year and don't go to college, then
extend it.
Yeah, so you'll still have guys that are older. If it's just a matter of they have to sit out, they don't go to college, which life-wise might not be the best. But getting to play your 5 years of eligibility, that's maybe what you have to do.
Or you can just hang around the pool for 1 year and be like, it was a fun year. I went and traveled Europe.
Dude, you want to stay on time?
Sure. Do you want...
I want to stay here the whole time.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay. All right.
I worked out a deal.
Okay. I doubt that. Mike Bassick.
Bro, what am I hearing? I just hopped in the car and I hear the voice of an angel back on radio.
Wow.
We miss you,
I'm with the
Mike.
Rangers.
Mike Bassick
That's
is
a different person.
back. And coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What if somebody thumbs down you on the road? What would you do next in the Fan?
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have decided that only Corey Major should open cards for us here
don't do that to me.
at the Dallas Card Show, as we have Mike Bassick with us right now.
Yeah.
But he pulled a Ronald Acuna headliner, which I believe is a case hit, as well as an on-card Raleigh Fingers gold parallel autograph number to 10.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
And he did not see the numbers.
I didn't see the number because it's kind of there's a gold like streak across the top of it, so I didn't see that it was numbered because the numbers were gold too. But that's really cool. Raleigh Fingers, 35 and 37 saves in consecutive seasons back then. Had a 1.04 ERA one year. Like he was a special dude in his time.
Are you alarmed that our
And you guys were talking about fingers yesterday.
That's right.
That is true. Lady Fingers, are you alarmed that Cody Cole did not know who that was?
Cody Cole's our sales guy, by the way. You know what's funny is Mike's talking about the fingers that we talked about. Mike sent us 2 different lady fingers yesterday.
Yeah, they
one,
both work.
Was part of a
You
tiramisu,
did.
and the other
You
one was
did,
a woman
didn't
flipping
you?
us off. And he was like, both of these work in this
Yeah.
situation. And I love that you brought that up, Mike, in the flip-off situation. Here's why. And I'm going to get into some other stuff about the Dallas
yeah,
Card
it's your
Show in
show.
just a minute.
A minute.
In a minute.
And you mean it.
But yesterday, my wife texted me,
All right.
and she drives, believe it or not.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and she runs.
Sometimes do you wish your wife would text you back?
Yeah. When she's working, she's working.
I know.
She is the executive director of the Sandlot Children's Charity now, and so we have a lot of respect for what she does and a lot of respect for what Jared's doing there too. But yesterday she texted me and said, "A lady just thumbs downed me while I was driving, and I think that was worse than her flipping me off." And I was like, and so anybody out there that's experienced this, I just want to be like, this was funny to me. But when I got home, I said, "Hey, Adrian, like, can you explain to me what exactly happened?
Yeah.
Why did this woman thumbs down you?" And she said that she was turning right into an area of our neighborhood that has two lanes on it. All right, so she turned right and she turned into the left lane. She was not paying attention. So this is on her, Kevin. This is definitely on her. She was not paying attention. The person behind her turned right and turned into the right lane, and Adrian drifted into that lane, and the lady honked.
She pulled a Matt Miller?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. She wasn't paying attention. That's on her. And the lady honked at her, and Adrian was like, "Oh, my gosh, what's happening?" And so she looked over, and the lady pulled up next to her and shook her head no and gave her the thumbs down. And then Adrian was like, "You're right. I'm sorry. You know what? You absolutely are correct in this situation." The lady pulled forward and was getting ready to turn right, and she rolled her window down, shook her head no again, and gave her a thumbs down out of the window. And I was like, this might now be the way that we should do it, guys.
And it kind of sounds like your wife is shaken by
She
this.
is. She's like, that is the correct way to do this, as a matter of fact. She was like, I now have decided I'm going to drive safer because somebody thumbs downed me rather than flipping me off.
Right.
And guys, I think this is an effective thing because what happens when you get flipped off? When you get flipped off, you get mad. You want to flip them off back because flipping somebody off feels good.
Yeah.
There is just something about stretching your middle fingers out together and being like, that felt good.
True.
And so, but then the other person's like, I'll do the same. Well, hey, Broadus talks about it all the time here in Texas, open carry. People have guns.
Yeah.
There's no reason to get aggressive on the road. So you're not going to go shoot somebody for thumbs down in you. You're just going to be like, you're right. I think that's an effective way to do it. We need to now normalize thumbs downing people on the roads.
That is an interesting point because they're both kind of a finger, but one, it feels like you would be a crazy person to kill somebody over.
Mm-hmm.
How come when you lose a finger, it's only these 4, but when you lose your thumb, it's a thumb? You don't say you lost your finger. You say I lost my thumb. So
if somebody tells you they have 10 fingers, are you like, but not really? You have 8 fingers and 2 thumbs.
I think we need to work on that in our society.
But this is a pinky. But it's a pinky finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a pointer fingers and ring finger.
It's just if something happens to your thumb, you usually say, I hurt my thumb.
Yeah.
But if you hurt one of the other fingers, you just say I hurt your finger, like a generic finger.
Yeah, I hurt my pinky finger.
Ring
or my
finger.
Middle finger.
What's the most generic finger?
Like, well, I'd say your pointer
Okay.
But you use it to point at everything. Like if you're going to point at something.
If you could only have one finger, wouldn't that be the one?
Yeah, I would want that.
What's that? Good God, Mike! What does that mean?
I'm saying like it's because you'd say it's your number one. Like I'm number one finger.
Because if you throw up the middle finger, because that's the only one, everybody knows you're flipping them off.
Yeah.
Man, would you feel bad for those people if they lost all their other fingers except the middle finger and they were just trying to point to somebody?
That's how
and
they
you're
had
like,
to do
that
it.
guy's a jerk.
At that point, no. You're just like that's rough.
I had a guy
that's been a tough one.
I had a guy that cut my hair once. He had 5 total fingers, and he had 3 on one hand and he had 2 on the other. And he would
cut your hair?
And he cut my hair. And Kevin, it was the sharpest haircut I've ever had in my life.
Really?
Yeah. And then when I was a little concerned when he said, "Do you want to do the hot shave on your neck?" And I was like, "You're going to put a blade in your hand." But this dude was a war veteran, so I had to trust him.
Holy moly!
It was the best. He did the hot shave on the neck, dude, and he did not cut my neck open, and I felt good about that. So,
yeah,
guys, we are here at the Dallas
my
Card
goodness.
Show. It is Dallas Card Show time, ladies and gentlemen. 777 Waters Creek in Allen at the Marriott. And Kevin, this is an eventful day. It always is. I always love coming out here and seeing all the faces and everything. But we do have Mike Bassick here, and Mike, I have a ton of respect for your card acumen and your love for cards and everything. What is it about this Dallas Card Show that you look forward to so much? Because you come out here a lot too.
And I want Kevin to either back me up or say no, I disagree. I would say the quantity.
Yeah.
That if you go to a local card shop, it's very cool. It's awesome to go to your local card shop. Some places don't have local card shops, but it's just going to be one shop. They're only going to have so much supply. They're only going to have so many individual cards. I'm more of an individual card buyer than I am of ripping packs. Ripping packs is fun. To me, it's just like buying a lottery ticket. 80 to 90% of the time, you're going to get very little back or nothing back.
But it's the fun and excitement.
It's a blast because you're just like, this. I could become a millionaire. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We could have got the one-of-one Shohei Ohtani and literally gotten $1 million card. The chances of that are way more than one in a million. But I do love coming here and just seeing so many different cards. And I heard somebody talk about this the other day, and I really liked it on YouTube. So when you go to a Smithsonian and you see a Neil Armstrong, spacesuit, you don't want to maybe take that home. It would be cool to have, but you're like, I don't have $10 million to maybe take this from the Smithsonian.
Right.
But it's really cool to see. When you come here and you see a Gaudy 1930-something Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig in good shape, that like, how in the world did somebody keep that in this shape?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, if you're a serious buyer, they'll take it out of the case. You can hold it.
Yeah.
Like the Smithsonian is not going to go, here, let me open up the display here and you can hop in the suit. But like you can actually hold those pieces of history, which I think is super cool. I don't know if you heard this. I think it was yesterday. Somebody was like, hey, I'm trying to complete my 1960 top set. And I was like, there will be multiple places here where you can sit down and go through their cards, and there's a good chance they're going to have the cards that you need.
And then sometimes you get to see a card that you're just like, wait, that has to be worth a lot more, just how cool it looks.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, man, it's only $40. Like, this is not something people think is really that cool. It's cool enough to be worth $40, but you think it might be worth $4,000.
You thrive in that area, too.
I do. I just showed you a Barry Bonds card I bought 2 years ago for $41. And I didn't even know this till last night. I was going through some of my cards, like, oh man, I forgot I bought that card. That's a cool looking card. A PSA 9 just sold for $1,500 3 days ago. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this card is now $1,000 card. I had no clue. I just bought it because it was cool looking. And then all of a sudden, enough people thought it was cool looking. It's rare enough, not super rare, but rare enough that it's very tough to find. And there's just stuff like that where I love finding the $5 to $100 card that just looks cool to me, and I think that somehow, some way, people have really overlooked this player or this card because it's a beautiful photo. People are starting to recognize, oh man, the photograph, the moment that it was taken, I'm going to ruin myself because I haven't bought this card yet. There's a 1994 Pinnacle card of Emmitt Smith, and that photo they took is him running the last week of the season against the New York Giants right before they tackle him and separate his shoulder. I know that moment. If you're a Cowboys fan, that is a memorable moment in the history of the Cowboys where it led them to getting home field advantage, getting to the Super Bowl, and winning the Super Bowl. And Pinnacle put that on a card, and you can get that card in what is called Trophy Collection, where it looks really cool looking, cooler than a refractor, for $5.
Kevin.
Now, those cards sometimes go to $250 out of the blue because I just said something like that, and there's millions of Cowboy fans, and they all buy them on eBay, and then they're like, well, heck, I got one of those. Those were just selling for $5. I'll sell mine for $25, and then it sells in 1 second. The next person's like, selling for $25, I'll put mine up for $40, and it sells in 1 second. And then all of a sudden, you're like, how did this card go from $5 to $200? Because there is a limited amount of those.
The 2024 Stadium Club baseball set is great for this as well because they have the Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia World Series home runs as the pictures. So even in a base card, you're like, oh my God, I covet this card.
You know, and that's what I've told you how many times about art.
Sure.
And wine and now cards because somebody told you that's that moment that picture was taken.
Yes.
And so now the story makes it that much more valuable because, as you said, somebody texted in yesterday and they were like, why would so many people put their money into a piece of cardboard? And I know I trolled Mike a long time ago about NFTs and had a really fun time doing it. But those
are worthless now.
I said, hey, it's wild what stock markets people will invest in.
Yeah.
And hundreds of thousands of people invest in this stock market. And Mike just pointed out how the stock market goes up and down. My buddy the last time we were here, Kevin, my buddy Travis came in, and he retired from the Air Force. He came in with a Mickey Mantle card, and he had a Nolan Ryan card. And they were together about $3,500 in cards.
Yeah.
And or maybe $3,000, and he had some other money with him. But he came in, walked around this place, and found the card he was looking for. And he found a Tom Brady card that he was locked in. He was talking to the guy, and whoever, I don't know who it was that sold it to him, but the guy told him, if you buy this, you put it away, and you let it's going to keep going up in value, and you can pay for your kids' college tuition. Now, he doesn't have kids, so I hope he sells it and pays for my kids' college tuition. But he told me, this was, a month ago? He took a picture of a sale last week for that same card for $9,000. So something that in a month he traded for $3,500 to get that is now up to $9,000.
And like, you're right, and the value is very important, but I believe this in my heart and soul. What is the card that you want?
Yeah.
Like, I get it. You shouldn't just chump out and be like, well, that $1,000 card, I'm going to trade my $5,000 card for. But I definitely think people should be open to wiggle room a little bit if that's the card that you really, really want. Like, even let's say lower level, you've always wanted that Nolan Ryan get ready to pitch in the tuxedo card.
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe the card you have is $12, but you're like, but I don't value that card. I value this card. It's like, don't be afraid to make that move.
It's like when Tolos are like, hey, how can I get a Mike Bassett card? Because they love Mike Bassett so much. Yeah, that's exactly what it's all about.
Good example.
I'm not a huge Kobe fan, but I saw that card 2 years ago, and I said, that is maybe the most beautiful Kobe card ever made.
It is awesome.
So that's him.
It's a gold medallion.
It's him in his first ever slam dunk competition, and he wins. And so I bought that card for $90, and I thought I might be overpaying, but it's really cool, and it's really tough to get. Like, I've noticed the grades, like, it's not getting graded a lot. It's very tough to even get in a PSA 8.
Ultra around then can be really chippy on the edges.
That card's going for $1,000 now. Woo. Now, I will say.
What'd you buy it for?
Like $90.
Oh, my God.
Now, I'm making it sound like Mike knows everything. He's getting all the cards at cheap and then making all.
He also has hundreds of Antonio Bryants.
And Evan Carter.
Oh,
I was going through my
Mike.
cards.
I'm sorry.
I was like, I forgot how many Evan Carter cards I bought until last night. And I was like, I have a lot of Evan Carter cards, and they are, so that's the fun thing, and that's the tough thing about this is sometimes you buy a card and it goes from $90 to $900. $900 in 2 years. And sometimes you buy a $300 card and it goes to $20.
You got to be willing to know that that's going to happen.
And that's the stock market, right?
Oh, for
As we
sure.
discussed about,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
amazing what stock markets. Hey, Kalshi's available. They do trades. There's so many different ways of seeing what's valuable and what's not, and the market gets to decide. And y'all's market is a hot place to be, especially if you have an eye for it. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I have some money. Can I go invest in this?" You're not. I think you can.
Just be
but
careful.
I think having some knowledge about it and listening to Kevin, listening to things Mike's told you over time, those things have helped me. I guarantee they've helped me a lot of times.
I would say if you come out here and you're getting into it for the first time, enjoy it, ask questions, don't buy quickly, and then just if you are ripping packs and that's your thing, just know 80% of your money you're throwing in the trash. It's okay. That's the fun part of it. You have a 20% chance of getting your money back.
Yeah.
But that's just part of it. You have to understand that you can get lucky. You can hit something very special.
Life-changing, yeah.
But 8 out of 10 times,
sure,
you spent that $100 or more than that, and you're never getting a dime back of it. It was just the fun part of opening cards.
Which makes sense why you like singles so much, and that's one of the base things we always tell people too, Corey, is buy what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's a player, whether it's the photos, whether it's the card design, especially starting out. Don't be buy lower tier stuff that you like.
Dude, I was able to
find that Emmitt Smith. If you're a Cowboys fan, find that card for $5, and you'll love that card. You're like, this is awesome. They took a photo of this.
I was lucky enough to pull a Yamal card. I don't know that it would have changed with this World Cup. Maybe it would have, but I was lucky enough to pull one of those.
It's an interesting dynamic because they're in the finals, but he's been kind of ho-hum along the way.
I had told you the other day, I wished I'd have invested in Mbappe 4 years ago whenever he was in the World Cup and lost because they were on fire. Right now, maybe not so much because it went up and went down. It's a volatile, fun market.
It can be, yes.
And you can have an absolute blast. And that's why I wanted to ask Mike, like, when you come out here, why do you like it? And you can see on the faces of and how we've seen this thing grow from just a few people to more people, and now this is a packed house all the time. I love it.
Now, we didn't really get to do the segment, but Mike, I wanted to throw this out there for you. Do you like this World Cup segment idea? Lucy, you got some Spaining to do.
You can't do it any better than that. See how I'm optimistic, Mike, now.
I love it. All right, then I'll throw this out for you. Coming up next, how about some baseball nuggets? What if I told you the Braves aren't actually that good? And Masterpiece of the Week next, live from the Dallas Car Show in Allen on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On top of the schedule.
And Olsen cranks it deep to right field, headed towards the Allegheny. Over the bleachers and gone. 25th home run of the season for Olsen.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Car Show in Allen for the 575. I think I'm blocked, but man, I miss Mike. You are not from the...
I just texted them back.
Oh, okay, great. Somebody said they just went out and bought that Emmitt Smith card because of Mike. And then from the 601, I have to say right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
That's okay, I'm relying on you.
It's not that I didn't trust you, but I turned your mic off when we were doing our live reads just in case.
Why, you didn't want to make it 2 minutes long?
No, go ahead and rob my parents.
Go Mean Green.
I can't find the phone number.
He still works for the FCC, so he understands FCC compliance.
Have you violated any rules yet?
One time I got reprimanded.
What did you... Well, never mind.
Yeah, let's not talk about that on the air.
Okay,
people don't need to know.
Okay, never mind.
But I was honest enough to say yes one time.
Okay, so I appreciate it. Now, I'm going to throw out this contention, and I think you might be with me. People have talked about how tough the Rangers' schedule is to start the second half, and I totally disagree with that. Okay. I think they have 3 mediocre at best teams, and then the 2 good teams they're playing have both been kind of spiraling. And I'll start with the Atlanta Braves. What if I told you Atlanta, not really that good?
I do like Atlanta. I understand what you're saying.
Can I give you some numbers to back it up?
Sure.
All right.
Don't give me their record because that's good.
Their record overall is good. They closed out the first half of the season going 10-19 with a negative 24 run differential. They only won 3 of their last 8 games. My contention is it's got a little bit of that 23 Rangers vibe in terms of they got out to such an incredible start that their overall record still looks really good despite the fact that they've been kind of spinning their wheel.
Okay, I like what you're saying. The other thing, too, about playing them right now, one, you just don't know how teams are going to come out of the All-Star break, right? Sure. They might have really needed the All-Star break, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Where other teams are like, dang it, like maybe a team like the White Sox, and you might have numbers how they were, skidding at the end going into the break. But the White Sox were probably like, we just need to keep playing, man. I can't believe we're doing this good.
Yeah.
Like, no, we don't want to stop any of this. I hear you on the Braves. The one thing about playing them now that I like is they have not had the trade. Let's say they're going to get better.
Okay.
On August 3rd,
and you think they're willing to go out and make a move like that too?
They're in a place to win it all. It's going to be very tough with the Dodgers and the Brewers. The Brewers are going to make a move. We know the Dodgers. Heck, I was looking at the top 100 prospects. It is amazing how they keep developing, not top 100 prospects, but top 25
They have
prospects.
like 3 of the top 6 outfielders.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
And they can't play until they get traded. They're just not going, because Paez is now an all-star, and he's under control 4 more years, I believe, in center field. You have Mookie, who they keep moving around everywhere, who can move back to the outfield. You have Kyle Tucker out there. You have Teoscar Hernandez. So you're like, yeah, there's no place for these guys to go. So they are going to load up and get something really good. But the Braves are going to get better after August 3rd or right around the trade deadline. So playing them now before they get whatever they've established, we are not good at this and this, but we have a great record that can do something special.
Where is Skubal? I know we were just kind of talking about some of the different places. I think Atlanta is a very viable place. Where do you think Skubal's going to end up? Because then again, I think if the Dodgers want him, they could take him to
Rangers.
Oh, man, I don't see that.
I will 100% say not the Rangers. I'm not even giving a .001 on that.
Sorry, Corey.
I will say the Dodgers.
Yeah, Mike usually goes 99.9%.
Yeah, I usually leave a .01 open, but I will not on this one. I'm not going to say 100% Dodgers. I do think Milwaukee, if they wanted to do their kind of CC Sabathia thing, but they have Miz with them, like that makes a lot of sense to be like, if we're ever going to win, We could have Skubal start game 1 and Mizorowski start game 2. Good luck, rest of baseball.
Yeah, that would
with
be
that situation.
Yeah,
so
that would be incredible.
And they could do it. They have the prospects to be able to do it. I don't think the Braves. I just don't think.
Okay, and I'll default to what you're saying, but I think the Braves are going to be a player in this.
Okay, I do too. I think a lot of teams, when you go down left-handers, I was talking to people with the Padres when they were in town. I was like, I like your team. You're going to make the playoffs, so you guys need some help pitching-wise. And I said, if you get a nice lefty, and then I was like, well, I get it. Like, probably not Skubal. But then when you go to the secondary market after Skubal, like, oh, man.
Mackenzie Gore?
There's not really I don't think the Rangers are trading Mackenzie Gore, but I'd say there's not really, when you look at the marketplace, there's not another nice left-handed starting pitcher in the marketplace. Unless the Tigers wanted to possibly move on also from Framber Valdez, but then you have to deal with the person.
Yeah.
And that gets scary, too, because almost all the teams are out on him as a free agent because of him as a person.
Super quick for you, since we were talking about how cards could change your life. A 2018 Shohei Ohtani 1/1 rookie superfractor graded a gem mint 9.5, just sold, I believe, earlier this week for $3.365 million, which is just bananas. Jeez. Then rating news for baseball, good and bad, though I think the bad is easier to explain. For the All-Star game, it drew 8.79 million viewers. That's a 22% increase year over year, and the highest rated All-Star game in 8 years. The Home Run Derby, however, did scuffle. 5.3 million viewers. That's the lowest in more than 2 decades. And I wonder if it was lack of awareness about Netflix having it, which I know Netflix publicizes everything, but I think that might have had something to do with it.
I do think that the last few Home Run Derbies have been boring.
Did you like this one any better?
I was surprised with how good it ended up being because they changed the rules where it wasn't like, once we got tired of back, gone, and then take 5 pitches. But then it was like, all right, this rapid fire thing's really tough. Did he hit a home run? Did he not hit a home run? How far did it go? Right. So I do think they did a nice job of changing the rules where it's going to work for a while till we get bored of it in some way. But if you name the top 5 players in the game that have power, you would start with like Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, and they're not in it, and they're not going to do it. These were great players. You had all-stars in there. It's not like the dunk competition where you just pull somebody from the Dallas Card Show and say, hey, I think they're in the NBA.
Go dunk!
But at the same time, it just didn't have the names. Netflix, yes, they paid a whole bunch of money, and baseball's like, good, we'll take the whole bunch of money and take lower ratings.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Yes, you did, Mike. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. weekdays here on 105.3 The Fan. And we have a tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. And one of those people is going to pop up twice. His name is Brian Broaddus, but this one also includes Zach Wolchuk.
Just the butt. Mm-hmm. Ooh. He's got quick hands.
Oh, okay.
He does have quick hands. He was right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah? That was a moment for Broaddus.
Oh, man, I'm excited that he's going to be on this again, or Wolchuk's going to be on this again.
Well, Brian Broaddus, he was on one this week, and I'm glad Mike's here for this.
I'll get on my knees for Wyatt.
The first person who texted me was G-Bag Nation, I'll just say, and I was like, son of a gun, this is going to go on their show.
I mean, rightfully so, too.
Well, sometimes you hope, which is a bad hope. Maybe people weren't paying attention to the post-game show there.
I'll be honest.
Well, guess what? They were.
And everybody.
I mean, you want them to. You want the ratings, but then when you say something that bad, you're like, I hope people weren't listening.
I played that thing about 15 times at the house that night, and Adrian just kept going, oh, Mike, what are you doing? Mike, what are you doing? That was like that's the greatness of Mike right there.
One of my favorite new subcategories that we've had recently is Kevin and Corey deciding that they are no longer Kevin and or Corey. They are somebody else, and Corey decided he was somebody else.
I'm Bruce Springsteen. That was when Kevin forced me to do my son Carter's impression of Bruce Springsteen for his tryout, and that was it. That's exactly what he sounded
Forever
like.
in blue jeans, babe.
I was like, you could have sang any song, and he was like, I don't know, you didn't tell me that.
Alec, I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
We just got dropped off a 2026 Tier 1 baseball box.
I don't know what that means.
Courtesy of our good buddy Ryan from RJ Dukes. Should we let Mike open it, or is that foolishness? Because Corey has got the hot hand.
No.
Corey pulled both of those cards I showed you.
Let's go, baby. Let's
All
go.
right, Alec, keep going.
I don't know what this means. What does Tier 1 mean? And am I just
very expensive premium product?
All right.
Yes.
Right.
And Tier 1, surely you understand the concept. It's the best. So continue, Alec.
Or you murdered somebody.
Oh my goodness.
The tattoo, right?
Yeah, Tier 1 would be your first murder in prison, I would believe. Yeah.
I don't believe that is associated with this particular product.
Second tier.
Though we'll
the second
check
time you murdered
afterwards.
somebody,
Yes.
Well, since you're opening Tier 1 baseball, I do have something baseball related, courtesy of Corey and Kevin.
Miss Met is a baddie.
Why are we still doing this? I mean, I get it.
Here we go.
Mike, what do you think about the idea that people want to hook up with Miss Met?
There's weird people in this world.
There are.
Yeah. Corey thinks she's a baddie. So
she is. Everybody knows that.
Do you
Miss
know
Met's
that
a
term?
No, I don't.
You don't know what a baddie is?
Yeah.
Like capping?
Stop it. You just learned that. She's very stop. She's very attractive.
Okay, I don't know
I'm just
exactly
gonna
how
say,
to do this. Do I just go straight in? Is there one on top, one in the middle that I'm looking for?
Whatever you do, just don't hold the cards upside down.
Okay.
Oh, no, you did.
All right, there we go. That is card number 1, and I don't know what it is because I'm showing it to a camera
well, you
right
should
now.
look at the card first.
Card number 1 is Colby Thomas.
Okay.
Card number...
Oh, I saw the second card.
Card number 2 is an autographed Johnny Bench card, ladies and gentlemen.
We had Tim Kirkjian on the show yesterday, and he said Johnny Bench is the greatest catcher of all time, and Pudge can be in the top 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I like Tim Kirkjian, but I didn't love that. But that's Johnny Bench right there.
Is it
number
numbered?
3 is a numbered Chandler Simpson card. It's got a little patch in it as well. I don't know about the Johnny Bench. You know how I go for
And by the way, Corey Majors, the Johnny Bench autograph card is numbered to 5. So,
how come you don't notice these things, Corey?
He never does.
I know, Alec. What's the deal?
I do have a pretty hot hand right now, I'm guessing. And then the final card is a numbered George Springer to 199 card.
Okay, so the spare numbers, Alec, what we're learning is the spare numbers Corey will see. The elite numbered cards, no clue.
I didn't even know I had a 1-of-1 LaDainian Tomlinson that day.
Yes,
Remember?
I am essentially here so he can pull the good cards and I can tell him
RJ Dukes
that they're numbered. So there you go. Sorry, Alec, back to you.
All right, that was exciting. That
was exciting.
You know what, Kevin? We haven't picked on you enough, so we're going to play this.
But we have mounted things. I wish.
Okay, but at least, Alec,
Yes.
do I get credit for...
No.
Okay, because I pointed out I wish I hadn't have said mounted things.
Yeah, and I cut that part out intentionally because I got to fit my narrative here. So
When I can't sleep, Alec, I watch old sports on YouTube, and yesterday I watched last night the 1995 divisional game between the Cowboys and the Eagles at Texas Stadium. It was very cold. John Madden, there's 100 things you can pull from a John Madden broadcast of what he's saying. He's obviously not doing it in a bad way, but you can go, oh my, you definitely need to finish the sentence there.
Yeah.
If there was Masterpiece of the Week back then, you guys would be Maddening it from August through February.
Madden piece of the week.
Oh, I like that. Back to you, sir.
Let's pick on Kevin and Corey a little bit more.
How do I make money on OnlyFans?
You get naked or show off your feet.
Oh, man.
Dude, I do take care of my feet.
That's what it's. I thought
Do
you
you
guys
know
were
about
doing well. I
OnlyFans?
thought you guys were making bonuses.
We're not on OnlyFans.
Kevin,
What's that word, Mike? Never heard of
I
it.
honestly thought, I'm going to be honest about this. I've never been on the website, promise. But at first when I heard about it, Kevin Turner, KT, was talking about it, and I thought, your city of like 1,000 people you grew up in is like somehow created a website called
OnlyFans,
and it's like about that town, that podunk town. Like there's
God.
Well, that's what I thought,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then I was like, oh, it's a porn thing.
adult content.
If that's going to make the video or not. Yeah, I just want to point out something. The social media manager, once you said that, she's like, "So we're done?
Yeah,
we're good here."
Go
Yeah.
ahead and wrap this
She's
up.
like, "I've heard enough. I'm sorry about that, y'all."
Let's see. I got two more I want to get to real quick. Corey, you said this today.
Because of my house, I'm Meat Man. That is true. Because the house that you built me, Kevin, you built me a house and added a wild fork to it.
Sure.
So I feel like being Meat Man's an okay thing.
The phrasing of it is, I don't love it,
I should
Alec.
get a loader for this, right?
Oh, my God. You're talking about a card, right?
Yeah, I should put this into something?
Yes.
Okay. Should I put this in something, Mike?
Yeah, I'll do it.
And then sometimes, Kevin, your job can be difficult. You get to have a lot of fun. You get to break some fun stories, some cool breaking news, and then sometimes some not so good news.
Devastating news is Pikachu has been arrested for DWI.
I heard that yesterday. He also blew out an ACL or something.
That was Charizard. That was Charizard.
Yeah.
He did not blow out his ACL. Oh, my God. I hate voting for myself. I did like that delivery.
I really do
though.
like that. That's my favorite one so far.
I am going to vote. I'm going to vote for Brian Broaddus, referencing one Mr. Mike Bassick right here.
I'll get on my knees for Wyatt.
To pray.
Yeah. No,
Sounds
to
like
pray,
you do know what
obviously.
OnlyFans is.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for Kevin in the Pikachu breaking news.
You know what? I'm going to vote for it as well.
Devastating news is Pikachu has been arrested for DWI.
Oh, man.
So
that's it. What were all of them again?
Okay. You know what? I'm glad to see some things don't change, Mike. All right.
I was listening when you gave like the 32 quarterbacks and narrowed them down to 4 finally.
Yeah, and we got a text from Mike. It's too many. And then he goes, "What were the groups again?" I sent him one group and he didn't respond. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on a 105.3 The Fan.
Dude, this has been awesome. I've been great today at opening cards.
Dude. I think people should buy cards and bring them to you.
Honestly, opening cards isn't the hard part.
Yeah, that's true.
It's knowing what the card is.
Go pick out, yeah.
Seeing that it's numbered.
Yeah.
I feel like you could, if you were around Corey and he did open up cards, hey, I'll give you $50 for that. And he'd be like, yeah, sure, and never notice that it's numbered 5 of 5.
Okay, coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Driving in, Messi crossing back, Pop, there it is! Lautaro Martinez, stoppage time, go-ahead goal for Argentina!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. As always, we want to thank Fox Sports and FIFA for that audio. We're live at the Dallas Card Show. General admission is about to open. We've had Mike Bassick hanging out with us. He's going to be here, I do believe, for a little bit, and this show goes through the rest of the weekend. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How the hell are you?
I'm doing great.
Hey,
I'm going to focus. What's up, guys?
What's up, man? Oh, hi, Hagee.
Man, how's it going?
Mikey! Gosh, I'm on my knees right now.
Thank you. You know, I mean, he has been healthy for the last 3 days.
All because of you.
You gonna do the same for Seager for us?
The power of prayer.
Yeah, you should call him. All right, so what is y'all's take? What is your prediction for the World Cup final that puts the #1 and #2 team against one another, but also two teams that couldn't beat Cape Verde in regulation?
It's a good point, man. That Cape Verde story was fun. I'm going to go with Spain. You know, I'll be rooting for Argentina and Messi, but I feel like Spain's ability to control the middle of the field and play great defense will be undeniable. Their second trophy going to España.
Spain is the better team, but this thing has been rigged for Messi to win back-to-back. Give me Argentina.
Whoa!
Yeah, I'm not going against Messi.
Yeah, are you guys, I know what Dawson said, are you guys rooting for Messi then, or not so much?
Indifferent, to be honest with you. I think it would be cool. It would be a great story. I think it'd be awesome if Messi won. But I think Spain looked so damn good against France. I feel like they're very deserving. And they haven't beaten in 2 years. Let's continue that streak. Aren't they? It was them and Italy for the longest unbeaten streak. I think if they win, they might end up breaking Italy's record that they had.
Can we talk about that for just a second? Because Spain can lose the World Cup and still be unbeaten.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's ridiculous.
Yes. So they have gone 38 straight matches unbeaten, but if you lose in PKs, that still counts as unbeaten because it goes down officially as a draw.
Well, that's a silly rule. Why do we have this rule?
That's the way that it is, man.
I don't like that.
I think Tupac wrote a song about that.
That's just the way it is. It's called changes. I see no changes.
Yeah, so look, I'm not disputing Spain's prowess whatsoever. I just wanted to throw that out there. And, Zach, if I was looking for somewhere super cool to see that game on Sunday, what would you suggest?
I would recommend coming and partying with me at Cosm. I think you can still get general admission tickets right now. It's going to be an absolute crazy madhouse. We're going to be raffling off some awesome prizes that we've been holding out just for this World Cup final. So I'll be there at 1 p.m. Come on out, Cosm at Grandscape. If you've never been, it's definitely the place to be. And that whole area is awesome. A lot of cool restaurants and bars to hang out in.
Hey, are you guys disappointed that the Rangers are on the East Coast today?
Incredibly so. It's how that is on Friday. It's not worth an hour
I am
early.
so freaking fired up, Mike.
It does mean, Mike, by the way, you won't go 5-time until Monday. If that was
son of
on
a
your
gun.
radar. Yeah.
I knew Wolchuk heard it live, and I was like, oh no. I was hoping nobody heard that after I said it. Because after I said it, I was like, should I try to correct it? And I think I did the right thing by.
You definitely did the right thing. But can I point out the first part of that was a little bit inflammatory too when you were like, hey, what can we do to keep you healthy? Like, what's he going to say?
When you're not sure where you're going, and then you end and you're like, that was bad.
And he goes, I'm trying. I was like, what else did he
dribbled all the way down into the lane and had nowhere to dish
be
out.
healthy, man.
I hear you, man. I do.
The Rangers, if he ain't healthy, they ain't making the playoffs.
Agreed.
We can do it, guys.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. As Mike alluded to, it is a baseball shortened, preempted Friday show. We're going till 5:30. Eric Nadell's going to join us at 4:40. Set the table.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come see us at the Dallas Card Show. We will
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we are off and running. General at your service. If you see me, beer me, N.A. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Austin Nix coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thermostat wars have been initiated, I believe, as the Sean and RJ operation earlier this week blamed us for setting the room to like 78 degrees. So I walked in here 30 minutes ago. They had turned it down to 60 before they left today, knowing KNC was going to be on remote. So the temperature just now normalizing.
Wow.
As for the first time in G-Bag history, I've had to open up with a beanie on my head already. Usually it's later on in the day. I'm clearly blaming Bobby.
He's a bitsman.
I think he's the agitator in these situations. He's trying to generate some content out of it. So, but this is my issue with the whole morning show is just they start stuff based on unconfirmed allegations.
Yes,
they're very suspicious. And they jump to conclusions and, make up this toxic fantasy land of who they have to blame and get back on. We did nothing. We have done nothing to deserve this.
There was the entire night show.
It was a 4-hour show after us.
That took place after Arnold? Yeah. We are not putting this thing up to 78 degrees before we walk out of here. At no point could we do that.
No.
We live in the 68 to 70 world.
Yeah.
Here in the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
And so I don't know who is to blame. Maybe it was just a malfunction on the piece itself.
I don't believe this thing works well.
It's got a mind of its own,
I think
for sure.
it does. Aliens.
But it is a back-to-baseball Friday here with your Rangers in Atlanta. Pregame is coming up at 5:30. It's a fun starting situation with our guy Cal Quantrill. He's given up just 3 earned runs in his last 15 innings of work. He started as a reliever, didn't he?
Yeah.
They were like, hey.
Long-time starter in the league, but, had him coming out of the pen, and now I guess he should be up to like a 5-inning guy now.
Yeah. He looked like the pitcher he was in Cleveland 4 or 5 years ago so far. If you look at his numbers, the predictive numbers suggesting he is getting a little bit lucky. I mean, he's not missing bats, he's not missing barrels, but he's getting the job done by not getting hit hard and not walking guys. He's a game manager. Kind of a glue guy that your rotation needed right now. So salute to our guy, Cal. And
he was pitching in a lot of games where the score was out of hand. He's a guy with it when you need to eat up some innings, 3 or 4 innings. He was that guy. They're down 12 runs kind of thing and put him in there. That's initially how he was getting a lot of work, and then all of a sudden he became like the starter. Once that Jack Leiter, you had those injuries with the fifth starter, and he kind of stepped in, has been doing a pretty decent job with in that role.
It's been needed. Might need another start or 2 out of him before you can start to get healthy. But he's going to take on the lefty Chris Sale tonight. Yeah. And over the last 2 years, I think he would have put this Rangers team on no-hitter watch tonight, wouldn't you? Lefty of Chris Sale's ilk.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
But check this out.
Oh, please give us some good news here.
Josh Young's hitting .333 against lefties. Berger and Foscue both have 5 home runs against lefties. Their team OPS against left-handed pitching is sitting at 756. The storyline's expired.
Yeah, they got a winning record. They're 13-9 against lefties this season. They've actually won 6 of 7. They're on a heater against lefties, and they're slugging better versus left-handed pitching than they are versus right-handed pitching. So you're right. The numbers are also very good in Atlanta. I'll share more at 3 o'clock when we go around the bases. But this is there's a lot of numbers that would say the Rangers are about to feast over the weekend
against Atlanta.
Yep, just in that park, at Truist Park in Atlanta, the Rangers, and Jake Berger specifically, is very good.
It's a good team, these Braves. Rangers hitting better on the road. And, I think things normalized with the offense. We talked about that yesterday. But more importantly, I think CY went out and found guys specifically that could address their weaknesses against lefties and found more patient hitters. And with the second half of the season in front of them, feeling pretty good about what this team's capable of going up against Atlanta tonight. Okay, there is a report in New York the Mets are going to make almost everybody available except their young players that are under team control, at least 5 bullpen pieces, led by Luke Weaver, who is their elite setup man.
Great, and we need a setup man. This is perfect.
Right, 2.03 ERA, 0.83 whip. You could also look at Devin Williams, who might be more Rays
cheaper.
He still has great stuff, but he struggled with command. He has been their closer, but he might be pitching his way out of a closing role at this point in his career. But that's just a smattering of what can be available here with the Mets maybe being the first team to signal to baseball we're open for business. Boys.
I love the word smattering that you just used there. But the Mets definitely. Hell, I'd kick the tires on Francisco Lindor if they wanted to part with him. Maybe a little Seager swap and go party with Simeon. Bobby did reply to our conversation because he is soloing, and that's why we love you, Bob. He said he did not blame us. Corey Majors is responsible for that.
But Corey wasn't here today. They were on remote.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess he's pointing the finger at Corey, that Corey was initially the one that turned in the G-Bag Nation to blame for their initial issue.
So Corey started the blame train?
We got finger pointing going on, and I don't like this.
So Bobby did do it. Is what you're telling me, though, still.
Yeah.
Sounds like he still did do this.
Thank you,
He
Lucius,
wasn't
for
Bobby.
doing that math
It had to
for
have been
me.
RJ?
It was one of them,
or was it Medford?
It was one of them. And they didn't stop one another.
So they had to stay an extra hour.
I would imagine they brought this up as a collection and laughed about it.
Yeah. It's just their aim was off.
Yeah,
they had it at us, and we're not the peoples.
So
we're not the ones.
We're not the ones, bro.
We don't play.
Or the twos.
They're going after their co-workers on secondhand info. I think, which is even worse.
Yeah, there was no hard-hitting evidence that it was us.
No.
But they make the move. It's not them, so lash out at the people that aren't there in the moment.
All righty. If you have feedback on that, Bobby, we'd love to hear it.
I'd rather him put it at 60, though, than put it at like 80, to be fair.
Amen.
At least they went cold with it.
Amen. I did see today 23 teams are either in a playoff spot or within 4 games.
Gosh.
So, wow. Might be difficult, but at least we got one team getting the party started. Maybe it'll set off some dominoes. Might be a situation where you have to talk to other contenders, though. Could we do a player-for-player swap? You need a little of this, we need a little of that. But most contenders aren't in the interest of giving away quality bullpen pieces. Be quite a find if you could.
Can I make an admission from yesterday?
Yes, please.
What'd you do?
We talked about Taylor Farms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Salad.
They're the
Salad,
lettuce
yeah.
culprits for the parasite.
I had like 2 brand new bags of that stuff in my fridge.
Unopened?
Unopened.
Praise God.
I went ahead and had those the.
Did you really?
Totally.
You had a Taylor Farms salad last night after we beat the Craps.
I looked at the bag.
The countdown begins.
Feats of strength? Is this another one of these feats of strength? He's like, watch me, I'm built different.
This is last night at dinner.
Get the golf towel ready.
And I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there, and I'm going, oh man, it's just because it's that romaine.
Yeah,
it's
the shredded romaine.
I cut it myself. I shredded it.
I think you're good.
I shred the romaine myself.
Did you wash it?
I absolutely washed it.
Okay, man, you might be all right.
I washed it, but I saw the name. I'm like, Jesus, is Taylor Farms.
Yeah.
I go, should I? And I sat there and I said, gosh, I'm hungry. Yeah. And I'm like, got my chicken out, my strawberries, got everything out I needed. I washed that sucker and I put it in the plate and I devoured it. Watching bull riding with Dad last night.
It might devour you here in about 7 to 8 days.
Do you think is it that big of a care? I thought it was is not a 24 or 48 hour deal.
Man, 2 weeks sometimes before the symptoms pop up.
Yeah.
All right,
That's why
so
the
maybe
countdown begins.
It might strike you down on the fields in Oxnard in a couple of weeks, bro.
If it happens, that'll be a story.
Yeah.
But I was
Where's
like,
Brian? Oh, he's in his bathroom. He hasn't left in days.
At least they got
a nice bathroom out there. They have a really nice air conditioned bathroom out there.
Yeah, no. The porta potty's a good
we were
setup.
having that discussion. And I saw the bag, and it said Taylor Farms, and I thought about it all for about 15 seconds. I said, "No, I'm just gonna wash this."
That sounds like some gummy activity right there, bro. No. Still on the CBD shaman?
You getting that back?
No. I'm just going to eat it up.
All-time munchies.
But
I got home and my Taylor Farms was in the garbage.
Was it
She was
really?
listening to that segment on her way home.
Was it?
And instantly cleared out all of my lettuce options. So I didn't have that option unless I wanted to go dumpster diving.
They pack those romaines in like a bag of like you get them in
3.
six.
Yeah, you got them in 6.
Yeah, if you go to Costco or one of those.
What a
places.
ballsy move, man! It's a great experiment, though. Like I'm excited to kind of just see what the results end up being. I certainly have my own hypothesis that you're going to be riding the throne for a while.
Wait a minute, but man versus parasite.
Did Dad and Michelle consume it?
No, I was the only one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was the only one.
It's just a personal test.
But this is like the ultimate barometer for you having the greatest immune system that we've ever seen.
I hate to say this.
I think he does.
I did this to see if it would work.
I know that you did.
I did.
As soon as you said it, I knew that you
I
did.
said, let's see if I could get explosive diarrhea by eating this.
Man, I hope your doctor is listening.
If not, if it doesn't happen, I'm going to call all you P words that are out there getting sick.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's silver lining, you end up losing 5-6 pounds out of it, right?
Yeah, the doctor actually might like this.
There's some validity to that.
There's
Eric.
some upside.
Yeah, there's some absolute upside to
I kind of feel, maybe he passes on to me, I kind of feel some bubble guts going on right now.
Yeah.
It's just
might be some leftover yesterday.
All-time YOLO right there, man.
That is
Good for you.
ballsy right there. The entire country is throwing their Taylor Farm salads away.
Not me.
And you're doubling down.
I just, you know what?
Let me see what it's hitting for.
This is not wrong.
Take that, Clyospora.
I looked at it.
You should go get Taco Bell on the way home.
I looked at it. I could
double.
double down with Taco Bell.
Oh, yeah, you will.
It wouldn't be healthy for me, but I would. I looked at that pack and I said, "Not today, not today." And I took that thing, washed it, chopped it up, put it in my side. It was
Hit it out of the
damn
park.
good. Damn good.
I've actually gained a ton of respect for you over the last 2 minutes or so, man. This is impressive.
Did I just like wave my finger in the face of adversity?
Yeah.
Tumbo did.
I think you did.
At this point, you have.
At this point, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. But if I die, you guys know why.
If he dies, he dies.
Now starts the process, you know?
Yeah.
But you guys are telling me it's 6-7 days?
So sometimes,
At least,
I mean, it can get up to double-digit days before
right.
it really sets
We'll
in
see.
on you. So
I'll be at camp when it all happens.
you'll be looking over your shoulder. for
It'll
the next
be
couple
real
of
bad if it
weeks.
hits on the airplane.
Yeah. Right now, it's
That'll be
camping.
the worst.
It's camping in me.
It's camping right now, bro.
All right, we'll carry on.
British Open.
Be brave out there, folks. Be brave.
Be brave, lads.
They're
That's
scoring
all we're
at
asking
that.
for the English to do. Hey, be brave. We weren't brave.
It was a good day of scoring there at what is it, Royal Birkdale?
Royal Birkdale.
Yeah, we're
There
there.
you go, Dawson.
Lucas Herbert and Sam Burns matched the major championship scoring record of 62.
Herbert had a chance that thing to be a 61. Missed a very short putt.
5-footer for par on 18
Yeah.
would have given the Australian the record alone.
Yeah.
I think there should be an asterisk if another guy, posted a historic round right behind you. Like the
Like
course
the guy
is a little
first
soft,
in,
isn't it?
First in?
Yeah.
Or asterisk that it's really not that hard?
Yes, really not that hard. It was, the winning score that year was 15
What's this guy's
under.
first name?
It's Lucas. Lucas Herbert and Sam Burns.
Lucas Gavin Dawson here, 105.3 The Fan. Like to say that your 61 really was not impressive today.
Exactly. Yeah, we're gonna power rank these things. Burns capped off an astonishing birdie
Sam
finish.
Burns, he had to
Wow,
chip in to get
triple.
his 61. That's an LSU guy, so I was all about Sam Burns today.
He's definitely having a better afternoon and evening celebrating. Our hero Scotty Scheffler started the day at 2 under. He is now 4 under for the championship.
7th place, I believe.
And he is through 17 now, so he's about to tee off on 18, sitting there at 4 under par, 4 off the pace set by the aforementioned Herbert there with his 62.
Did you guys see Speed
Trash 62? Yes, Chief.
3-putt the 3-footer?
I did see the video.
He's been known to do that.
That's a struggle for him.
He has
throughout
been
his
known
career.
to do that.
It was brutal to watch.
Yeah.
He short-circuited right there.
Did he? Yeah.
Well, then you start overthinking it. You're just, I don't have the touchdown. Now I'm too strong. I'm too weak.
He was on fire that year.
Yeah, the year he won it. He won it at Royal Birkdale. He
Really?
was 23 years old, yeah.
Okay, Mauricio Pochettino, the USA soccer manager, says he's going to make a decision on his future as coach of the U.S. next week. The Argentine is in talks with U.S. soccer to sign an extension through the 2030 World Cup. When asked about his future, On Spanish radio, Cadena Cope, he said, "We're evaluating it, looking at it. They have made me an offer to continue, and we will see next week. We will make a decision." He has received interest from a couple of Italian and English soccer teams. So the 54-year-old going to make his decision and announce it to the world next week.
He and LeBron are going to do it as a 2-for-1 sale?
I think this is a pretty big deal. You found something that worked. Why would you want to move on from that and risk going back to the revolving door of not good enough that we had, frankly, before him? I think some people that don't know soccer said, "You lost the big one. You lost to Belgium. You can't keep coaching if you lose. You were brought in to beat teams like that." No, forget that. Evaluate the style of play. Evaluate how the highs of what they achieved compared to previous teams. It's not even close. We got the champ on the other side, then the top 10. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
National Lottery Day. What are the top 10 things people would do if they won the lottery? 877-881-1053. What would you do? That's next, but let's talk
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Got the top 10 here in just a minute. Time to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius has the champ.
Don't you forget about me. Going for 5 on Monday is our very own Mike Bassick. You might have just heard him on the station.
Yeah.
Might have just heard him on the KNC Masterpiece. It was KMC Masterpiece again. Yeah, Mike Bassick. He's willing to do anything to keep Wyatt Langford in the game.
Wyatt, what can I do? What can we do as Ranger fans to keep you healthy the rest of this season?
I don't know. I mean, I'm doing everything I can, so that's my goal. I want to play every single game for the rest of the year.
All right, well, I'm going to go home and get on my knees for you because, man, do we need Wyatt Langford the rest of this season.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Do bow bow. oh, yeah.
Does any beat writer have the stones to get the follow up from Wyatt on this?
Might have to wait for spring training for you boys next year. What was going through your head when Mike Bassick said this?
Yeah, it's I'm gonna jot it down right now.
I tell you what, if Langford continues to have an amazing season and plays like this for another 3 months, they should trade him in the offseason. Don't you think so?
Well, the stock's like the highest.
Just betting he's going to be injured guy forever.
I tried to get rid of him before all this started.
I know, and that would have been unfortunate to trade him then. That would have been selling at a low.
No, I fully, every time I watch him, hit for some power, slug, run, make a defensive play, I'm thinking, okay, well, that just shows you. But I'm also just kind of ready for him to get hurt again.
I would be a savage if I ran teams with injured guys.
Just be flipping them left and right.
Yeah, a couple years in a row where you're missing a quarter of the games, a third of the games. I'm trying to move you on out of there for durable players who have a extended track record of doing that. We all know the guy that playing up was always hurt. He either something happened or they don't stretch good enough or something happened that threw off the way that they move. And every time you turn around, they're getting hurt again. And pro sports is littered with them, more so than ever because now we can give them physical therapy to get them back in the game. We can do all these fancy surgeries. You're just recycling injury-prone dudes, and we're inundated with them. And if you're not careful, you're going to fall in love with their talent and then be left holding the bag. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
Thank you very much. What are the top 10 things people would do if they won the lottery on National Lottery Day? Wow. I mean, speaking of winning the lottery, Texas Tech announcing a 15-year naming rights agreement for their football stadium with Galaxy. This one is worth a lot of money. It was, of course, AT&T Stadium there. Jones AT&T Stadium in Lubbock. Now it's going to be Galaxy Stadium. So you got Big 12 and their deal with Monster, and now Texas Tech getting some more money with the licensing agreement starting on September 5th against Abilene Christian. The new era at Galaxy Stadium for Red Raider football will kick off. So congratulations to LBK.
Is that like the phone model that Samsung makes? That kind of Galaxy? What kind of Galaxy are we doing here?
It's a global leader in data center infrastructure and digital assets.
It sounds actually terrifying. I feel like that's the place that kind of has all the dirty secrets of ours. They know everything.
Digital assets.
All the data center. Yeah.
Is this like a crypto thing? NFT thing?
They might do that. They might
do my
dabble.
Googles.
They deliver solutions that accelerate progress in finance and AI.
Okay, all right.
And movies are back. The Odyssey coming out this weekend. My gosh, that's supposed to do big time numbers. The reviews are incredible. Christopher Nolan's new epic that's out. But right now, the box office is tracking prior to the pandemic, 2019. They are at their best numbers as they're going to be set to cross $10 billion this year for the first time since 2019, thanks to movies like Project Hail Mary, Obsession, Michael, and now we got Toy Story 5, The Odyssey, and later this month, you will get a Spider-Man movie that is coming out as well. So people are going back to the movies now, and for the first time since the pandemic, it seems like like the box office is starting to settle. Now, might just be, hey, these are movies people want to go see. Every single year might not be the same, but as of today, people are happy when it comes to the movie theaters, and they are going. We got butts in seats right now, butts in seats. So if you're going to see The Odyssey, maybe you saw it last night, they had early screenings, let me know how it is. For IMAX is the way to go, but we only have one IMAX theater, and it's that Cinemark Webb Chapel, and that thing is like booked out for months.
Yeah, it's always packed over in that
Ridiculous.
direction.
Yeah, my brother hit me up like 6 weeks ago. Like, hey, what are you doing on July 17th? Would you want to go see a movie? I'm like, I have no idea what's happening, dude. Like, why are we? What are you even talking about?
That's what you had to do if you wanted to see an IMAX.
What do you mean?
Let me check my schedule.
Yeah, dude, come on.
I ended up buying tickets. I didn't even realize that I did this, but I've got for July 31st with my sharding friend, Jared. We're going. Because he's big on like looking ahead and trying to book these things, and I agreed, and boom, here we go. So July 31st, we'll be there. If you've got like a 7:30 IMAX showing, we'll be seeing the movie together. I'm excited about it. It'll be fun.
See, I don't make long-term plans like that with friends because I know I'll forget about it and schedule something else.
Yeah.
Well, thank God he told me this week.
And then they'll be like, well, you got to tell one of your friends that, you're just a total screw-up.
Yeah.
What that
it's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
usually turns out to be.
I'm not gonna be able to
What's this thing even about?
Yeah, I know you've probably been planning this for 6 weeks and you've thought about it every
The Odyssey.
day.
Okay, I got you.
What's this about? it's freaking Odyssey.
I
right?
just looked at it.
You should see the conversations online about it. I see people tell like, "Oh, hope this scene is in here. Hope that scene is in here."
Okay.
Then you see people responding to that saying, "Don't spoil it, bro."
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to know.
5,000-year-old story. What do you mean? Don't
I got the idea
Don't
now.
spoil it.
Are you trolling right now?
I didn't read the book, Lucius.
Don't spoil it, bro.
I feel like isn't the Odyssey a book that like we all read in school?
Yeah.
So it's like 300.
There's elements. Yeah.
You could say
Or
that.
like Troy, right? Is it a little bit like Troy?
Yeah,
you could
story
say
is
that
part of that.
too.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this like
Achilles is in it.
Looks like a lot of fire and horses and stuff going on here.
Yeah.
Like a 6-hour movie.
You don't know the story of Broadus? Are you serious?
No, I'm serious.
Come on, man.
I really don't.
Okay.
I really don't.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, that's that LSU education.
That's I admit it.
Yeah, that's
I'm
a football
not,
school right
I'm
there.
not the smartest guy in the world.
I blame the high school.
Yeah. I'm really the Odyssey
blame
though.
ball. Yeah,
So
I was
what,
going to
the
say that
premise?
too.
What is it? What is it?
He can name every linebacker that went to high school in Alabama, but
Yeah.
the Odyssey. What is that?
Yeah.
Odyssey.
Achilles, never heard of.
It's a Trojan horse.
It's your company we
That
work
even
Oh,
for.
is this what we got? Is this the Trojan horse thing?
Yeah, that's the origin.
Yes,
Okay.
that is the origin.
That was a surprise attack.
It was.
That was well thought out, by the way. How
Yeah.
stupid on the other team for allowing them to get in.
318. I'm with you. The
That's a
user
big
reviews.
breakdown on their part.
Armchair quarterbacking right here.
Yeah. How do you get fooled?
Oh, it's a giant wooden horse.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
Open this thing up.
There's got to be an army inside it. Open it up. Open it.
How smart were these people? Can you hear the people in there breathing?
Oh man.
Bunch of dum-dums.
All right, top 10 things people would do if they won the lottery. 877-881-1053.
Go see the Odyssey.
Hey, definitely go see the Odyssey. Was an answer that I got when I put this out on the Twitter. A lot of people were like, I wouldn't change a thing. I just wouldn't tell anybody about it, and I'd never have to worry about my bank account ever again. Others were like, I'd quit my job immediately. I'd leave my family. I'd hire an attorney. I'd retire.
I'd leave my family.
I'd buy a house.
I'd probably DoorDash something for the first time in my life just to get that experience.
You've never DoorDashed?
It's like hundreds of dollars.
You know what,
No,
Eric?
I've been on the app before, and like considered it, and then you get what the total's going to end up being, and I've never been able to justify spending 30% more,
It's convenience.
40% more, than what I should be paying.
I think it probably depends on the place you're ordering from. I was actually having a talk about that with the Greek yesterday because DoorDash is fleecing some of these people out, but not all of them.
I kind of think you need to think about maybe buying a toll tag. I think that would be even better than your DoorDash.
The toll tag, that sounds worth it.
And you just drive all over the place and not worry about
Yeah, that'd be
just like
good.
see all the places you never got to see.
Finally go into my Google Maps and take off the avoid tolls. That's a good move.
Yeah, I would save a lot of time, but gosh, those damn tolls. I saw that they made like over $1 billion this year, NTTA did. I believe it.
Privately funded.
It's only going up.
Matt Owen, shout out to Professor O, said retire, set up a youth sports training facility, and spend my days either fishing or training young athletes. Shout out to you. Another person said they wanted to take me to Nick and Sam's. It's a date. We can make that happen. Buy my spot on the KNC Masterpiece. That's Ethan said that online. The 20% minimum to my church first, and then whatever my wife says for the most part.
Yeah.
That's from Charlie.
Yeah, that's
Church
a good
first
one,
and
man.
OnlyFans 80%.
Buy season tickets to Texas A&M football, then Stars season tickets and a brand new car from Thomas. Number 10 on the list that people would do. Do you guys have anything that you would like 100% do immediately other than just order DoorDash, which is a phenomenal answer?
I mean, I've gotten to a point where I don't want any clothes or vehicles. You know, so I think I would just retire and pay everything off, and then invest everything. Like I'm calling your guys at Trajan, and saying here's where the checks are going. Yep. Just let's keep this. I want passive income for the rest of my family's existence.
Yeah. That's the headiest play, no question.
Just make sure the family's set up.
Yeah, maybe get you a little land.
Yeah, some land on a mountain, some land next to water. You know, some land on a Caribbean island. Yeah, like 3 houses, so you can always
say
be
an island. I feel like anybody that's going to buy an island, there's some creepy crap going on there. The island stuff.
Okay. You know, just in a nice climate. Yep. I want to be guaranteed that I can go live in 72 degrees right now.
There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Malibu, get a nice Malibu home like we drive by. Goodness, I mean, that is just pristine. Pepperdine, isn't that the university we drive by?
We drive by that,
someplace by Pepperdine.
Sure
That'd be ideal. Lucius, what would you do?
Buy the biggest house in Bonham, Texas.
Bonham?
Yeah, it's got to have some water on it. Yeah, I shoot so low, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Shoot so low. Biggest
Bonham's
house
nice.
in Bonham, Texas with some water on it and drive a King Ranch to my local bar every day. Well, I probably
you
do.
and I share the love for the King Ranch truck. I want my truck back. I do.
Number 10 on the top 10 things people would do if they won the lottery is start a business or pursue whatever their passion is. Number 9 is simple joys like spa treatments.
That's the crazy part, man. I remember my elementary teachers and everything talking about passion. I'm like, I don't have passion for work. What are you talking about?
Right?
Yeah. You don't have a passion for
we got to find another way to get to this key right here. Passion for work is not here.
8 is donate to charity or just give back. 7 is buy a new car or a luxury vehicle that you've always wanted.
It would be sick to be able to just walk up to anybody you want.
Yeah.
And bless them in a way that would literally bring them to
change
tears.
their life.
Yeah.
It'd be incredible.
They'd have an out-of-body experience. That would be a really fun thing.
And it'd be nice to just go and buy a car and like, nah, we don't need payment plans, man.
Give a crackhead $5, bro. You get that same experience. 100%.
Oh, bless you.
This whole thing is me?
Yeah, that would be a win.
6 is quit or change jobs. 5 is invest or save for the future. 4 is help your family and friends. Gifts, debt relief, maybe buy them a house. I mean, I think it definitely try and set your family up, your parents.
Right. When it comes to investing in those dividend stocks, have been jamming lately.
Yeah?
Yeah, been jamming. That's the way to go for me.
3 is travel the world or take whatever your dream vacation is. 2 is buy a house or invest in property / renovations. So your dream home.
Yeah, I mean, just turning your home into a one-stop shop for
whatever you want.
I don't really ever have to leave here if I don't want to. All the cool things that I'd like to participate in are right here at the house.
You're basically Howard Stern. You just never leave. You've got your studio in your home.
He's down to working 1 day a week.
It's amazing.
Yeah, just cashing checks.
And during COVID,
he turns on the mic once a week. They're doing the work. They're doing the damn work.
Once a week.
Unless he has an interview, then he's gonna jam that.
He shows up, and right before the mics turn on, he's like, "What are we talking about today, guys?"
Somebody's feet, somebody's diarrhea, somebody's hairy chest.
Yep.
And then we're out.
Hey, Lucius.
We're out.
Howard.
See you next week, guys.
Lucius, the biggest home in Bonham happens to be the Sam Rayburn house.
I'm coming for you, Sam Rayburn.
It's located about, it's a 2-acre place.
Got some water on it? I need a tank on it.
South side of the Texas Highway 56 on the western outskirts of Bonham. Main house, storage building, shed, garage, well house, barn. Main house is 2.5-story wood frame structure with, let's say, it's got a special kind of roof.
Who's a realtor right now?
You're definitely going to have an indoor basketball court.
No, this home was built.
Sure.
This home was built, they say, in 1916. Is when it
1916?
1916, yeah.
I'll take a wrecking ball to that thing and start.
Let's rebuild that thing. Number one,
Barndominium.
The number one thing that people would do if they won the lottery was pay off all your debts, credit card debt, your mortgage,
Sure, I'd have that done.
Just get all that stuff done and taken care of. That would be their number one priority.
Yeah, that's standard, but you got Mill. That's just like, that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
We're talking about.
That's just a taste of it.
Yeah, what are you going to do after that? You're getting to reset to zero with unlimited funds, and you can't screw it up. You can't be the guy who won the lottery and 5 years later was totally broke.
That's
your
embarrassing.
number one goal here at this point. This should be a blessing for you and future generations of your family if you don't mess it up. We got biggest L's and biggest dubs coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Well, we're
Equinox and more, visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking Rangers with you coming up at 3 o'clock. Proper round tripper with Wolchuk. Pregame tonight, 5:30. Here's the Chief. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Texter in the 801 coming from Utah for biggest L, biggest dub today. His L had my first colonoscopy and hemorrhoidectomy.
What's a hemorrhoidectomy? Are they taking the hemorrhoids out?
Removal, I believe.
Bloody.
100% recovery is 2 to 3 months.
Oh, boy, you can't not poo-poo?
Big dub, though. He is cancer-free.
Okay, that's a dub.
That's the most important thing.
So you will take that. But hemorrhoidectomy, that is brutal, dude. I didn't realize that was a 2 to 3 monther. Got to be careful with that. That's rampant. You have Tim in Carthage. Biggest dub. Great week. Soccer is over. Biggest L. Dawson is back and hating on the teachers already.
Must have been listening late last night.
That's right, dude. You ruffled some
former
feathers.
principal?
Yeah, former principal.
Former principal,
yeah,
right there.
his son is a superintendent.
Oh, yeah.
So he's not appreciating the teachers getting dunked on. We love you, Pappy. We really do.
I mean, I don't think either of the two times I've been accused of dunking on teachers, I actually was dunking on them. You know, I think a couple of years ago I was just pointing out they got a great thing going with getting an entire summer off.
Yeah, kind of just a tip of the cap to
well done.
Being in an industry where you get lots of time off.
Well played. You know, and then last night, I think I was just sort of commenting on how unfortunate it is that we value sports so much more than education in this world.
Okay, I'm sorry. It looks like we have some breaking news with the text. People are saying Wolchuk posted something.
I don't see anything.
Big 3 on the way?
Okay.
No.
Because we're getting multiple texts here saying, Wolchuk, there's no way you meant to post that. Wolchuk, did you get hacked?
Okay, is this a Bobby thing?
I don't know, but it might be something to just look into. I'm not seeing it.
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, well, then maybe you're in the clear. I would check all your socials.
It's a Friday. It's got to be Bobby.
Just check all your socials just in case, because you don't want something bad to happen that way.
Play by me.
It's kind of terrifying.
9:03, biggest L. It's hot as balls outside. Biggest dub. Vacation starts in T-minus 45 minutes. Florida, here we come. There is no better vibes than a pre-vacation
Is it really
Friday
hot
vibe.
outside? I didn't find it. The last few days have been great.
It's felt pretty nice to you.
But yeah, this weekend it's supposed to start to get to the hundreds, right? Getting back at that. But like that high pressure dome has moved on, and like we had about all that rain and stuff was really good for us, except in the southern part of the state. You kind of got some flooding going on.
For sure, yeah. Big time weather L's taking place here in Texas with the flooding. And our heart goes out to all those individuals fighting through that, plus the Canadian wildfires that is tormenting the oxygen throughout the better part of the northeast of this country. That sounds like a real disaster, having to try and fight, like everybody having to just stay inside, I guess, because
air quality's low.
Yeah. I mean, even here, I know yesterday I was seeing that even just locally, the air quality was pretty dang bad. But all the way up there, it's you're smoking 10 packs of cigarettes, allegedly, according to science, if you're outside breathing in that thing.
Gonna have to get that mask back out.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, that'll definitely save you. The Atlanta Hawks take an L yesterday for the Summer League. This is the first time we've ever had a Summer League L, but when you are down 32-2 at the end of the first quarter of any game, you deserve to be acknowledged for your incompetence. That's exactly what took place with the Atlanta Hawks versus the Memphis Grizzlies yesterday. The Grizzlies were up 21-0 at one point in the first quarter. The Hawks were 1 of 12 from the field, 8.3%. 8 turnovers, and the first quarter was 32-2. Okay, and that set a summer league record for the lowest amount of points allowed in a single quarter, and the Hawks set the record for the lowest amount of points scored in a quarter. So just a truly ugly, ugly performance there in Atlanta.
Bad news, guys. None of you are going to make this team.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. That is really, really bad. Chuck, you looking good over there on your socials?
I still don't see anything. I think this has got to be a Bobby bit.
And he's
meant
got
to retweet that. Didn't know you were an Abella Danger fan.
Okay, so he has an army of Tolos now.
This has got to be I don't see anything out there, but if you see something inappropriate from me, I did not put that out there. Blame Bobby Belt.
214, our buddy Woody is hoping to cash in on some dubs with a bunch of futures bets on OU, and John Mateer winning the Heisman. So hopefully that works out for him. 8 more weeks to go until, I guess what, until some good football's getting played, and he's still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. So Woody's just rocking and rolling right now. We have also, how about the L we're all taking as the Home Alone 2 pigeon lady, Brenda Fricker, died at the age of 81.
I know her more from Angels in the Outfield.
It's one of your childhood crushes, Broadus, isn't that right?
She was Gilfy.
Angels in the Outfield?
Yeah, she was in Angels in the Outfield, and Home Alone 2 is what I believe she's most famous for, being the pigeon lady.
Yeah. I just was more of an Angels in the Outfield fan than Home Alone 2.
How about the L in Kansas City, where a man spent 8 hours stuck in a porta-john that he fell into after dropping a Mountain Dew, and he went to retrieve it? Have you guys seen this? I don't understand how this is even possible. How are you getting stuck? I mean, this was overnight. So you have the World Cup action going down in Kansas City, then they have a bunch of watch parties going on around the venue site, and so there's porta-johns everywhere. And when the company went to retrieve them because World Cup party's over, they found a man who was locked in there overnight because he had dropped his Mountain Dew and went to retrieve it and somehow got stuck. I don't even understand how you can get stuck in a run-of-the-mill porta-john like that. But he found a way.
I don't understand how you don't just chop that up as an L, man.
Thank you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Doesn't get no Mountain Dew. It's gone.
Sucks.
Dropped it in a porta-john. Everybody's going to say, I understand.
Yeah, man. You don't go retrieving. I don't know if there's anything. I think I would chalk up anything to the game.
Yeah, the phone's gone. Everything's gone.
It's
Wallet,
over.
everybody. It belongs to the game now.
I would not even take a beverage into a porta potty unless I could totally cover it in plastic wrap or something.
Yeah, that's another great point.
In a bag.
Why are you bringing that in
He
there?
had to have been 1,000% hammered, and his last booze was in that Mountain Dew bottle.
Oh, it was a little mixer situation.
Yeah. Like liquor stores were closed. If he doesn't get that, he's not getting booze till the morning.
I think it's a little bit more than liquor.
Maybe, yes.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I'm looking at the fella right here.
But I saw the video.
Substance
Yeah,
abuse is going on.
He couldn't crawl out.
Do you want to hear from the worker, Eric, that he works for the Porta-John company?
Oh,
he's
yes.
kind of explaining what happens here?
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. And he's a character, too, the way he talks.
One of our guys went to pick up an event from the World Cup and knocked on all the doors, made sure nobody was in the restrooms. He did find one of them locked, knocked on the door, and let the gentleman know he had 10 minutes to get out. Picked up everything else, went back to that toilet, knocked again. The man inside said he was not going to get out. They looked inside and didn't see anybody. The lid was closed, no one was in the restroom. It kind of startled them. All of a sudden, a head popped out of the toilet. And he said, I'm in here. The fire department came after that and tried to instruct the man to exit the toilet, and the man would not do it. They asked him why he went in, and he told them he was retrieving a Mountain Dew bottle that he dropped in from the night before. So that put him inside of the tank for about 8 hours, if all of that was true.
Wow.
After it was cut open, the man was able to exit the toilet. Fire department did hook up water to their truck and gave him a free shower.
That is. Is that life threatening? I wonder. Like, do you got to go spend some time in the
soaks
hospital?
in, bro. Like, you need to be quarantined. 8 hours, whatever's in there, is soaked into you.
It truly
You're
insane.
the toxic crusader at this point of crackheads.
Yeah, we'll chalk that up to the biggest L of the week.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Chief. We'll run down 2.5 to go. Rangers baseball, they're in Toronto, is coming up at 5:30. Chuck, what are we doing next?
All right, let's go around the bases. What's the Rangers' best trade chip? That's next in the nation.
Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news coming up in 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with your proper round trip.
All right, so I know Cody Cole's one of the numbers on here, so Bobby's got him down. We got to be on the lookout for his, Eric. Cody will participate in these bits during Biggest L, Biggest Dub. The other numbers that we're texting in about the hacking, I've got to do some research. But Bobby's got a little army out there, and who knows? I wouldn't put it past me. He might have like fake numbers that he's bought to put this out.
Yeah, you could have burners.
But I hope the reaction was not what he was expecting. Because honestly, I just checked, didn't see anything, and I was like, well, this must be Bobby. Up to no good. I love you. It was a good attempt. I got nervous for a split second. Did I get hacked? Because that would have been awful.
Well, because Bobby probably has the means to hack you and then run roughshod all over your account. And then play the card of, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry this happened to you.
Well, the thing is also Bobby knows that I'm dumb enough to where he doesn't have to hack me. I will just leave my accounts open, and he can go in there and post whatever the hell he wants. I've done that one too many times.
Click on obvious phishing links and enter your username and password.
Yeah, he's gotten me. Bobby's got me, and he's smart, and he's canny and cunning. But not this one. Not this time, Bob. I knew you were up to something.
We might have a problem at the Open Championship.
What's wrong? Give us an update, Brian.
Bryson DeChambeau, and he might be receiving a penalty in this round. He's actually, I think he's in second place. Can I see?
He finished. Yeah, he finished with birdie.
Okay,
to go 7 under.
7 under. The rules officials are driving him back from the 5th hole, and they asked him to reenact. He was up in the fescue, the grouse, whatever grass you want to call it, the high grass, and they're saying that he might have taken a step to trying to prove his lie by stepping on some grass that was behind where the path he'd had taken his club.
Oh no!
And so they're saying that he there could be a different. We could get a little bit of a report that they might have done something to him to penalize him, maybe 2 strokes. For here, we'll see.
He did bogey that hole.
Yeah, they took him back to the spot, and it looks like the cameras have shown him like aggressively stepping on the grass behind where his club.
I feel like golfers do that sometimes, but maybe you're not allowed to.
Yeah.
At this tournament or on that continent.
Well, there could be some. He could be from going 7 under to maybe 5 under. We'll get probably a little bit of ruling by the time our show gets over today.
All right, well, we'll keep you updated on that. Until then, let's go around the bases right after this.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball! You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
Rangers back in action tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Atlanta's pretty damn good. Well, that's a good thing. Rangers are good against teams that are above 500. They're also really good when they score first. There's 37-11 when they score first. That's the best record in the American League. If they're able to score 4 or more runs, they've been darn near unbeatable this year. They're 41-9, which is also the best in the American League. Now, 13-9 this season when facing left-handed pitching. They've won 6 of 7. We've talked about that. Justin Foscue is a big reason for this. He's got 5 homers, 6 doubles, 14 RBIs against left-handed pitching this season. That leads the American League. He's been dominant. Now, I'm waiting to see the Rangers lineup. I don't think they've posted it yet. I've been refreshing. Atlanta's got theirs out.
I see quite a bit of talk that DeChambeau is going to be hit with a 2-stroke penalty, but no Rangers lineup yet.
No Rangers lineup yet. Okay, 2-stroke penalty. That's big. That's going to knock him, out of the top 5?
Well, this is where you're at right now, too. You just got to hope that it doesn't cost him a chance that we get down to the final holes, and now he's 1 back, 2 back, something like that, but man, I'm going to say this. I love Bryson DeChambeau. I love the fact he played golf at SMU. I love everything about Dallas guy and all that. He aggressively stepped on the grass. I mean,
he's at fault here.
You watch the video. He is taking a big step right behind the path of where his club would be, and I'd say it's a pretty aggressive. I could see why the RNA gave the ruling that they did, or are about to hand down.
Well, damn. Okay, 2-stroke penalty for Bryson. He was in second place. I'm wondering where he's going to end up on the leaderboard. Let's go to Jake Berger. He owns a career slash line of 362, 424, 810, and 1235 in Atlanta. He's got 7 home runs, 16 RBIs in 16 games in their ballpark. He's been fantastic, and he's got a home run in 4 of his last 6 games at Truist Park and an RBI in 6 straight. Rangers is a club, and this is from 2017. They've got their highest OPS of any ballpark in all of Major League Baseball when playing at Truist. They've won 3 of their last 4 since 2022. And you've got Jock Peterson, Nicky Lopez, who have been good against the Braves in their careers. So this bodes well, at least going into the series. We'll see what happens over the weekend. I already had one person text and be like, oh, you jinxed him. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you do that. I'm just giving you the facts and the numbers. The Rangers have been really good, and Jake Berger specifically in Atlanta at Truist Park. They've been good against lefties lately, and they've been good against teams that are above 500. All of that should be a recipe for success, and we win 2 out of 3 at least in the series victory. They got a tough task tonight. It is Chris Sale, who is a dominant lefty on the bum, all-star for the Braves, but Rangers have been good against lefties. So what's going to happen here? Is Chris Sale going to get bopped, or does he end up owning the Rangers? I'm hoping the Rangers bop him around.
Man, this is one hell of a truth serum series, Wolchuk, because you're laying it out there, and I think everything checks out, but I'm just having a hard time buying in myself.
You're not believing?
This is a great team. This is one of the 4 best teams.
The truth serum series.
Yeah, I'm stealing off Chief.
I love it,
good.
dude. Thank you.
Chief.
We got to keep that thing alive.
Yeah.
Not official on the 2-stroker, by the way,
Not
for
yet.
DeChambeau
Not yet.
So
Yeah.
it could be a 3-stroker.
No.
Well, I think it would only be 2.
Only 2. Yes.
I mean, a single stroke doesn't seem like enough.
No, it's
Watching
2.
back the exchange he had with the rules officials,
He
it was
is
a
not-
very spirited
He
conversation.
is not happy at all. The RNA is
he was
clearly-
claiming he took his steps in front of the ball,
Yeah.
which could be different.
Well, I mean, a 2-stroke for a step in front of the ball, I think
I haven't seen the Zabruder film.
that makes sense to me.
But
Yeah, he is. The carts have officially arrived back in the staging area, and maybe now they're all going to go to the scoring area, and then kind of assess, and then we should get a ruling here in the next, I'd say, hour or so.
All right, are you concerned? Maybe you should be.
he does kind of have a point. Don't you have to step behind your ball to look at the flight path?
Yeah, he is.
Sorry,
angle.
Wolchuk.
No. Take it away, boys. Take it away.
The angle that he took.
Last time I got a film.
Have you seen the? Have you seen the video?
Yeah, I just found it.
Yeah, he takes a big, heavy step. He's clearing that path pretty good, and I think it's a brilliant move on his part. It's just the fact that TV cameras catch everything now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure somebody on the broadcast, or some fan that's watching it like, boy, that looks like a really aggressive step there. Boy, that's clearing a path right there. That's how these golfers get caught. Like one time,
tattletales.
Yeah, there was like, oh wait, he ground his club, and like somebody called you out. Like the rules officials don't see it, but then all of a sudden, like someone calls them out, and they go back and check the tape. There was one time where I forgot who it was, put a towel down. Like he was kneeling to play under branches.
Mm-hmm.
He put a towel down to protect like his knees, and they called it like building your stance. Is what they did. Like someone called in and said
He just didn't want grass stains on his knees.
Yeah, isn't that building your stance?
People will think he's Mike Bassick.
Yeah, exactly.
I just am watching the video. I think it's much ado about nothing.
Yeah. Well, they're about to give him 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like, dude, he's got to hit the ball.
Well, SMU guy, one of Dallas's. I think we claim him as one of our 4 or 5.
I can't stand him after what he did to me with the Masters.
Top players out there.
Totally effed up. Didn't even make the cut. Printed out his 3D thing. He's just kind of a jerk, in my opinion. But he is a local guy, and I wish him well.
Yeah, I mean, what is he supposed to do? Hover? Does he have to find a way
I'm
to
kind of on Bryson's side here.
float off the ground?
Well, they're saying that he cleared the path.
He probably did a little bit, which I guess
he
is a no-no.
stepped. He didn't stomp. He was stepping, and it wasn't even right on where it was that he was having to actually hit the ball. I think it's much to do about nothing. I'm sure he's going to go on a nice rant when this is all said and done. Yeah, there's no other path he could take to get a view of where he would want to plot his shot. I think he had to step behind there. Any further than that, he's in the jungle of London or whatever. Wherever they are.
Yes. Cheating is cheating. He's lucky he's not DQ'd.
Playing in Tanzania.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like his backdrop right now. He's, in the thick of it.
Yeah, they have not taken the 2-stroke penalty yet. So
that would take him down to 6th place then. That would take him in the group with
Sam Burns.
Sam Burns is there, yeah.
I think he mouthed to the officials, like, I'm not going to play tomorrow.
Did he say that?
He's just going to be done.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
I mean, that's a bit of a poor sport.
He's going to take his clubs and go home.
You can't do that.
Scotty Scheffler's
still got a shot.
He's
right in the thick of this thing. Yeah.
So MLB.com put out each team's best trade chip. For the Rangers, here's the write-up. They don't really have many left. They have a pair of top 100 prospects in Sebastian Walcott, who's number 10, and Caden Scarborough, who's number 63. But the depth of the farm system likely won't net them any major names like it did in 23 when they got Aroldis Chapman, Max Scherzer, and Jordan Montgomery. Assuming the Rangers don't sell, and they look at moving big dogs like Corey Seager, Jacob deGrom, Evo, and they stay in Texas. But otherwise, it's looking like they're going to be able to probably just muster up a low-cost leverage arm out of the bullpen because they don't have a whole lot to offer, unless they want to dangle the carrot of Sebastian Walcott, which I don't think they want to do. But that's kind of a bummer to read. The Mariners, they say the starting rotation. Luis Castillo's been out there. The A's, it's their first baseman, Tommy White, who's the club's number 7 prospect. And then the Astros have a right-handed pitcher, A.J. Bluebaugh, who's pretty good. And he's a guy who threw at least 2 innings in 9 of his final 11 outings before the All-Star break. And that's a player to keep an eye on that they could end up moving here at the deadline. But every team's got somebody except for the Rangers. It's like you don't have much there, and I guess that's the cost of doing business when you're going for it every year.
I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
And I would like to, maybe remind us that how many prospects did we give up to get Mackenzie Gore?
I think 4. Gavin Fiend being 1, and he was one of your best guys.
So we'll have to ask CY if they have the pieces to make trades for high leverage bullpen arms. Or if they would have to put Walcott on the table in order to get something like that done. I'm only willing to trade Walcott for another player with a really good contract situation.
Like C.J. Abrams, that we talked about from the Nats, a shortstop, or a Francisco Lindor type of thing. I'd be open to that.
Are you more open to trading Walcott since he was now injured?
I'm not that worried about it. He'd been pretty healthy, and that injury for a non-pitcher, I think he'll be fine. I'm not confident in prospects turning into great players, and you can get really good guys who have proven they can perform at the big league level. I just don't need any rental players right now.
No rentals. We're trying to go out there and freaking win this.
Walcott already homered in the second rehab game.
Damn right he did. I wonder, don't you think a team would love to get their hands on Josh Smith?
Oh, yeah,
He's got
absolutely.
massive value right now, right?
That's a guy that puts butts in seats, man.
I know that the league is big fans of 105.3 The Fan, the home of Texas Rangers baseball, and there's probably not a more exciting player in all of the Texas Rangers system than what Josh Smith could do, a utility guy that was once thought of as a potential all-star last year this time, okay? That's a guy that can play second, he can play short. Hell, if you need him to play first, he can do it. He can play the outfield. I don't know why teams aren't just calling CY and banging down the doors to try and acquire Josh Smith, fellas.
It won't be long before they do, Wolchuk.
Thank you. Because people know ball, and I know ball. And Josh Smith's the guy that should be coveted. And I think it should be a straight-up swap, actually. C.J. Abrams for Josh Smith. Who's saying no?
Not me.
Not the Rangers, and definitely not the Nats, because they might win out on that deal. Now, Major League Baseball's got their top 50 players here at the All-Star break. The Rangers are a team that not a ton in this top 50 list.
Not even Josh Smith, huh?
Not Josh Smith. In fact, Josh Smith was 51. He's on the outside looking in.
Yeah, first one out.
He was a right-in by yours truly over here. Put him at 51. What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Oh, they're showing us another angle of where the broadcast camera got in there. I was looking at the fairway shot of him. He did step back in there pretty good, but I think it's a defensible spot. I didn't unnecessarily step back there. I had to step back there to see where my shot was going.
It looked worse the way that the grass bent. It's not my fault that I've got a heavy foot.
Got to visualize these things.
C.J. Abrams, by the way, number
my
20.
pre-shot routine.
20th best player on here. Your top 10 players in Major League Baseball at the break. Bobby Witt Jr., shout out to Colleyville. Christopher Sanchez, the pitcher for the Phillies. Dylan Cease, my Jewish brethren, the pitcher for the Blue Jays. James Wood, outfielder of the Nats. The Nats have a couple players here in the top 20. Cam Schlittler, right-handed pitcher for the Yankees at 6. The Miz, Jacob Mizorowski at 5. Otto Lopez, shortstop for the Marlins, really underrated player. Yordan Alvarez comes in at 3. Pete Crow Armstrong of the Cubbies at 2. But no surprise, number 1 best player in baseball at the All-Star break, it's Shohei Ohtani. And yes, Mike Tyson, he is a man, for those wondering.
Yeah, he was a little confused by that at the ESPYs the other night, wasn't he?
Yep, he's got the kibbles and bits, not the taco. All right, MLB owners are reportedly prepared to cancel games in 2027 if players maintain their anti-salary cap stance. This is according to Jeff Passan. All of the players who spoke anonymously to Passan said unanimously that if Major League Baseball owners continue to push for a salary cap, they would be willing to lose games as well. So we talked about this yesterday, and we're hoping and we're praying that we don't get a lockout, but both sides right now, very stern. Owners, we're prepared to cancel games. Players, well, we're willing to lose games. Something's got to give, and I hope it doesn't result in us having to suffer with no bleeping baseball.
That would be horrible. My gut tells me this is negotiation on the front end. We're going scorched earth on each other. We're willing to lose all the games. In the end, it's too much money.
Yeah, money talks.
So many players with over $10-20 million. Like, if you don't play for a month, that's $3 to $4 million. A
lot of money.
And for the owners, it's tens of millions or $100 million every month that you're not playing. Is just too much. But what we know about these sides since '94 is they're very good at posturing. And both sides understand the leverage game of threatening worst-case scenario if you don't agree to what we want.
No, very true. And the Rangers lineup just dropped. It is Foscue leading off, so that's great news. White Langford in the lineup. He's batting second, starting in left field. Brandon Nimmo in right field batting third. The Jungle Cat, Josh Young's actually your cleanup hitter tonight, and he's playing third. Berger at first. Duran starting at short. Cam Cauley, our guy at center field. Elias Diaz is catching for Cal Quantrill, and then Nicky Lopez getting the start at second, so still no Corey Seager.
All right, it's time now for the C-Note, and we'll jump into headlines around your Cowboys, including a discussion of the most underappreciated player on the Cowboys. He might be the most underappreciated in the entire league next year in the nation.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat about D&M Leasing because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, all you have to do right now is call D&M Leasing, and you're going to experience their white glove service that has made the Easy Lease the most consumer-friendly lease in America. They win Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater. It's an annual tradition over there at D&M. We're so fortunate to have them here in our backyard because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, you can take it from me. It's the best way, the only way to acquire new vehicles here in DFW. Just Just give them a call and tell them what you want. Any make, any model. Tell them what you're trading in. They'll give you the highest trade-in value possible for your old vehicle. And then you just go back to doing your life, which is invaluable. We need our work-life balance, have to get the most out of life. So it's Friday night. You want to enjoy your weekend and get a smoking deal on a new set of wheels. It's one phone call away. The Easy Lease from D&M Leasing is waiting for you, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. You're going to see why I love them. Have 3 easy leases in my driveway every night. Won't be too long before you do another one. In and out of new vehicles more frequently. Pay up to 50% less on your monthly payment compared to buying nothing down, nothing due right now for 60 days. The Easy Lease from D&M. Go to dmautoleasing.com. Salute.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back. Come explore hundreds of boats and exhibitors. Compare models, meet with dealers, and find the best show-only deals all in one place. It's your chance to get up close and see what really fits your life on the water. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to your next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. One weekend only, July 16th through the 19th. See America's finest boats. Get tickets and event details at DallasBoatExpo.com.
Bully with you. Oh, it's a great thing to do this weekend. Well, how about you go and get yourself a new truck or motor car at East Dallas Diesel? Maybe you're cruising around and you were like me and you're thinking, the time has come. It's time to punt on my current ride. Well, there's no better place to go than East Dallas Diesel, and here's why. They've got every single brand you can think of when it comes to trucks. Ford, Chevys, GMCs, Rams, Toyota, you name it, and their budget, the beautiful thing is, depending on what your budget is, they can work with you when it comes to financing. East Dallas Diesel is going to find you the best deal possible no matter what you can afford. Plus, the motor cars. They've got the BMWs, the Bentleys, the Corvettes, the Escalades, the Tahoes, and it's all about customization there at East Dallas Diesel. So, if you're checking out the website, eastdallasdiesel.com or eastdallasmotorcars.com, and you see something you like or maybe something that isn't even available, just call Tony. Tony Alberti is the owner and operator. It's a family-owned dealership. He's been in the car and truck game for nearly 30 years. He'll go ahead and find you your dream ride, no questions asked. And he is somebody that is absolutely putting all the bells and whistles into this when it comes to customization. They can hook you up with whatever you need, the budget-friendly ride or that dream car. Go ahead, check them out, eastdallasdiesel.com. You can also look at them on Instagram and Facebook. They've got new inventory daily. Check them out. Tell them Old Chuck sent you. East Dallas Diesel or custom comes standard.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs, wine, spirits, and finer foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
At Genesis of Plano, we know true luxury is about far more than the vehicle itself. It's clear pricing with no dealer addendums. It's a family-owned legacy that has served North Texas for over a century. And it's feeling confident from the beginning of the decision-making process to the very end. Our vehicles are designed to expand your horizons, and our dealership experience is crafted around your comfort. Visit Genesis of Plano and discover luxury on your terms.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with the greatness of Base Power. Most Texans don't know what they're paying for electricity, and if you don't know your rate, you're probably overpaying. And Base Power found that 7 to 10 Texans are on the wrong plan. Switch to Base Energy, one low fixed rate.
You could save more than 15% on your monthly bill. They'll even cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you could save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility Eligibility applies.
Hi, Babe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe.
As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, you must be doing it right. For business owners, what's the game plan to win big?
Babe, we take care of business owners. As a Chevy Business Elite dealer, we have a huge team working to help you upgrade and manage your fleet and commercial vehicles.
Truly, world-class customer service. Tell us about your incredible fleet management.
Maintenance, repairs, and fuel cards. We'll even buy back your existing fleet for top dollar. And right now, you can upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 4500 work truck with $25,500 off MSRP during our Inventory Showdown event.
Don't miss out. Go see Brad and the team today. Visit ClassicFleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. Driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries, stock number PH754277, $25,500 classic discount plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 8/3/26.
Dallas, get ready. The 2026 World Cup presented by Fox Sports is coming to Cosmo. Experience every pass, save, and goal in shared reality. With reserved seating or catch matches on.
You have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. The judges are in their building there at Royal Burkdale deciding if they're going to give Bryson DeChambeau a 2-stroke penalty. We'll let you know whatever conclusion that they reach. I just think it's good that they're spending this amount of time on it because it's not an open and shut case. DeChambeau cheated. I think this one's up for interpretation, and I think FIFA should take note of this. You know, what they did to Balogun, just like, well, the ref decided you get a red card, so you're out the rest of this game and the next game with no recourse. You know, I hope that's the lasting part of that Balogun saga is that future teams in the World Cup are going to have some sort of an appeal process established. I think that would be appropriate. Evan Grant with other shortstop news. Walcott is expected to DH and lead off for AA Frisco tonight against Tulsa, so that's pretty cool. And hopefully, you know, he can make the most of the rest of this summer, dominate there, and we can talk about him being up at the big league level next year. Ryan Gold, this is breaking news. Arizona Cardinals executive. He was named director of college scouting about 15, 16 months ago. He has been with them 13 years, indefinitely suspended this afternoon, was providing draft picks to somebody who is apparently using that info to place bets on who the Cardinals were about to pick on Kalshi. He didn't do that himself, but somebody did. Was he in on it? I don't know. He was also betting on college and NFL games, so he's probably Dunsky. Don't you think, Brian?
Absolutely. This is when you sign an NFL contract, the league basically says that they are the judge and the jury on you. So, yeah, I would say this guy's probably done.
Got to be on the lookout for those signs of a gambling problem.
Yeah, the NFL, New York, they're not going to take any guff on this one.
How do you even begin to imagine talking to your family there? guys.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, honey, I got fired.
Sorry.
Just
What'd you do?
Flushed your entire career down the drain.
Yeah.
The good news is that lake house that I was gambling on, we could go move there now.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a nest egg.
Yeah, we do have a little bit. We can live on the winnings that I was paid, and
Yeah, hopefully you got some winnings. That would just be an absolute nightmare. He's
paid for the information, I'm sure.
Working in the NFL for 13 years. They're going to get you. They're tracking you. They're monitoring everything. They're obsessed with finding people that might have some sort of an unfair advantage, and they're losing too, right? They got like AI programs that are scouring all the accounts constantly, looking for any kind of red flags. Just steer clear and again, don't wager more than you can afford to lose. So when you lose, you're not, prompted to do something unethical to try to get your money back.
And it'll be, I don't know how long it'll take before it starts to slow down, but this will not be the last one.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I felt like we've seen enough of this over the last 3 or 4 years that the people involved should, be a lot more cautious. But that greed's undefeated.
I'll never forget when Mike Tice got caught selling his Super Bowl tickets.
Oh, geez.
And we were all thinking, like, everybody was going, God dang, Tice got caught, head coach? How about that? That's crazy. And like, everybody was going, the dumbass. Like, he just didn't do it the right way.
Gotta be more careful.
Don't get caught.
That didn't stop anybody from selling their Super Bowl tickets, The Mike Tice thing was like, he went about it the wrong way, so.
Is Kevin Clark going about things the right or wrong way?
I saw him on a soccer podcast.
Is he doing soccer podcasting
He's doing
too?
soccer podcasts. I thought I saw him up with some ESPN soccer folk doing
His
podcasts.
NFL podcasting is blown up.
Okay.
And
Sure has.
he was on First Take yesterday.
All right.
And said Dak is the most underappreciated player in the NFL, saying he's become a victim of Jerry Jones roster building. Emmanuel Acho going viral with a response saying the reason Dak isn't more appreciated is because he peed down his leg against the 49ers. So, Dak is apparently still a polarizing figure. We just talked about this a couple of days ago, that it seems like the polarizing nature around Dak Prescott has subsided over the last couple of years because he's played so well in a variety of circumstances now, and he's played well post great offensive line. That's kind of the final boss.
Yeah.
So I didn't think he was going to become polarizing, but Dak as the reason the Cowboys lost to the 49ers, I have a significant problem with that. It wasn't his best day. Aaron Rodgers has had some horrible playoff games. Patrick Mahomes has damn near been shut out. These kinds of things will happen if you play football long enough. You're going to come up against a defense with a great game plan, or you're going to have a bad day. But I just don't think the sample size is large enough. And I do believe Dak Prescott would be a multiple-time champion had he been with Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs over the last decade.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the front office and the team around him. I do think he's had, on offense, at various parts in his career, whether it's been the line, the receivers, the running back, he's had enough to do it. And that playoff game against the 49ers, the difference is the guys that you named have won Super Bowls, right? So if you get the Super Bowl and you have success in the postseason, then you can afford to have a 49er game, and people just won't lump that against you forever.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. If Dak could finally, maybe it's this year, if things can finally click and he can achieve that, even just getting to a Super Bowl, then all of that will kind of be forgotten. Until then, it's going to be viewed as the playoff failures, and it's probably unfair to him, but when you're the quarterback, that's kind of what comes with the territory, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both of them to an extent here. I think they both make fair points. There have been times where Dak was not given the requisite help that he needed. Last year's a prime example. You gave him the single worst defense any one of us have ever seen before. There was no chance he could even make the playoffs, no matter how good he was, and he was really damn good. But there have been times as well where the Green Bay game, the home Green Bay game in 23, like everyone has to shoulder blame there, and he's right towards the top of the list. Yeah. And some of those Niners games are very fair to put that on him. Like, you've had chances, your defense played well, and
that 19-point game they did play well.
Yeah, I mean, you had the road game in San Francisco and the home one where he's sliding as time's expiring. Defense played well that day, too.
But what we're suggesting is there's just something so insurmountable about postseason football for Dak. It's not bad luck. It's not your surroundings. It's that there's something broken about you after passing all of these challenges for a decade in football. Is that what you're saying? Like when the stakes get higher, Dak shrivels? I can't imagine that guy, you know? I mean, okay, so the 49ers run game, the Matt LaFleur approach in Green Bay, like those running games had their day against Dak in 2 out of 3 of those games, right? Your running game itself is completely null and void in those games, partially because Tony Pollard got hurt. But like in the postseason, you have to be able to stop the run and run it yourself. And you're asking Dak to overcome both of those things that are happening to his team? You can't run the ball, you can't stop the run, and we're saying there's something broken with you as a competitor if you can't carry your team to victory in that situation.
Well, I'm just asking you to score 24 points when San Francisco scores 23. You could only score 17. I'm asking you to score 20 points when San Francisco scores 19 and you only scored 12.
Yeah.
I mean, your quarterback has to shoulder plenty of blame for that.
Yeah, but
the Joneses, I don't want to let the Joneses off the hook for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
The Joneses need to understand what they have at quarterback here, which is pretty dang good. Get him more help. I understand that. But when your defense is giving up 19 points in a playoff game, and I'm paying you like you're the best quarterback in the league, well, gosh dang it, you better score more than 12 freaking points, bro.
And I totally hear that, and that's kind of why I started by saying this has happened to all the great quarterbacks. I think what's happened to Dak is a very small sample size on teams that are built just to get into the playoffs, not win in the playoffs. You know, if you give him teams like the ones that are winning, and along with that a bigger sample size, I think ultimately he gets the job done, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I would bet on him getting the job done if he was in some better situations for sure. But like that's a pretty good situation when your defense giving up 19 points.
Yeah,
your defense is giving up.
Cowboys offense, the one that they lost 24-17. I mean, they did have Zeke and Pollard. That was the Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb, and then Cedric Wilson's your wide receiver.
But on these days, they didn't produce.
Yeah, but
you know,
and neither did he.
That goes onto him. You know, and I see like. To your point, I agree with you. Like, it's not all on the quarterback, but at some point, you got to be the guy and go and do it. Like when Joe Burrow took the Bengals to the Super Bowl, part of the reason why I've and others have praised him is that was not a great offense he was on. They had Jamar Chase, but their offensive line was historically one of the worst in playoff history. But he found a way to get him there. Like sometimes as a quarterback, if you're going to do it, you've got to be able, if things are not perfect around you, to find a way to do it. When Mahomes won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, it was kind of like a rebuild offense. And now we're starting to see it. Like that offense is falling apart, but he's taken guys where Juju Smith-Schuster's his best receiver. He's got Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Those are the guys that he's winning Super Bowls with. Like you're not always going to have the elite Eagles roster. The great quarterbacks find a way to overcome that. And Dak, unfortunately, in the playoffs, hasn't been that guy.
And unfortunately, I think the next time Dak is in the playoffs will be the first time that he's had a coaching staff as good as the ones that have sent him home.
That's fair.
Now, I'm with you there.
That's absolutely
100%.
fair.
Okay, we got to run. Krusty's Corner Time. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we looked at the defensive coaches that are calling those for their defensive coordinators. We looked at those guys. Let's look at the offensive coordinators, the new ones in the league. We'll talk about those guys next.
Okay.
Each extra minute you listen makes us work even harder to give you the best insider information. Opinions that get you thinking, mixed in with laughs that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Bryson DeChambeau has received a 2-stroke penalty for improving his lie on the 5th hole. He is now 5 under par for the tournament after finishing with back-to-back birdies to get to 7. He gets the bad news. Your leader, Lucas Herbert, at 8 under par. Cam Young leading a group at 6 under. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Hurtado Barbecue and Reliant for being a part of this one as well. I'm sitting there thinking, because like this time next week, I'll be getting ready for go to training camp, leaving on Sunday, and be joining you guys from Oxnard. So looking forward to that, and then looking forward to having you guys there. So football season is around the corner.
Do we fly in the following weekend?
You do.
Is that how it's going to work?
You do. Yeah, you do.
Oh, man. Well, thanks for going out there early for us. That's amazing.
Well, what am I?
It's like pulling teeth to get him to go out there.
Yeah, it's like, oh gosh, fine.
I'm going to do my best, though. I will do my best to not oversell or overhype anybody.
Yeah, we know that's your commitment.
It's my commitment to making sure, like, well, hey, so-and-so looked good in practice today.
We're going to pull it out of you.
Good thing is you won't get anything in pads until we're there. That's when the pads
I know.
really
That's
come on.
a lot
I'm
of
excited for that.
As kind of a lot of underwear Olympics, but it'll be nice to be out there, see them how they line up and running into people and stuff like that. Nothing new to report on Taylor Farms in my digestive system.
Good news.
All good there. Yesterday we did the new defensive coordinators in the league. I want to do something with you guys. I'm going to name a guy, and first off, I'd just like you to tell me, yes, I'd like to have this guy as my offensive coordinator. And then the second thing I want you to tell me is, yeah, I think he's going to have success or he's not going to have success. Now, maybe you say, I'd like to have this guy as my coordinator, but I don't think he's going to have success. But just give me that answer when I go to you, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind. And I just want to see where you guys are on some of these hires. And Dawson, I'll start with you because this is the top one. By the way, this is a list coming off from the Athletic. This is where I got their work. And so the number one guy they've got listed is head coach now, Mike McCarthy with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Dawson, I will start with you. You've already seen him as your OC, but Pittsburgh, do you want him as your OC? Or do you not want him as your OC, and how you feel about him?
I mean, I'd be terrified if I was Steelers fan right now just because of how bad it ended with him and Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. And you really need to be pretty heavy-handed with Aaron Rodgers, getting him to try to attack the middle of the field more, getting him to hold onto the ball more, and getting him warmed up to under center play action, which are 3 things that he's probably going to fight you on. And when last we saw this soap opera, he was, just talking so poorly about Mike McCarthy. Schematically, I think McCarthy has done a pretty nice job of innovating while remaining true to who he is as a West Coast coordinator. Like, he's not the worst old school play caller you can have. And he brought in Brian Angelico, who was working with Kevin O'Connell in the Minnesota Vikings, to sort of, try to upgrade the way that he looks at it even more. So I think there's reason to believe, but no, it would definitely not be
not your first choice.
My choice.
Chief, how about Clint Kubiak for the Las Vegas Raiders, named as the head coach and as your play caller? He's going to take that over. Are you on board with Clint Kubiak as your play caller.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you just saw what he did with Sam Darnold and company with the Seahawks. So yeah, I think he's an up and coming guy who is now getting the head coach bump. I believe in what he did with the Seahawks. If Mike McDonald is hiring you to be his play caller, I think there's just some respect right there. That's the best defensive mind in the league, and the proof was in the pudding last year with what they did with Sam Darnold. So yeah, I think the Raiders got themselves a really good one.
How about you, Wooly? I'm going to go with you on this one. I'm going to go with the hiring of the Los Angeles Chargers of Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a McDaniel fan. It's just unfortunate that it didn't work out for him as a head coach in Miami. But, I mean, we talked about he's got a lot of talent there with the Chargers. The offensive line, if they can stay healthy, is a good unit. Herbert's very talented. He's just been terrible in the postseason. So is he able to help him get over that hump? I also think Harbaugh, going through his history, not only at Michigan, but even with the 49ers previously, and then now with the Chargers, Jesse Minter going and getting a new job. He's been a good guy that can evaluate, okay, this would be a good hire for me as a coordinator. So the one thing about McDaniel is Eric pointing out with the Dolphins, he never seemed to really evolve. But year one with the Chargers, that shouldn't be a problem. It's just after year one, what does he do once there's a little bit of a book out on how he wants to run this offense?
Yeah, but I also think that he was so limited with the fact that they tied themselves to Tua, and there was just only so much that you could do with a quarterback like that. He specializes in the run game. Like with a bad offensive line, they were still extremely explosive in the run game. So it's the short yardage stuff that I think they had some big problems with. But with Justin Herbert now, I think he's going to have a lot more at his disposal, and his creative brain is probably drawing up some special things. Even that move with Keaton Mitchell, who's like a jitterbug back from Baltimore, if he can stay healthy. With him and Hampton plus the three tight ends that they have, I would be very excited if I was a Chargers fan. It's just their schedule's super difficult in a ton of ways, not only with the teams they have to play, but also with like the rest advantages. They're going to be on short weeks a ton. So I don't know that the team is going to be overly successful, but I do think that offense will be legit.
Dawson, in a surprising move, Sean Payton names Davis Webb at Denver as his offensive coordinator and gives him the play calling to keep him around. I'm shocked that he did it. How are you feeling about Davis Webb?
You know, I read that Sean Payton, Seth Wickersham article quite a bit a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago or whatever it was out, and there was a nugget in there that Sean Payton will not have you on his staff unless he believes that you are a difference-making mind or you have the potential to be one. And the fact that he gave this to Davis Webb to keep other teams from poaching him away makes me feel like, wow, that's like a double endorsement coming from Sean Payton. But I got to ask you, does he have a coaching tree? Like, does he have an eye for developing coaches? Because that's really what this is all about.
Yeah, with Sean, he's had these guys with the Saints. You know, he had those guys that they stayed with him forever. And
Pete Carmichael,
yeah. And Sean was always, and those guys were kind of coaching it up and running the meetings, and Sean was then, calling the plays. But I don't, the coaching tree for Sean Payton.
Dan Campbell, maybe?
That's bad. That's the major one right there.
Dennis Allen?
Yeah, Dennis Allen.
But yeah, Dennis Allen, not successful as a head coach. Right?
See, I think Sean Payton is such a control freak and a maniac. And he's accounting for so much in his head that it's not a great environment for other people to grow inside of.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want the hot shot dudes that could go on to be successful.
I don't think he does either. That's why. But this
is the first time with Webb that maybe he's changing.
Campbell is completely different from any other.
Yeah, he's unique.
He's like the unicorn, I guess, of the coaches because. That the style and the whole bravado. I mean, like when you look at what Dan Campbell was doing at with the Dolphins, there were things there that even before Sean got him that was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he was the interim when they fired Philbin, I think.
Joe Brady and Declan Doyle, who are two hot names. Brady just got the head coaching job with the Bills, was there with him with the Saints as an assistant. And then Declan Doyle
just got a job, too, so we don't know about him.
I'm excited about Doyle if I'm a Ravens fan.
So, I mean, maybe those are two guys to make his tree look better, but otherwise, it's not a lot to be like, oh, this dude's got an awesome tree of coaches out here.
Wooly, how about Matt Nagy with the Giants?
That's terrible. I don't know why in the world anybody would want to hire Matt Nagy.
Is Frank Reich in the same class with the Jets?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a retread guy. Now, as an offensive coordinator, maybe it's better than a head coach, but like Nagy didn't even make the Chiefs any better. Their offense was bad. You know, like if he was coming off of a Super Bowl season with Kansas City or something, then sure.
Yeah.
But he wasn't good as an OC, and he wasn't really even the play caller there. That was more shared responsibility with him and Andy. I don't know why you'd be excited about bringing him in. And Frank Reich just had a terrible stint with the Carolina Panthers.
And it was terrible. He was not good at Stanford either, but they just the 1 year helping out there. And I'll throw Sean Mannion in this thing in Philadelphia too, as another one that I'm kind of scratching my head on that one. I as a guy that kind of pulls for the Cowboys, I'm hoping that Sean Mannion, Matt Nagy, and I'm hoping also too our guy David Blau, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a local guy.
Yeah, a local guy. So kind of
the Sean Mannion one, I think could be terrifying because he's gonna try to put the Eagles totally modernized here in a Shanahan style system coming from Minnesota. Like there's some potential there.
Yeah.
That might revive Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. Make him a good offense once again. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We got a football fix coming up. Well, Chuck and I need it. Where are you taking us?
We got a coaching story from Mac Brown and dropping singles tighten up, and which NFC East team defense improved the most. Is it the Cowboys next?
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the nation. Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30. Eric Nadell's going to join us at 4:40. We'll talk to him about Rangers, Braves, and everything going on with your baseball team. But it's time right now for a football fix. Here's Wolchuk.
We have a new offensive lineman that has just signed, and it's not with the Cowboys. That's next.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side!
Wrong side!
Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Former Browns center Ethan Pochich has started 97 games in his NFL career before he tore his Achilles last year, signing a one-year deal with the Baltimore Kyle Yeomans. As he is healthy, he's going to have a chance to replace former center Tyler Linderbaum. Deals 1 year, $4.5 million, according to Shefty and Ian Rappaport. So the Ravens trying to get their center replacement here in mid-July. But that was a name that was kind of floating around. The Cowboys needed some offensive line depth, and they really don't have a backup center. TJ Bass is the guy right now who's a guard that they would have playing center if something happened to Cooper Beebe. Maybe Ethan Pochich would be a guy that you could bring in. Well, nope. Baltimore has snagged him. So there's a team making moves right before camp. Staying with the Browns. Guys, Lucius, have you heard the new track that Shedeur Sanders has dropped?
No.
He's got a new single. It's his second
I like his
single.
old one, though.
Okay, so this is called Turn Back. He has a whole behind-the-scenes deal that he put out with his brother Shiloh. Again, I think Shiloh is fantastic when it comes to social media. Now, it might end up being good, and Max Crosby's another one of these guys that drop singles. It's just like he's putting himself in a spot where you're trying to be the starting quarterback, and people are just naturally going to go with, well, what's your focus? Is it on football? Is it on your rap career? Is it on social media? For Shedeur, it's like he's in a lose-lose situation. It's the offseason. Do what you want to do. And maybe he's angling for career post-football, but unfortunately, he's going to get a lot of heat for this one.
I was thinking it might have been a football rap song. Turn back, maybe his pocket strategy.
Turn back protection.
Turn back.
Song about running towards the opposite end zone.
Yeah, turn back. It might be good. I need to listen to it. I haven't heard it yet, but he did drop that new single as he's in a quarterback one battle with Deshaun Watson. And Jared Verse is saying all he has seen since he's been traded from the Rams to the Browns is just two elite quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They're in a battle to be QB1.
It's Lion season, as usual. It's a lot of seasons.
You got to
Best
pop
shape
up
of
your
your life
teammates,
season.
man. I get it.
Yeah, you do.
It's Kool-Aid season, best shape of your life season, 100%. It's all those things, man. This is the time. I want to go back to Mac Brown, and he does his podcast,
Playing
which is
a lot
awesome.
of golf.
Yeah, of course. I mean, retirement, he's enjoying it big way. But he was going back to that 2008 season. No, 2009. It was like 2008. The game was played in 2009. Why are you laughing, Brian? Huh? What is so
calendars
freaking
are
funny?
tough,
Right?
bro.
Sometimes days are hard.
I'm just wondering.
The Fiesta Bowl game, for the record, played in 2009 of January.
Yes.
But it's the 2008 season where Texas got screwed. They lose to Tech, and they don't get to play that natty against Florida because Oklahoma got gifted that opportunity. So they play in the Fiesta Bowl against Ohio State. And they're, of course, talking about how pissed they are. Like, we should be playing the national championship game. Screw this. So here's the story from Mac Brown, how he got his team ready and focused to go ahead and beat what I believe was a really good Ohio State team that year.
After the Tech loss, and all we talked about was the tiebreaker. And all we talked about was Oklahoma and us getting screwed because this. So Al Groves, the head coach at Virginia, they're not going to a bowl game. He's been the head coach of the Jets. He's a friend of mine. He says, can I come and watch you practice for the bowl game? I said, yeah, but bring a pad and pencil. So he brings a pad and pencil, and I said, watch 5 days of practice, then come and tell me what you see. So Al comes in, he sits down and said, you got a really good team. Said, I love the way you practice. Your players look good. They're all about the same at each position, so you obviously have recruited to a standard. He said, but you're going to lose the game to Ohio State. And I said, why? And he said, because all you're talking about is the Tech loss and you getting screwed in the tiebreaker by Oklahoma. He said, you got to create an edge. And can you imagine Texas playing Ohio State and you not being excited about it? So, man, you better wake up. And you better start creating an edge right now. So I went downstairs. I put that quote up on the lockers, and I started talking about the history of Woody Hayes and Archie Griffin and all the great players at Ohio State and how our game with them in 05 and just talking about Ohio State and how important this game was, and told our coaches, if you mention Tech or Oklahoma again, I'm going to fire you. We're not. I'm tired. We're not doing this. We're the ones that lost the game at Tech. We allowed a tiebreaker to screw us, but if we'd won the game, there wouldn't be any tiebreaker, and then we'd go win the game against a great Ohio State team.
It's pretty epic. The game itself, that Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Colt McCoy was in his bag. Quan Cosby.
Quan was awesome.
Unbelievable in that game.
Terrell Pryor was the quarterback for Ohio State. But, I mean, it's one where, I'd be doing the same thing. Like, if I were a player on that team, we should be playing the national championship game against Florida. We got absolutely screwed. We beat Oklahoma on a neutral site by 10, and this tiebreaker deal held us back. Now, if Blake Gideon catches that interception against Texas Tech, then you don't have to worry about it. But you didn't play well enough. Michael Crabtree and the Red Raiders had your number that day. Instead, turn around. You got a great opportunity in a BCS Fiesta Bowl. Beat the number 10 ranked team in the country, and they did. But another cool story.
It is a cool story, and I always like listening to Mac Brown talk about that kind of stuff. Meaningless bowl games. I'm sorry, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, I think the
cool history lessons
at that time had a little bit more to it than now. These meaningless games when you're not in the CFP,
but they were on life support already.
What, like the BCS games?
Yeah. Bowl championship series. What is this? It's a facade. It's a fugazi.
It's fugazi. It's fairy dust. Titans are inducting Chris Johnson into the Ring of Honor. Week 1 against the Jets. They're not wasting any time.
Not wasting time.
Put him in. 40 years old. The ALS diagnosis that he came out with a few weeks ago when he sat down with Michael Strahan. But the Titans, Amy Adams Strunk, their owner, said Chris Johnson holds a special place in the hearts of our organization and our fans. His stats speak for themselves, and he will forever remain a leader in our record books. But the man behind the yardage deserves just as much celebration. We look forward to welcoming him home on September 13th and officially inducting him into the Titans Ring of Honor. Titans-Jets, two of the worst teams in the NFL last year. Do the Titans get a home dub for them against the Jets?
I think chances are pretty good. They gave themselves the best chance possible.
I think it's a good game to put them in.
It's the Bob Sala revenge game. Of course they're going to win.
Yeah, Bob Sala. Here we go.
Yeah,
it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be the all-fire blitz, man.
I like it.
Watch out, Gino.
David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., and D'Angelo Pons. This could be the turnaround draft for the Jets.
It definitely could be the foundational one that they look back. Like if they if they're able to land a legit quarterback at some point, then they could be looking back at this draft like, okay, this is when everything started to change for the better here.
Guys, who's the most improved defense in the NFC East? Is it the Cowboys or is it the Commanders of Washington?
Ooh.
Leo Chenal today in an interview. We have our revamped defense, and we just got ourselves a bunch of dogs. Leo Chenal, who's part of that revamped defense, coming over from Kansas City as a Mike linebacker.
Good player.
He said, you come on over. I want to play downhill. I got a lot of flexibility as a linebacker, and I'm going to play with a lot of flexibility in this defense. They've got their new defensive coordinator in Durante Jones, who they brought over from Minnesota, who was with Brian Flores. And Bleacher Report, and it is Bleacher Report. I don't know how seriously I take them all the time, but they said 5 most improved defenses in the league. Let's see if you hear your Cowboys.
They're turning over just as many starting positions as the Cowboys.
It's a lot. They got Charles Omenihu, Leo Chenal. They drafted Sonny Styles. They signed Adofe Owe, who might be the best signing out of anybody in free agency, like between the Cowboys and the Commanders. Calevon Chason, who was good last year, can be good again now. Rasul Douglas, the corner. Amik Robinson, the corner. Nick Cross at safety.
Yeah, all that's really strong. I mean, Robertson was pretty dang good for Detroit. Nick Cross, underrated safety, and the guys that they added there in the front 7 that you already mentioned. I could definitely see them Like, are we saying who's making the bigger jump from what they were last
Who's
year,
the
or just
most
which
improved?
defense is going to be better? Like, would you
improvement?
Yeah.
If you include Quinnen Williams from last year, then I think it tips the scales totally in favor of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They were Washington was amongst the worst 3 or 4 defenses in all your statistical categories as well, along with the Cowboys. But they were already on the uptick last year when they brought in Quinnen Williams, and their run defense, some of their defensive metrics were really so. I would say Washington brought in a lot of guys, but there's no game wreckers in here, and they're going to rely on a much heavier blitz approach, I think, to create pressure. Well, the Cowboys are just, I think, have one of the biggest cheat codes in the game right now, which is Quinnen Williams. Washington just hasn't added any players like that. They haven't added a player with the upside of Caleb Downs. The best safety, maybe in the division now.
Sure.
Other than DeJean, sitting here with Jalen Thompson. So you have just so much good stuff going down.
As guys who cover the draft as well as you do, wouldn't you call it a wash between Sonny Styles and Downs, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's fair to say that.
I mean, would you call it a wash right now? As far
I think both are going to be really good.
I think either one of those guys you would have loved to have.
Absolutely. I mean, I had Downs as my top player. You did as well. I think Styles was my 7th best.
Okay. I just kind of feel like, though, when you start talking about defensive players, maybe Sonny Styles isn't the 7th best player. Maybe he should be. But I think the Cowboys, as fans, we would have loved to have had either one of those guys.
Oh, for sure we would have, yeah.
I mean, you ended up with the guy who's you
the
feel
better
like
of the two, I
better,
think, yeah.
But I kind of feel like that Sonny Styles is really going to help the Commanders,
especially with Frankie Louvu, who they have.
Frankie Louvu. Dorrance Armstrong was hurt too, right?
Yes, he was.
He was a guy that was on a really good sack run until he got hurt. So they, hey, I think Dallas made some improvements. I do kind of like what the Commanders have done.
Well, and that
I don't think they got the best coordinator though. I think
I'm with you on that.
I think running Minnesota's system is you have to have guys to do it the way that Minnesota has. There's a lot of cerebral football. If you have guys that are making the problem with the Commanders, and they made so many switches in the secondary. If you look at everything,
big time.
Other than Mike Standerstrel and those guys, they brought in a lot of guys, but that was a team that was having problems covering people on the back end, not lining up right, letting guys run free. If you're going to play that scheme,
sure,
you got to have guys that are right on top of it, and we'll see if the Commanders have that guy. Having a guy like Leo Chenal and all that, I think helps. He's a veteran guy, smart guy, but I think Dallas got the better of the coordinators. Maybe the Commanders added the better of the.
I think
they played more in free agency.
Yes, their full body of free agency is going to make. Like Jalen Thompson, they probably got the best in OA. They got the best player out of the Timber Thompson. I think you're going with OA, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think the Cowboys' draft impact, Sonny Styles is going to have a big impact.
Yeah.
I was a little bit higher on him than you were, but I still think Caleb Downs between the two. If I had to take one, it would be Downs overall. It might be. It might be that the full body work. I think you're right about the coordinator. The Cowboys had their chance at both. They interviewed both.
Oh, I was not high at all.
Parker.
You're right. I was not high at all on Sonny Styles myself.
Yeah.
But I just wonder that's one of those guys where
be a great fit.
That's one of those guys where I kind of feel like maybe. And again, second round grade, 13 first round grades.
Sure.
That's your 14th.
So you had him at 14?
Yeah, exactly. So that to me, it's not a huge difference. But I just wonder if overall, though, I just think that Dallas got the better of the defensive coordinators here.
Right.
And I'm interested to see if, in fact, that you could play that Minnesota scheme with these players that they currently have.
That'll be fascinating because ultimately that could dictate who wins this division.
Wasn't Rashawn Gary, didn't he have more sacks last year than Oweh? I just want to challenge you a little bit on that and tell me why you feel like
I think Oweh's a much better pass rusher than Gary is. Gary might have just had the sack totals, but that was all in the first half of the season.
And Oweh's, I think, were the second half when he finally got to the Chargers. Yeah,
he went to a new team. So I think situation and fit is a big difference. I just think, I would rather have if I've got both, who could I pick? I would take Oweh over Gary. But for with the scheme they're running, Gary's a good fit for what the Cowboys want to do because they're putting so much emphasis on their edges to be able to also play the run. Gary might be a better run defender than what Owe is.
We have Eric Nadell coming up at 4:40. Thank you for that fix, Wolchuk. Unanswered questions about your Cowboys as our countdown to training camp continues coming up next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our
Okay, I have some unanswered questions about the 2026 Cowboys outlook for you as our countdown to Oxnard rolls on here on your home of the Cowboys. Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, back in May, Clayton Adams was talking about red zone. Said they went away from their strengths down there too much inside the 20. They were a run and play action team, and then when they got inside, they turned into more of just a drop back passing team. Will going to run and play action inside the red zone make the Cowboys better down there? I think they were 16th in red zone EPA per play, and they were like top 5 in the rest of the field. But check this out. Their EPA per pass on play action for the Cowboys, plus 0.44 per play, like third best in the NFL. On non-play action passes, plus 0.17. So 2.7 times more efficient out of play action. Will that work in the red zone?
Man, that's a really good question. Everything becomes a little bit more challenging when the field shrinks on you. I would still think that play action should be something that should work for you down there. Especially when you have Dak, Lamb, and Pickens. Like that trio right there should be something that would be successful for you. But I need to go in and just kind of figure out overall how play action works for other teams in the red zone. How much is that something? Because I haven't really pinpointed that before, but off the top of my head, I would think that should still be something that works for you. But the windows get tighter, and you would think that would help open up some windows for you using the play action. So off the top of my head, I can't imagine why play action wouldn't work for you in the red zone.
See, that's what I was thinking, but then you have to imagine the Cowboys have a pretty strong brain trust. How would they go away with that? Do you think that's a frustration of Clayton Adams? Like, is this a function of shoddy calling plays and maybe coming off of what Clayton Adams would prefer? I wonder how that internal conversation goes on there, because if Clayton Adams mentioned it in his media, like, we went away from what worked down there in the red zone, isn't that kind of pointing the finger a little bit at your head coach?
Yes.
Maybe not to be a jerk, but just as a point of clarification.
Just being honest about what the facts are, and Shoddy does seem like a guy who's willing to adjust and take advice, and it's interesting that you didn't really see that come to fruition in the red zone when it comes to the play action stuff, but all off season, I'm sure this has been one of the big things in terms of research projects that Clayton Adams is trying to figure out how can we get better down here, because there's no excuse. When you have Dak, Lemon, Pickens, there's really no excuse.
Yeah, I mean, even for got a ton of touchdowns last year. I do like the idea. I think there's a lot that you could do with play action in the red zone, whether it's just trying to get the defense flowing one way and then you've got something backside, which we see work a lot, where you have like a tight end kind of delay, like they're blocking and then they slowly release. The fullback, like we saw the Cowboys with Tyler Klutz, had that nice touchdown in that playoff game against Green Bay in 2016. Or it's like the boots and the waggles, which you always talk about, Brian.
Yeah.
You're getting the quarterback on the move. Sometimes that'll put stress on a defender. Do I need to come up? Like, is Dak actually going to take it off and run, which he is capable of doing in a red zone situation, and then he can just float it over the top. Maybe that leaves a player open there. So I do think there's a lot of different ways that the offense could benefit by just putting the defense in stress situations with the play action game in the red zone.
A lot of things to uncover as our countdown to camp continues. I was also looking at run versus pass efficiency out of 12, because I was talking a couple of weeks ago about how they're 12 not good enough.
No, with the two tight ends on the field.
Yeah, so they ran 190 plays. 100 of them were running, and they were negative EPA, and that's what weighs down. But the 90 plays that they threw it, they were higher in EPA per play in 12 than 11. So it's almost like, and you know what? You go into the bottom 5 of the EPA per play rankings out of 12. You also had the Patriots, the Rams and the Lions, all bottom 5 in EPA per run out of 12.
Yes.
They're almost sacrificing the run and doing it more than the pass just to set up the opportunity. Like being efficient play in and play out is less important than trying to get the defense unlocked a little bit so you can spring something open. They've gotten so good at stopping chunk plays that you have to intentionally run inefficient runs out of 12 in order to get your opportunities in the pass game.
That's definitely something, and I've seen people write about McVay, and I think Kittle's even talked about it with Shanahan, like some of these play callers. Ben Johnson's probably like that. They'll sacrifice just to set something up for later in the game where, yes, it's not necessarily all about we want to be successful with this personnel grouping or down and distance. If it works, great, but it's all about setting something up that they want to hit them with later on. So there is something to that.
Okay, next unanswered question. Can they get a handle on these penalties? No. Third most penalized offense in 2026.
No.
False start. Why do you say no?
No, because it's the history. It goes all the way back to. You could go back to Garrett. You could go back. This team is always. I say always. But they talk. Remember McCarthy talking about it and all that. Oh, we're coaching it up and we're trying to prevent them. And now does it go back to and maybe things will be a little better with Christian Parker? Do you have more disciplined players? But do you have a team full of Sam Williams? What do you got? Maybe let's Diggs, this, that. There always seems something kind of, they talk about it until you actually get players that have the discipline to play and not get penalized. Then you're going to get penalized, and hopefully their defenses, hopefully they'll turn that thing around. But you could go all the way back. I'm sure you go all the way back to damn Wade Phillips and that whole thing. We always it's the Raiders, it's the Cowboys, it's always the most penalized teams every single year, and coaches have talked about it ad nauseum and asked about it during the week, and we're addressing this and addressing that, and they really haven't done anything.
So you think it's in the building? Is it part of the Cowboys' entitlement?
I don't know if it's entitlement or it's just players that aren't very smart. Or players that just don't have discipline enough, if they're coached to say, hey, we're not supposed to hold, or hey, play this technique, and then they don't do that, and it costs them defensive holdings, hands to the face, lining up off sides. It's just a constant theme with this organization, no matter who's been the coach.
Yeah, I mean, just going back 5 years, they have the most accepted penalties in the NFL against them. They were dead balls, I guess, first, which is basically last, in 2021. They were 10th in 2022, third in 23, fourth in 24, and first, once again, most penalties in the league last year. So even just looking at the last 5 years, that's what they do. And all the pre-snap stuff, like that's inexcusable.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, the snap count. You're on offense.
It's ridiculous.
This shouldn't be that much of a problem, but it is interesting, because there's something to the culture of it being systemic, and I know Shoddy wants to fix the culture and believes in it. So we'll have to see what kind of stuff he has planned for training camp to try to get these guys out of that mode of thinking it's okay. I think it's about a sense of urgency and accountability and fear. You have to fear that I could lose my spot on this roster if I don't get this figured out, and I don't know if it's been possible for head coaches to establish that. Maybe since Jimmy. I don't know if Parcells had any luck. I wasn't around then. Did the players fear for their roster spot when Parcells was the coach?
Yeah, Bill was big on that. But we were so bad. Fear for a roster spot, you're getting rid of. You're getting rid of a player that can't play, that won't play in the league anymore. It's just, I know the last several years, even it goes, like you say, the Garrett administration, it's an ongoing problem, and they talk about it all the time, and they do nothing. Until you get more disciplined football players or players that understand the rules a little bit better or play with better technique, you're going to struggle with this.
Okay, and then final question. It's a two-parter. Kick coverage and turnovers. Big problems last year with field position and how you could be just 7th in scoring despite being so good in yards per game and EPA per play. They were losing field position constantly with turnovers. I guess kick coverage would be the one that you have the most control over. They retained their special teams coordinator, turning over some of these guys. How confident are you? I mean, it really came to a head in the Detroit game where you couldn't stop them from starting their drives on the 40-yard line.
Like, you don't have C.J. Goodwin anymore, and I think no disrespect to him, but that's a step in the right direction. I just felt like that was a waste of a roster spot. He was also getting penalized a bunch. Marquise Bell's a guy that's been penalized quite a bit. I wonder about his roster spot heading into the season. So it's really the depth in the draft picks. So the guys like Darion Kendrick that they signed, like Maris Leofau, like some of these guys that aren't going to end up being starters for you, but are like 3 through 5 position groups, how good are they? Those are going to be the guys that are going to end up being really key special teams contributors. You feel great about Brandon Aubrey. Even last year when it came to the punting, Bobby had the nugget about Brian Anger, and he didn't have a single touchback. Like, he was down in balls inside the 20-yard line. So you feel good about your operation with your long snapper, your kicker, your punter, the holder, but the coverage units definitely need to get better. And your kicker and punt return units, that comes back to Turpin. And I think there's absolutely something to Turpin focusing more on being a receiver than just being a really badass kick and punt returner.
I agree.
And he wasn't a good enough receiver to justify continuing down that path. We got Eric Nadell joining us next here. It's the G-Back Nation on the Fan.
The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Evan Grant, an hour ago, reporting that Corey Seager doing some straight line jogging and running on the field at Truist Park. That's your Corey Seager update here on your home of the Rangers. As we have the pregame coming up at 5:30. It is time now for the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, Gavin. How are you?
Doing pretty good. I regret that I missed your World Cup limerick last week, by the way. Hell of a job on that.
Oh, you can probably dig it out on Twitter, but it had to be said in about 8 different parts because they kept exceeding the character limit. But I'll send you a copy of it.
Thanks, man. It was genius, and I think it would be G-Bag of the day right now if it wasn't for Basic's thoughts about keeping Wyatt Langford healthy. Have you heard that?
No. Does he want him to DH?
I'm not sure if he wants him to DH. I think he wants him to stay healthy, and you can dig that out as well. I think you'll enjoy it. But yeah, Rangers and Braves tonight in Atlanta, man. How do you like the Rangers' chances going up against Chris Sale?
You know, the Rangers used to have a guy named Adam Rosales. He was a utility guy, right-handed batter, and he owned Chris Sale. And since Adam Rosales isn't around, I'm not crazy about our chances against Chris Sale. I'm just hoping that Cal Quantrill can pitch well enough, and he's been pitching great, that it's a low-scoring game, and maybe the Rangers can pull it out later in a battle of bullpens.
It's kind of one thing to be doing better against lefties, but then it's the Chris Sale challenge is a whole nother ball of wax.
Yeah, this guy's a unicorn. You know, he's a complete freak. You know, he throws from this crazy low sidearm angle, and his velocity seemed to vary on his fastballs, like from 90 to 97. You know, he's a probable future Hall of Famer if he stays healthy. And, you know, you always hate facing a guy like that. And it's really weird, though, how you get guys who can hit particular pitchers like that. Like Randy Johnson used to have trouble with this guy that the Rangers had for just a little while named Jack Voigt.
Oh,
He's a
yeah.
right-handed batter, a pinch hitter, you know, extra outfielder. He could hit Randy Johnson. He wasn't a great hitter overall, but for some reason he could hit Randy Johnson just the way Adam Rosales could hit Chris Sale.
Eric Nadel here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so what's the most interesting thing going into the second half of the season for you?
I want to start with Jacob Latz and the total lack of respect that he got around the All-Star game. I want to say this because I might forget it and then not say it. First of all, he didn't get voted on by the players. He had to be added on by the league, which ridiculous. Second of all, when Fox posted the graphic of the All-Star team, they had Gavin Collier's picture with his name.
Ouch.
And then when he came into the game, they didn't say a word about him. They were talking to somebody else in the dugout, and Latz disposed of Luis Arraez on 4 pitches. They never told you a thing about Jacob Latz, and then he was gone from the game. So I just wanted to get that out. It really bothered me because this guy's been incredible. And no, he's not the key to the second half of the season. I think the key to the second half of the season is keeping the starting rotation healthy and getting help in the bullpen. I know that most people are going to focus on the offense, and you need Corey Seager back, you need Wyatt Langford back. That's an obvious thing to me. That's a given to me. But if the Rangers are going to be serious contenders, the bullpen needs to get back to performing the way it was the first 2 months of the season. And maybe guys just needed a break. But my thinking is the Rangers at the deadline need to go out and get a couple of guys, you know, like they did in 2023 when they got not only Aroldis Chapman, but also Chris Stratton to help out of the bullpen. And you go way back into, the 2010, 2011 teams who got Koji Uehara at the deadline and Mike Adams at the deadline, helped the Rangers win a pennant, get to the World Series. I think they might need, that kind of a deal.
Why do you think they did our guy Latz like that? Do you think they just didn't know much about him? Do you think it slipped their mind? Like from a broadcaster's perspective, how's that happen where a guy doesn't get recognized?
Yeah, I think he kind of sneaked up on him. For one thing, he wasn't the closer at the start of the year. And, people didn't necessarily realize, if you just looked at the stats, which is what the players do when they vote, they didn't know that this guy's had 9 saves of more than 1 inning. They just know that he had 18 saves or whatever it was, and he was 4th or 5th in the league. They didn't know who he was to begin with, so they're going to vote for Chapman, and they're going to vote for the 2 guys who are leading the league in saves, Cade Smith and Louis Varland. And that's really how the vote went down.
With Elias Diaz catching again tonight, Nicky Lopez, who's been fantastic, do you have any Ranger comparisons for 2 guys the front office was able to add during the season that have had this much of a positive impact?
Boy, Zach, not like that. Not where they picked up released players. They've picked up key guys during the season. Benji Molina was a huge pickup in 2010 when the Rangers needed catching help. But to get guys who became free agents because they were released, that's pretty much unheard of. And to have them play this kind of a role, I don't remember anything like this. Quantrill, at least was in our system last year. Rangers picked him up last year when he was released. But he could probably go into that category too.
Gavin gave the update on Corey Seager, and I think that there's a lot of fans that have been frustrated with the lack of availability. I mean, I think, everybody would wish that Corey was available, Eric. But, from your vantage point, what you're able to kind of get, what are your expectations for Corey in the second half? How much do you think we're even going to see him?
I don't have any idea. I really don't think anyone has any idea. I don't think Corey has any idea. He's really frustrated by this whole thing. Back trouble is a new thing for him this year. He even said at one point, I wish this was a hamstring. I'd know how to manage it and come back from it. It's a complete unknown. It's just total guesswork. All we can do is cross our fingers and hold our breath and pray and knock on wood and do all the other things that we think might help.
How impressive have you been with Justin Foscue, and how much is he kind of the catalyst for the bump in the beating the left-handed pitchers?
He's the number one reason, no question about it. He has been fantastic, and so many people had written him off. And when he got hurt in spring training this year, it was totally easy to write him off because that's when he could have made an impression, reminded people that this guy was a first-round draft pick and a can't-miss prospect. And, for him to be doing this is great. I really respect him. He could have gotten buried in the system. He could have gotten buried in his own mind. And somehow he didn't. Somehow he stayed positive enough that when he finally got a legitimate opportunity, he was able to take advantage of it. I think it's great. Great guy, too. He's fun to talk to.
Eric, the team that we need to worry about the most in the West, is it going to be the Astros or the Mariners?
I still think it's the Mariners. They're, for one thing, they're very aggressive on the trade market, generally speaking, and I think that Jerry DePota will go out and he'll get some more offense. He'll probably get another pitcher or 2, even though they're strong in pitching. They might wind up trading one of their starting pitchers in order to get something else that they need, and they're one of the only teams in position to do that. They've got a guy at Double-A named Cade Anderson, who's considered the number 1 pitching prospect in the country. He's got a 1.40 ERA at Double-A. He was a first-round draft choice last year out of college.
Yeah.
And, they could go and trade a Bryce Miller or a Brian Wu or a George Kirby or somebody like that and just call that guy up and potentially not miss a beat.
Who do you think gets the credit for keeping this thing on the rails through all this Rangers adversity?
Well, I think Skip Schumacher's done an incredible job, and his coaching staff has too. It's definitely a collective effort with those guys, and they work hard. They don't take a minute off. And it's funny, our job in dealing with the manager is to do the shows and also to develop a relationship where you're comfortable hanging out with him, and maybe you'll get some off the record information once in a while. And he doesn't have time for that. Huh. He is going from one meeting to another meeting to a meeting with a player. He's a great communicator with the players. This guy doesn't relax. And, he's young enough, I think, to operate that way. But it's been a while since we had a manager with that kind of energy. And the players like it. And I think he's a real big reason that the Rangers are still very much in it.
You drinking and thinking about anything in particular this afternoon?
I've been drinking iced coffee, and I'm actually going to a concert tonight. I'm not working. I'm going to a concert. Chris Bodie, a jazz trumpet player who's fantastic, and his lead singer, John Splithoff, who's my favorite male vocalist. So I'm thinking that I got to keep my energy level up.
There you go.
And so that's what I'm thinking here this afternoon. And I'm also thinking I'm excited about this Ranger Braves series. I haven't seen the Braves at all this year. I know they've fallen from a huge lead to a small lead, but they're always fun to watch.
Yes, sir. Enjoy your weekend, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
Thanks.
Salute. There he goes. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy. Big series, on the road, first place team, their horse, their ace, Chris Sale on the hill tonight. Pregame coming up at 5:30. Chief, what are we doing next?
Friday News Dump, another win for this college program, and the rest of the news as we prep our bodies for the weekend. Next in the nation.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It is a Friday. Rangers back in action with the pregame coming up in 30 minutes. Here's your Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's get you set for the weekend right here at the news desk.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, the summer heat, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm seeing highs of 104 degrees for next week.
Holy cow.
Okay, so this might be the last time we're under triple digits for the foreseeable future. So
it was downright comfortable last night and this morning.
It's been the last few days have actually been pretty good.
Yeah,
but yeah, we're about to get into it.
It's about to get you, ladies and gentlemen. So just be careful with the two-a-days. You know, if you got the Lucius Alexander bug of getting your bod right, just be careful out there, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe find a body of water if you can. But, yeah, it is going to get nasty hot just in time for Broadus to take off to Oxnard at the end of next week. That's going to feel really, really nice.
Perfectly timed.
I'll tell you what,
we get this thing to September. My mind is always better when the calendar turns. And I know we still have some hot days in September.
Yeah.
But psychologically, when I get past the month of August, I feel so much better. I'm not a big fan of the heat. And it's obvious because I've had the heat problems before. But how do you guys psychologically on that? Do you have a time of the year where you're like, I feel like things are a little downhill weather-wise.
For sure. Well, once you get through August, you feel better, even though September's still
just October 1st.
Is pretty blistering.
It's October 1st?
October is when...
October is just my happy place.
That's when you know. Yeah. You finally arrived. But getting to September is a nice checkpoint of, okay, we're pretty much, at least like the worst of it's kind of over now.
In September, I'm acknowledging I'm probably going to have to take this hoodie off if I'm outside for more than 10 minutes still. Once I get to October, tarp staying on.
It's actually fall.
See, I when the calendar switches to September, I feel like, okay.
The end's in sight.
Yeah, even though
there's some relief to it.
Even though there's some games where that Cowboy-Philadelphia game I was part of, the pickle juice game and all that, that was crazy. That was a September game. But just in my mind, the month of August is just, I always feel like it's 100 degrees every day in August. I just feel like that.
That's when it's brutal. I damn near went tarps off last night or yesterday afternoon with our guy, Larry, Sergio De La Rey with the Mavericks, once again in Summer League. This dude is a dime dropper, boys. He goes 12 assists in the previous game. Yesterday, he drops 14 on you. Okay. This is a guy, I mean, it felt like Lob City. Like classic Clippers Lob City. At every turn, this guy is trying to just throw up a lob to somebody, and it works to completion almost every single time.
He's got the step back footwork like Luka too.
He does, man. Yeah. He does. He's got a great feel.
Hopefully, he's like a skinny Luka.
Eyes in the back of his head.
If you could pull this off and hit on a late first rounder and hit on Merez Johnson, this thing could get really fun in a hurry. When I'm watching him play, I do wonder, Chief, how many of these will be disallowed by elite NFL defenses or by NBA defense, starting NBA. Are these turnovers, or are you gonna pile them up like this?
Yeah, I mean, his assist to turnover ratio has been pretty dang strong. I think it's like 4-1 over these last few games. So he's done a nice job with that. And just reading about Summer League in general and what you can really take away from it, the assist to turnover ratio is usually something that can carry over nicely because so much of Summer League is kind of just bogus when you look at the general stats. But just a general decision making and feel for the game is something that you kind of either have or you don't. And so that's encouraging as it moves forward. But yes, there's going to be some growing pains for him. But you're seeing the makings of a guy who could really be a floor general for you and make others around him better. So hopefully that ends up being a home run selection there for the Mavericks. We do have the Indiana Hoosiers continuing to make history with their football team.
Saw that.
Never signed a 5-star recruit, but they did just get a commitment from the nation's #1 wide receiver. He went on the Pat McAfee show and announced it could have gone to Texas, Alabama, Ohio State, LSU.
He'll play for SIG.
But it is Coach Signetti that lands. Monshin Sales is his name. He's huge and he's 22 yards per catch last season in high school. So that's one of the best receivers in the entire country, and Indiana finally lands their first 5-star. It's still pretty amazing they were able to win a national title, go undefeated without a roster filled with 5 stars. But now Cignetti's going to be able to have access to even more talent than he's ever had before. This could be a generational run here for Indiana if they can keep stacking it up. Yeah, he is. He is. He's staying home. But usually a 5-star Indiana kid can't wait to get out of Dodge.
Ohio State would be the place I thought he would probably end up. But, yeah. Good for them, man. 6'5", 195. How about that?
Yeah, he's a big dude. Man, if they can do it, anybody can. Indiana?
Yeah, I mean, it does. If you got the money, apparently, Indiana had a heck of a lot more money than we sort of knew.
I didn't
about.
realize how big their alumni base.
You got cheddar. It doesn't matter what your history says. You can get it done.
Okay, I'd say he's an explosive player. 37 catches for 794 and 9 touchdowns. That's 21 yards a catch. But does that seem very impressive for a 5-star guy to have in this day and age of the way these kids catch the football, the way that we throw it around? Is 37 receptions a big number for a 5-star recruit?
I was a little underwhelmed with the overall counting numbers. I'm not sure if he's missed time due to injury, so he only played in a select few of games, or you never know what type of quarterback.
Yeah, 100%. It could be like Calvin Johnson.
But at first glance, I get 37 catches.
I'm just thinking, like, in this day and age, as much as these offenses throw the football around, to tell me the best receiver in the country has only caught 37 balls, I would be like, whoa, all right. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Kind of a thing.
That'd be like 4 games of work if I was the coach. There's no way we're going to anybody else. We got the number one wide receiver in the country.
If you're a 6'5", 195-pound guy and you're one of the best players in the country, and I've only got you the ball 37 times?
It's feeding.
Yeah. What am I doing?
I have the odds to win NFL MVP here. Who do you think is the favorite right now as we sit here in mid-July?
Josh Allen.
Martian Sales.
Yeah, he had a significant he had a significant knee injury, so his season was cut short.
Okay, so that's what it was. Yeah. So do you know how many games he actually played?
No, it doesn't say.
37 catches, 800 yards, 9 touchdowns in like 4 games. Could be pretty dang impressive. Yeah, Josh Allen is the favorite right now to win the NFL MVP. How far down the list do you have to go before you get to Dak, you think?
Shouldn't be that low. Maybe 4 or 5 other names.
Top 10-ish. I think it's. I looked at win totals for the last 7 MVPs. It's been 13 or 14 wins. 13 or 14. So it's more about a team projection. Who can win 13 or 14 games and have 4,500 yards with 35 touchdowns is basically your filters.
Yeah, I think Burrow will be ahead of him. Mahomes will be ahead of him. Lamar probably.
Stafford's ahead of him. Yeah, Allen, Jackson, May, Burrow, Stafford, Herbert, Mahomes, and then there you get to Dak Prescott, and then right behind him is Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, and Brock Purdy. So at plus 1,400 right now, if you want to throw a little something on Dak winning MVP, you can make some money there. How about this in the news world? The founder of the dating app Hinge, which I think many people have found success on.
Yeah, I did.
Well, Chuck, we got one right here. He is releasing a new dating app where you don't actually
called Binge.
You don't swipe or view profiles. You get automatically matched when the AI decides who you're compatible with.
Oh, that would be humiliating, I'm sure.
This is
it's like an arranged marriage.
This is AI setting you up, blind date. You have no idea what this person looks like. I feel like it could be challenging if you're meeting at some coffee shop. Who do I even know to look for here? You know?
Oh, do you get sent a picture?
I guess
it's got to be.
Here's your date.
You don't know before?
You don't know what they look like. You don't know what they look like
when you're showing up on the date.
So I guess you're probably messaging with them like, okay, I'm wearing a blue shirt and I'm standing over here.
That's kind of
so
wild.
Come find me. Like that's just not going to result in many successful relationships, I would imagine, because you're gonna walk in there and you're hoping for the 10, and AI just gave you the 3.
They know you're a 4, you know?
Yeah, like
they're like, here is your ballpark, buddy.
I cannot wait for this to actually be released and then get some personal profiles on how successful it was. But I wouldn't want to leave that up to AI trying to set me up on a blind date.
It might work, but
the epitome of laziness.
The person.
Yeah, I mean, AI's taking over everything, and including the dating world right now. But some people are going to get in the mix on this, and we'll just see if it finds success. I'm banking on a very, very low hit rate here for people that are like, yeah, AI got this perfect.
Yeah.
That's just not going to work.
I think if I was in the dating pool right now, you got to go with the in-person walk-up approach. I would just try to curate that as good as possible, because I don't think anybody's doing that.
It's stunning.
I think you could punch way above your weight class if you just had any sort of charm to you.
It's amazing how confidence can open doors that you never thought would even exist.
I think these gals would love it.
And your headline of the week is from CTV News. Cannibalism is bad for your health, scientists find.
You don't say.
Back to you live in studio, Gavin Dawson.
Thank you, Chief. We're back with our final segment before we get to the pregame show. I have some beer news. How much did the World Cup fans drink, and was it enough to save the American beer industry? The final numbers are in. It's next on The Fan. 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, have Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30. I teased some beer news. I think soccer fans might drink the most beer out of all sports fans. I don't know. Based on your life experience and what you just observed here in America over the last month or so.
I mean, the Euros.
Yes. Yeah, they really crank it up. Now, they were on international vacation, so
right.
Yeah.
That can definitely crank it up. But the FIFA World Cup was a bonanza for beer sales in the U.S. Bars in Boston reportedly needed emergency deliveries to keep the taps from running dry. Fans drowned a total of 290,000 stadium beers during the 6 matches in Philadelphia alone. So that's like 50,000 beers a game, something like that. Despite some sticker shock from fans unaccustomed to alcohol prices in America, the first 4 weeks of the tournament saw beer sales in bars, restaurants, stadiums, and other venues rise 14% in U.S. host cities compared to the same period last year, according to the Beer Institute. I mean, I would have probably eyeballed it at closer to double, but apparently there's quite a bit of beer already being consumed. The bump extended beyond host cities, though sales were up 4% nationally, the Institute said. So the tournament was pretty good for your beer industry, which, by the way, comes at a bit of a concerning time in beer consumption trends.
Yeah, it's been down, hasn't it, for a while?
Fallen steadily for a decade, according to the Brewers Association, trade group of craft brewers. Canada has seen a similar decline, according to the National Statistics Agency. The Brewers of Europe Trade Association said the story is the same in the European Union. So this is actually a global trend. Consumers are buying less regular beer and more wellness drinks, with many consumers cutting back on alcohol for health reasons. Last year was the first time in Gallup's polling that the majority of Americans, 53%, said drinking 1 or 2 drinks a day was bad for one's health. So it appears that people are getting a little bit more serious about their health as the leading cause of this trend over the last 10 years or so. Beer execs, though, are hopeful that the World Cup will remind people how much they like to gather and cheer on athletes, especially with the Summer Olympics heading to L.A. in 2028. That's not a beer drinking sport. The Olympics?
No.
That's like wholesome family time. No. And the Boston Beer Company's founder, Jim Koch, said he is not fretting. Quote, people worry that the beer business has declined for a few years. I always remind them that beer has been part of human society, human civilization for 10,000 years. Beer will always be a part enhancing our enjoyment of our lives and the time we spend on this earth. No doubt about it.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah. It makes everything a lot more fun, I believe. Okay, maybe UNC Tar Heels football fans could use some beer after their 4-8 season under Coach Bill Belichick. But his status report overall as a football team, our culture, our program, our ability to operate as a team is much higher than it was a year ago, and our talent level is higher. You think he's got a chance to do something here?
Yeah, Lombardi's trying to buy players. I mean, they were, that's the whole thing nowadays. They were very talent poor when you watched them play, very talent poor at quarterback. That's the big thing that I think that all these programs go out. If you don't have a quarterback, it's a real struggle out there. But I'll be real interested to see they open up again with TCU, and then they have East Tennessee, and then they've got Clemson and Notre Dame back to back. This could be an interesting start for the Tar Heels.
I figure if you have a name coach who knows what it takes to get to the NFL, and you have money to compete.
They don't have money. They have money for basketball.
Oh, they have money for hoop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think their portal class ranked like 65th nationally.
Yeah. They're
so it wasn't like they cleaned up.
They're trying to find money, man. They're trying to find money. That's a big thing for them.
That's crazy that you couldn't get some sort of companies to jump in there and throw money around at that
basketball.
Football team.
They will for basketball.
And I understand, the basketball is big.
Women's basketball, men's basketball, women's soccer.
Do you think Belichick just has no other options? I wouldn't want to stick around.
Oh, he's well paid to do this.
Yeah.
Like $10 million well paid.
There you go. All right, thanks to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Lakeside Studios just went 3.5 flawless like it's nothing. Thanks to Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus. We'll be back on Monday with Chris Young joining us at 4:20, and the Nation will start at 2 o'clock. Till then, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease.
Back to school.